Before we get to all the stock queries, Nisha, over to you.
Thanks for that, Puneet. Yes, it's a very exciting day, not just for the markets, which is keeping a keen eye on Bihar elections. And remember, the euphoria in the market really came after the exit poll suggested a clear majority for NDA. The numbers are really trickling in since the morning, and by now, pretty much the leads are getting sorted. Of course, these are not the definitive numbers, but it gives an indication. So let's look at the Maha elections of Bihar. NDA at this particular point, fight for 243 seats between NDA and Mahagathbandhan. NDA right now leading with 173 at the moment. Mahagathbandhan with 66 and others comprise of only 4. Taking a look at the two big alliance partners. Now, NDA 174 has BJP with 76 and JDU with 75. This is the biggest headline currently because the kind of lead NDA has got, it is looking clear that NDA wins this election. But now the bigger question is Nitish Kumar going to be the clear winner and the chief minister of Bihar after the NDA victory? And with BJP as well as JDU almost neck and neck, BJP is not looking like that it's going to be the single largest party, at least at this time, because JDU has also worked very clearly and is gaining momentum. When we look at the Mahagathbandhan, RJD is showing a poor showing with not 50 seats also captured at the moment when we talk about leads, but a knot needs to be unraveled when the final results really start trickling in. So the big news right now, saffron wave, as you can see when we talk about the vote share in the state of Bihar as part of the first 3 hours of the leads that we have seen. 72% with NDA, Mahagathbandhan with 26% and others making little difference of less than 2% of the vote share coming in. So the biggest takeaways at this particular point, BJP as well as JDU neck and neck and emerging as the single largest party. Remember, this is a defining factor on Nitish Kumar being the clear winner as the chief minister of Bihar, and the pro-incumbency factor really looks like is working for Nitish Kumar. Let's take a look at the other important aspects here. So the women and pensioner largesse, which was doled out by Nitish Kumar's government just before the elections, looks like has weighed over the caste politics, because in caste politics there was a clear segregation of who votes for whom, like the Yadavs, the Paswans, the Muslims and the others. Now, highest voter turnout. This time, remember, Bihar has really broken all records in the highest voter turnout, with a lot of migrants coming back for Chhath Puja and also casting their vote. Also, they were under the worry that they would be taken off rolls if they really don't cast their vote. So this has worked for the NDA, while Tejashwi had earlier said that this could work in his favor. RJD's Tejashwi Yadav's employment push, that has really failed to make much of a difference. That was his one big agenda, because the women casting votes and higher number of votes have probably shifted the thing towards NDA. Prashant Kishore's Jan Suraj did not make much of a difference. It was told by the political analysts and critics that he will not make much of an impact, but it's a good sign that an urban uber class educated Bihar politics is probably taking shape maybe for future. So these are the important key takeaways, but the numbers are neck and neck between JDU as well as BJP. NDA looks like a clear lead at this particular point in the Maha Bharat of Bihar.
Well, thanks so much for that, Nisha. So it's definitely a saffron wave that you're seeing currently. We'll keep getting you the key updates. As of now, seems to be the key number that we're pointing out, 176 for the NDA out of 243 in Bihar. But IRCTC posted a steady Q2 performance, though numbers came in slightly below the expectations, remained broadly based with the internet ticketing, continuing to lead the growth. My colleague, we've actually spoken to Sanjay Kumar Jain. He is the CMD at IRCTC, and let me take in the first question with him. Mr. Jain, a very good morning to you. Thanks so much for joining in today. The revenue did miss the estimates that we were working with as well. What led to a softer top line in this quarter despite being a festive quarter?
There is no softer. Basically, this quarter was not soft. It was stable and profitable. And all my segment has grew. You see, tourism has shown growth of 21%, catering by 8%. Even IT, because last year, see, the same period, the booking was open, ARP was open for 120 days. Now it has been reduced to 60 days. So winter season, this booking, we could not get in this quarter compared to the last year. So there also we have shown a growth of 4%. Our non-conventional revenue also grew by 13%. And there was 4% growth in rail neer, despite being a bad quarter so far as rail neer and catering is concerned.
Got the view, Mr. Jain, but also in terms of the ticketing margins, they've continued to remain strong for you in this particular quarter. Do you see that trend largely being sustainable going into quarter 3 as well as quarter 4?
See, our ticketing earning contains two parts. One is convenience fee and the other one is non-convenience fee. So, of course, last quarter, you people asked us the question that it is already 81%, where will you go? This year, it is 85%. Thanks to our our focus on non-conventional revenue. So, we'll certainly try to improve our non-conventional revenue on ticketing part.
We leave it there. Thanks so much for joining in, Mr. Jain, giving us perspective for what worked for IRCTC as well. But viewers, there's also another stock that you need to have your focus on, is something like a Muthoot Finance. Now, reported a strong quarter 2 earnings with a sharp growth in its AUMs as well, higher yields and a big jump in profit, to say the least. Stocks flying in trade almost 9%. Now, that's led by the gold loan momentum as well. Our colleague Vishwanath got a chance to speak with George Alexander Muthoot. He's the managing director of the company. Let's listen into what he had to say.
Have you had customers who are existing customers and would have borrowed more from you during the quarter against the security that they hold, because obviously the value of that security has gone up?
Yeah, because there are some people who feel that they need more money, and when they feel that according to the present loan to value, they are eligible for more, they come and take more. But not a very few percentage only does that. Because just because the price of gold has gone up, they need not take the money. They'll take the money if they really need it. If they need it, they'll take. If they don't need it, they don't take. So if you look at our loan to value today, at the today's price, our loan to value is less than 60%. That means people have not borrowed to the hilt. People have borrowed only 60% of what is eligible to them. 75% is the RBI stipulated LTV. They have taken only 60% or less than 60%. That means, although the price is high, not that everybody has used up the full, headrooms.
Understood. You've also revised sharply your loan growth expectations for the financial year, AUM growth expectations, 30 to 35% compared to what was originally estimated about 15-20%. And I just wanted to get some sense from you about the reasons for this confidence that there's going to be so much more loan growth.
Last year, our growth was, last year also, we had earlier said the growth would be 15%, maybe a very, 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 very small growth percentage, but we performed 38 to 39% last year. This year, in the last 6 months, we have already crossed 21%. So again, saying 15% would look very, very childish. So I think, and that is for the half year. Even now, the business is doing well. We see good growth coming in the next half year also. That is why we thought we should revise it to 30 to 35% at least. Yeah.
Your NIM has expanded, net interest margin has expanded about 50 basis points on a sequential basis, 12.66%. That's where it's at right now. Do you expect this to be maintained at this level going ahead, or are you expecting that maybe things will normalize? Because this quarter was also helped by some 300 crores worth of recoveries that you saw.
Yeah, I think that is one-off only. Probably the NIM should be maybe 11 point something, should be about 10.5 should be the NIM. So okay. That is what we should be getting it going forward. The bump which you saw this time was because of some of the old loans, the old NPA loans, which people had taken back or got renewed, etc., the interest on that has come in. And the new NPAs which have come in their place are with much lesser interest. So that is why we see a big bump there. Normally, it should be about 50 basis points less than what we have this month.
Understood. Quick word on the borrowing cost side as well, because obviously you're seeing a lower interest rate cycle out there in the economy. MCLR cuts are still playing out in the system, even though the benchmark may have come down. What, to your mind, do you think that maybe the costs are going to also rationalize going ahead for this year?
Probably in the next 1 or 2 quarters, we should see about a 30 basis points dip in the borrowing costs. Our borrowing mainly comes from banks, and banks, it is linked to the 1-year MCLR. 1-year MCLR is just gradually coming down. So probably another 20-30 basis points, bips, can come down in the next 2-3 quarters. But after that, I think it should bottom out.
Okay, I've got 2 more questions, sir. The first question is with respect to your microfinance operations. There we've seen loan growth come down. We've seen that loss still there. However, the system seems to believe that things have peaked on the microfinance front. What is your outlook looking like?
Yeah, on the microfinance sector, I think all microfinance companies are on a rationalization mode. And of course, Muthoot is also, Wellstar is also doing the same thing. We are on a rationalization mode. And this year, this quarter, we see only about a 1% or 2%, almost flat. The growth is flat. So we are consolidating the portfolio. So I think in the next 2 quarters also, the consolidation should be happening. Thereafter, after 2 quarters, we should see gradual pickup in the microfinance sector, gradual pickup. For the next 2 quarters, it will be flat.
Well, that was the management of Muthoot Group as well, and a stock that's done very well in a quarter where you saw the gold prices also actually inch up quite a bit. But let's quickly look at how the markets are doing, because we have seen, while the Bihar elections has been one of the key talking points, the Nifty has largely remained subdued throughout the day, and we are almost recovering slightly from the day's low. In terms of the advanced decline ratio also, that'll give you some perspective as well. Before we move on, look at some individual stocks, because it's a day of individual stock movers and not so much of the index. You've seen the declines take a steady growth from the day's low, and now comfortably over 1,400 stocks that's declining in the trade. The BSE 500 also, the other one, very quickly if you can pull up, because individual names on the back of earnings and news flow are reacting today. Muthoot Finance, we spoke about, is buzzing in trade today. Something like a Jubilant Foodworks, post the change in management, has done very well for its investors in this quarter. Almost a 9% like-for-like growth is what they've reported. Stocks up 7.5%. Something like a Bharat Dynamics also reacting to earnings, as well as Ather Industries on the positive sides. While Sonata Software, the management also held a conference call this morning. There is uncertainty today in the IT space, and that's visible in this particular stock. Let's quickly pull up something like a PG Electroplast as well, where you did see that management has not cut guidance, and that's been taken well by the street. And they've also reported no losses in this quarter, which was expected given the results that we've seen of something like an EPAC, something like an Amber. Spandana Spurti and LG Electronics are the other couple of ones which are buzzing in trade today as well. LG, of course, reported results. Spandana almost up 8.6%, and we're seeing a spurt just over the last half an hour or so. And LG reported a weak set of numbers, largely led by the AC division of the company as well. But before we look at and move to the queries, let's take a quick check on and look essentially. Let's get in Sharad actually to get us some perspective on the derivative space. Sharad.
Puneet, a lot of, you could say, volatility in the market, and of course, we are seeing Bihar elections results expected to come out with a slight bump up, expecting the NDA majority to come in. It's even Stevens in the market right now, so we will be having a volatility across the segment today. And overall, if you look at the contracts also playing out, there is, you could say, positions are trading light, and today is Friday itself, and global cues have also turned negative, so it's advisable to have lower positions in the market right now until we get clarity on Monday or Tuesday. interestingly, let's look at the contracts where the action is happening, and it's even Stevens. It's distributed equally between calls and puts when it comes to the overall market setup for Sensex, and even the same thing goes for BankX also. Over here, volatility we are seeing. If you could just pull out the important constituents for the BankX and see how the numbers have been falling apart. IDFC first on the green, but not much happening, and of course the chart weakness was there for the last two trading session today and tomorrow. Yesterday's session when after 2 o'clock when we saw a correction taking place. Also, we can see the congestion here equally distributed, but slight towards the call side. The build up is happening, especially SBI is pulling this up, and we can see the active call and put options for this segment. But let's see whether the key longs developing, and the first one long developing, there is no guessings, that is Muthoot Finance. Have strong fresh longs coming from there, and Jubilant Foodworks on earnings as well. Let's pull up the short covering stocks. These two make it to the list: Bharat Dynamics and Vodafone Idea. Interestingly, it's near that 11 mark. That's the FPO mark which I'm talking about. That's pretty interesting. Also, after short covering, let's look at the long unwinding. Very few names: Petronet, LNG, Prestige make it to the list, and at last the short build up. Let's pull up those two important stocks, which is very important for a trader to track. Astral and Emphasis, that's where the moves is happening, and Astral, the selling is deepening as well. So these are the important stocks in the FNO market. They are buzzing in space.
Okay. All right, Sharad, thank you so much for bringing us those details with the derivative space. But let's take a quick look as to how the markets are doing at this moment. And you have the Nifty 50 down by about 0.4%, and that dip has come in. Not at its day's low point, slight recovery from there, but still trading around 0.4% lower. You have your Bank Nifty also, which is down by about 0.2%. The broader markets also are, the mid cap 150 is down by about 0.1%. The small cap 250 is largely flat as we speak. Let's try to pull up the Nifty 50 heat map and see as to how, the chart is looking like right now. You have your Asian Paints seeing gains of about 1% today as well. Adani Enterprises also up 1%. Trent is seeing gains of about 1%. You have DRL plus Axis Bank that are gaining about 0.7%, and Geo Finance also up 1.2%. But IT names under pressure, of course, on the back of the global markets being under pressure. You have Infosys down by about 2.5%. Tata Steel, Eicher Motors, ONGC, JSW Steel, HDFC Life, as well as Wipro and Tech Mahindra, as well as Tata Motors, all down by about 1% each. So 3/4 of that map is in the red. So that's with regards to where the Nifty heat map is concerned. Let's try to pull up the sectoral heat map as well to see as to how sectors are doing right now. Can we get that chart? There you go. India Defence today is in the green, seeing some gains of about 0.7%, and PSU banks also in the green, up by about 0.5%. But Nifty IT, of course, we've seen a rally of around 5% on Nifty IT throughout the week. So today seeing some profit booking. If you try to pull up the constituents of the Nifty IT and see as to what are the counters that are actually seeing pressure. Infosys, of course, leading that pack down 2.5%. You have Coforge down 1.7%. Something like an Emphasis also down by about 1.6%. So that's Puneet with regards to where the markets are concerned.
Well, largely, and I just discussed about some of the consumer names as well, and we'll get to all of those and a lot more. But the flashes on the bottom of the screen right now going on for Hero MotoCorp. It's been a good quarter for the company. I think in terms of numbers, it didn't get that much of a reaction because probably a lot of participants waited for the con call, which was at 10:30, and we are getting you some key flashes there that the Vahan market share of the company has expanded by 3.7% to almost 31%. For Hero as well as someone like a Bajaj Auto, that was a concern that the domestic market share had seen consistent fall over the last few quarters. Bulk of the sales are now coming in from the scooter segment as well, and here is where someone like a Hero MotoCorp actually differentiates from Bajaj Auto, that while both of them were absent from this segment, including someone like an Eicher, Hero has taken it on itself to go ahead, launch an electric vehicle scooter, but also in the petrol and diesel segment as well. And here, that has a strategy that has worked for the company. They've also maintained 14 to 16% margin guidance. There's no change in that as of now, but even able to maintain these margins is a key positive for all shareholders of Hero MotoCorp, and we'll continue to get all of those flashes and a lot more, because the two-wheeler growth is what they're expecting in terms of the industry is expected to be roughly around 8 to 10%. But that's largely on Hero MotoCorp, and we'll come back and get you a lot more on that. But one of the key stocks that listed on the exchanges today is Pine Labs. It has a decent listing today, and to talk to the management, let me go across to my colleague Vishwanath, who has the management with him, to get a lot more perspective of the company post-listing. Vishy, over to you.
Listing that you're seeing, you're becoming a little rare to see a nice listing pop out there.
Thank you very much. Thank you for getting me on your show. Look, it's a special day for us. We do a lot of work in the fintech space, and we are very focused on what we are doing in infrastructure building. This is all extremely new for us.
I just wanted to ask you about the fact that now that you're listed, right? Like now you're going to enter this entire space of going out, describing the results to the public. You're going to be talking to analysts on a quarterly basis. How are you looking forward to all of this?
So, one of the things what I did was I did send out a statement in terms of how we are going to be operating and how we are going to move forward. The reality of it is we will continue to invest heavily in terms of products, platforms and infrastructure building both in India and globally. Having said that, I think we are very clear that there is a need that as you go out into public markets, financials becomes extremely important. And you would have seen over the last 3 years, we've been able to show a consistent revenue increase, revenue growth of almost about 20%. And we've been able to increase our EBITDA from low single digits to getting close to about 20% as we speak now.
Since I know you've got a very short time span available with us right now, but a quick 2 questions. The first one is, I read a question that somebody asked out there. Can Pine Labs be a growth lever company, or is it an essential financial utilities company? How would you describe it?
Clearly, we see ourselves in a sector where tomorrow will be better than today and today will be better than yesterday. What I mean by that is digital payment transactions will only continue to grow, not just international, not just in India, but also in all the various global markets. And hence we are in a sector where growth is almost quote unquote guaranteed. So we obviously want to capture the growth and at the same time drive operational efficiencies in our business.
Lastly, Amrish, when we were talking right before the IPO, you had said that your father-in-law pointed out that the bhav must change. That's the point that he had said. I'm guessing that he's being proven right now, looking at the way the stock is trading. But is this something that you lose sleep over at all? The value of the company on the exchanges?
See, look, going forward from here, our responsibility is to be completely focused on, delivering to our financials and our financials goal. Now, at the time of the IPO, what we wanted to do, we were very clear. Pine Labs has a lot of goodwill in the market, in the startup space. There are a lot of startups, who have a very similar mindset like ours, which is go out in a way where that the entire community can back you. So we did want to get a lot of support as we were going out. Now where we are here and as we get publicly traded, I think our responsibility is to continuously focus on the financials, build great products and drive value for the company.
Well, that's the management of Pine Labs, and it's a stock that's actually seen built up and buying as well, because it's opened at a premium of 10%. We've seen it now inch almost up 22%, something that we saw in something like Grow as well. But viewers, time for a very short break. We will start answering stock queries on the other side. Stay tuned.
The NDTV Profit has come a long ways.
You are the new schools and colleges which people are getting access to education from.
ने बढ़िया आपका काम किया, आपके तो नाम में प्रॉफिट लगा हुआ भाई.
In the world of money and markets, the real currency is clarity.
So you guys democratize information, and I think first you seeded the market, now the market is seeding you back out there.
Decisive, discerning, distinct. NDTV Profit isn't just business news.
We are like visiting faculty occasionally who come and get a chance to share what we can, but I think it's a great service.
It's the new language of markets, and the voices that move markets know it. Understand markets, decode money through the masters who shape them.
I think you're trying to get knowledge to smaller citizen towns, making it simple for retail investors. I think what you're doing is also contributing to the Indian capital markets and Indian economy.
When leaders speak of markets, they speak to NDTV Profit.
We unveil NDTV Golf Pro-Am, India's #1 golf Pro-Am, the course of champions, the conversation of leaders.
What a stellar lineup we have here on the stage of the NDTV World Summit to announce the launch of the NDTV Pro-Am. Arguably India's greatest cricketer, one of India's most distinguished bureaucrats, a top international golfer and also a top Indian pro at the moment. The one administrator who is doing more.
Watching Ask Profit here at NDTV Profit. Of course, the first leg of this show was a lot of management conversations that we brought to you, and I hope that added value to your knowledge as well. But now we'll kickstart with your queries, and to answer those queries, we're joined by Sameer Dalal of Natwarlal Sons Stockbrokers. Joining us now, and with him is Rajesh Palavia, who's the Senior VP Technical and Derivatives Research at Axis Securities, joining us now. Welcome to both of you, and a very good morning to the both of you. I'll take up the first question, which is on LG Electronics. This is from Sivakumar, who's writing us from Bengaluru. He's bought around 26 odd shares at 1140 a piece and wants an outlook from 2 to 3 years. Sameer, I'll come to you on this one. It posted with its Q2 numbers, and of course it's a muted quarter for them. In fact, margins have slid quite significantly, but there was a one-off as well. But overall, from a long-term perspective, do you think this is a good counter to continue to hold? Because valuations were also, in line with where the peers were.
Yeah, absolutely. So, the results were a little disappointing, but if you have a 3-year view, I think the opportunity continues to remain very strong. We've had a bad year if you look at it from the AC segment across the board, because you had an early monsoon, then the monsoons went on much longer, and now winter has kind of set in. So, this year the demand for the AC segment has taken a bit of a hit, because of which you're seeing across the board companies that are in that space, including LG, taking kind of slowdown in growth. But I think all of this will normalize going forward. They are a strong brand. Their sales will increase. We think the consumer discretionary spend over the next couple of years is constantly going to keep increasing because of all the tax benefits, GST benefits, all that has been given by the government. So continue to hold on to it. Yes, valuations a little bit on the higher side than what we'd like. But that doesn't mean that from a 3-year perspective, you won't make money. You will. If it comes closer to about 1300, I would recommend one to add on to it.
And that's Sameer's view on something like an LG Electronics, a key listing, disappointing sort of Q1 numbers. But viewers, both numbers, WhatsApp as well as the number that you can call us on, flashing on the bottom of your screen. So do send us your queries as well. The first call that we're getting is actually from Hyderabad. Dhiraj is dialing in for a stock query. Dhiraj, very good morning to you and welcome to Ask Profit. What's your query?
Sir, my query is regarding Prestige Estates, sir.
Okay.
I am holding 100 shares at 1738, sir. So I purchased this because the stock performed very well in the recent results it posted. And there is a brokerage upgrade to buy, the target is around 2,100.
That's right.
So can I hold it for the next 2 to 3 months, sir? And what sort of targets could I expect? And what should be the stop loss, sir?
Got it, Dheeraj. Rajesh, let me come to you, and very good morning and welcome to Ask Profit. Prestige Estates, any view that you have, Rajesh, and what are some of the key stop losses and the levels to watch out for on the upside?
So if I describe on the technical front, yes, you may remain invested in this counter as stock is poised to giving a breakout of long consolidation. On a weekly chart, the immediate hurdle is placed at around 1740, 1750 zone. So any breakout above 1750 may attract more buying action, and then possibly really can extend towards 1850, even 1900 zone also. We do have coverage on this stock on a fundamental side also, and our target post this earning is around 2000 for the long-term perspective also. So yes, you can hold on. And now if you want to follow some stop loss for short-term bet, so your stop loss should be placed at around 1670.
Okay, all right. So that's the view with regards to where Prestige Estates is concerned. The next one is on Fusion Finance. Astha from Delhi is asking this question. She's got 500 odd shares at the levels of 193. Wants to know a short-term view on this particular counter. Rajesh, what's the view like on the charts?
So structure is weak. Stock is making a series of low top, lower bottom formation, though there was some recovery from the lower level. But still, if I analyze on the near term, short term structure, stock is trading below to all its near term, short term moving averages. So try to exit if you get opportunity in the pullback towards 188 or 195 zone. Until the stock not able to cross the level of 215, trend is likely to exhibit on the bearish side only. Though you have already bought the stock, so now 168 needs to watch closely and follow that stop loss also.
All right, so that's with regards to where Fusion Finance is concerned. We've got our next caller. Snigdha is calling us from Hyderabad. Snigdha, hi, a very good morning to you. How can we help you today?
Hi, good morning everyone. So my query is regarding transfer rating.
Okay.
So I have 350 shares at 658 rupees. So as it posted good results, should I keep on holding, or should I exit and move into any other ones? So I would like to hold it for next 2 months.
Next 2 months.
I also want to know what would be the stop loss.
Okay, all right, Snigdha, got your question. Then I'll take this up with Rajesh, since this is just for 2 months. Rajesh, she's sitting on a loss of around 2,800 rupees. Wants to know if she can continue to hold for the next 2 months or shift to some other counter. What's the view like?
So still stock is in weak zone only. Stock tried to show some pullback action, but again witnessing the supply pressure at around 680 690 zone, which is the steep resistance for the stock for the any kind of pullback on the near term. So until the stock not crosses above 690, stock may remain in the weaker zone only. Looking at the stop loss now, 625 needs to keep as a stop loss. If at all stock crosses above 690, then pullback can extend towards 700 to 750 zone. That's the little 2 to 3 month kind of view. But 690 needs to cross. Then only we may expect these kind of up move. Again, try to exit if it reaches to around 720 750 range.
That's Rajesh's view on something that translates. It's been a stock that we've gotten a query almost on a daily basis this week since there was a 10% correction, but definitely that's Rajesh, that's the technical view on that one. We have another query coming in on WhatsApp. This is on Equitas Small Finance Bank. G. Shrikant from Tamil Nadu is asking this question. He's bought it at 94.6, 13,500 shares. Stocks currently trading at over 58 to 59 rupees. So he is on a considerable loss as of now. Asking if he should average down or sell it right now. Samir, let me come to you very quickly on this one. Any quick view that you have on Equitas Small Finance Bank?
Yeah, so the microfinance industry had been going through a very tough patch, and obviously because of that, the profitability of the company got affected, given that's a large share of its overall business. But I think, a lot of the pain that is there in the system is now out. I think what you will see is a rebound happening in the earnings, even for an Equitas Small Finance. It's trading at about 1.2 times book, if I'm not mistaken. But look, for me, if I'm looking at investing in a bank, why would I do it in an Equitas or any, a smaller size bank where capital can become an issue? There are some banks that have raised decent amount of capital, or the larger size banks that are trading at a discount. So for me, not that Equitas is a sell, but I, as a person, would probably sell out and buy either IndusInd Bank or IDFC First Bank, where I'm way more positive. But Equitas by itself also has gone through all the pain, and I don't think there's more downside. It could go up. The question just remains is he wanting to stay in a bank which is working on the microfinance space, which is a problem point, versus something which does across the board business.
Okay, all right. So that's with regards to Equitas Small Finance Bank. But a quick answer, Samir, because he's sitting on a loss of around over 4 lakh rupees. What should he do? Like because the losses right now that he's sitting at is very high.
For me, like I said, I would book the loss and put it into a bank where I think I have more upside capabilities.
So complete losses, not partial ones. Complete loss, right? Not partial loss.
Yeah, complete. Just book it and find something else.
All right. Okay. So that's the view with regards to where Equitas Small Finance Bank is concerned. We've got our next caller. Swapna is calling us from Nellore. Swapna, hi. A very good morning to you. How can we help you today?
Hi. Very good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
I hold 1,000 shares of Vishal Mega Mart at 146. My view is completely short term. Should I book my losses or should I hold for some time till it reach my level?
Okay, all right. Got your question, Swapna. I'll take this up with Rajesh. Then Rajesh, she's sitting on loss of around 8,000 rupees. What should she do with regards to Vishal Mega Mart?
So since last couple of months, we are witnessing some profit taking in Vishal Mega Mart from the higher level. Though we have seen a very strong rally from the March to August, and now stock is in corrective mode. Looking at the short to medium term structure, stock is almost trading near to its important support area, which is placed at around 130, 132 zone. This is very important and crucial for the counter. If it continues to hold above 132, 130 zone, so I think some pullback action cannot be ruled out. But again, in pullback, stock needs to cross 145 zone. If it all stock crosses 145, then I think we may see gradually stock will regain strength, and then we could see again stock to move back to again all-time high trajectory also. But it may take a little time. So maybe if you have horizon for next 2 to 3 month kind of time frame, then you can hold on. 130 needs to keep as a stop loss. 145 you watch closely. If it crosses, then possible next target would be around 160, 165 on a positional perspective.
Got the view, Rajesh, but we have another caller now dialing in from Dehradun. Ashok has a stock query. Ashok, very good morning to you and welcome to Ask Profit. What's your query?
My query is about Sai Life Sciences. I bought 300 share at the rate of 870.
Okay.
It went up to 904 something, and now it come back to 860.
And is it a long-term view that you want on the stock?
Yeah, I want to know, should I hold it for a period of 1 year or what? What should I do?
Got it, Ashok. Samir, do you think that Sai Life Sciences could come back to the buying price of Ashok's about 870 and has a positive momentum going forward as well?
Sorry, no coverage on this one. So can you request the technical Rajesh to take it?
Rajesh, anything on the charts that suggests an up move back to that price of 870?
So overall structure looks on a positive side, though some profit taking is happening at higher level, but still if I analyze on the medium term to long term perspective, still stock is holding the support. So I think till stock is trading above 820 zone, I think trend is likely to exhibit on the bullish side for medium term to long term perspective. So 820 should be stop loss from my side. On the higher side, if stocks manages to surpass again 900 mark on a weekly closing basis, then I think yes, there is a possibility that we could see another new all-time high trajectory. Also 980,000 would be the next target, but follow the stop loss of 820 if at 2830 zone, which is important.
Got the view, Rajesh. We have the next query now coming in on something like an Afcons. Now Satyan from Palakkad has actually been holding the stock since its IPO. He's bought it at 426. The company came out with his results as well. Not too much to talk about there, but he's sitting at a loss and he's asking he can hold it for the next 2 years. Asking if he should average down right now. Samir, would you recommend that trade?
So I would recommend him to average right now. The results were disappointing, and the company reduced its guidance in its con call this time around. on the top line and the profitability. They are very hopeful of getting a few orders which they won where they won, and that needs to come through. And once that comes through, I'm sure that for FY27, probably we could see the top line and profitability grow. But till we get some more clarity and till we think that growth is going to come back, because, in the infrastructure space, everyone across the board has been winning orders quite comfortably. Their profitability is increasing. Look at L&T. But for some reason, Afcon obviously has not been able to deliver on that. So I would not recommend an average. I think continue to hold on. It's a good company. Wait for some more clarity. Wait for 1 or 2 quarters more to see how the numbers are panning out and where they're giving the guidance for FY27. Based on that, probably 6 months down, you can take a call, but hold on to what you're holding.
Okay, all right. So that's with regards where Afcon's infra is concerned. We've got our next caller. Arvind is calling us from Uttar Pradesh. Arvind, a very good morning to you. कैसे मदद करें आपकी?
गुड मॉर्निंग मैम मेरे पास एनटीपीसी है 351 पे। मैं एक्चुअली मेरे पास 80 शेयर्स है, मैं इसको और ऐड करना चाह रहा हूँ, पर टेक्निकल बेसिस पे तो ये खराब दिख रहा है, कुछ इसके मतलब ऐसा नहीं दिख रहा है। पर इसको गोल्डमैन ने भी ऐड किया है और भी ब्रोकरेज ने इसको अगले साल के लिए अच्छा, मतलब उनको लग रहा है अच्छा मूवमेंट आ सकता है।
ठीक है,
तो ऐसा क्या मतलब कंपनी में ऐसा क्या देखते हैं इसको अगर फंडामेंटली बेसिस पे लिया जाए?
ठीक है, ओके, समझ गई आपके क्वेश्चन को। मैं ये समीर से पूछूंगी। समीर, व्हाट्स द व्यू लाइक ऑन एनटीपीसी? डू यू थिंक it's a hold or buy right now?
Oh, it's definitely a hold at this point of time. You could also look at it as, I wouldn't look at it as a buy from the very near term, for the simple reason we don't think that you're going to get superlative returns in this, but you can definitely hold on. You can get your 13 to 15% CAGR returns from here over the next couple of years comfortably. We think there are better opportunities in this market correction which one should look at. So hold on to your NTPC, no doubt, but don't add on anymore.
ठीक है, ओके, सो दैट्स with regards to where NTPC is concerned. The next one is on PI Industries, and this is, do we have the name of this person? Okay, we don't have the name of this person, but he's asking that he's bought PI Industries at the levels of 2902, wants to know if he can add more at the current levels considering that it's getting corrected. Rajesh, is that something that you would suggest, seeing the charts?
So overall, if I look at this structure, stock is in the downtrend, and now stock is consolidating after the corrective move. Looking at the near-term, short-term structure, 3450, 3460 is the key support area for the counter. If it breaks below 3450, then we may see further more, down move to extend, and then stock can slide further towards 3300, 3250 also. So stock have attempted to surpass its immediate resistance area, but failed in the recent past also. So immediate hurdle or major hurdle for the counter is 3750, 3780 zone. If at all stock crosses those levels, then we may see some reversal sign on the weekly chart, and then gradually stock can show some up move towards 4000 mark also. But at this juncture, 3450 needs to keep as a stop loss if you are holding the position.
Got the view, Rajesh, and some key updates coming in on the bottom of the screen right now that Tejasvi Yadav is currently trailing in his own geography of Raghupur. BJP's Satish Kumar is in the lead, and we'll continue to getting into those updates. For NDA, the number has crossed over 190 at 192 right now. So we will be continuing to monitor that aspect as well, irrespective of that having an impact on the markets right now. No, and we'll see if it does in the second half of the trading session. But we have another caller coming in right now from Hyderabad. Praneeth is dialing in for a stock query. Praneeth, very good morning to you. What's your query?
Good morning. I need to know about the long-term view of Cohance Life Sciences. So do I need to average it at this time or sell it off?
And Praneeth, are you
I'm
okay?
sitting on losses.
And Praneeth, are you okay with holding it onto for a while and adding more if possible?
Yeah, I'm okay for 1.5 to 2 years.
1.5 to 2 years. Okay.
Yeah, may I know the where to shift my money if I need to sell this?
Okay, got it. Sameer, very interesting query on Cohance Life. Of Praneeth, there has been a change in management post that we saw the stock reacting down almost 8% and continuing its downward momentum. Do you have a view on Cohance Life, if not on the sector, and if anything else that Praneeth can buy right now?
Yeah, so we do also cover Cohance, and look, we are also kind of surprised to see what we are seeing with the numbers in the current quarter. I think there was a couple one-offs which hopefully will get done, and now we'll see the profitability return. Yes, there's been an issue. The MD, I mean, the MD and CEO quit, and now the management has said that they're going to have a particular 3 people of 3 different divisions reporting into the board directly and things like that. So, we need to see how things eventually pan out. We did have a positive view on the company. We were invested ourselves, but we are reviewing that as we speak. But definitely, I think, given the kind of API, given the drugs that they're making and all of those things, I think the opportunity still remains very strong. And as long as they can get their business in order, which I think will happen, it is eventually private equity backed and professionally managed. So we think things will return to normalcy and profit will come back. So one should probably wait a little again for clarity, hold on to your stock. Once we see the clarity emerge over the next 2 quarters, one can average on some, because yes, even we are sitting on some amount of losses, but we are not going to be buying at this point, and that would be my same advice to your viewer.
Okay. All right. So that's with regards to where Cohance Life Sciences is concerned. We've got our next caller. Veer is calling us from Mumbai. Veer, hi. A very good morning to you. I believe you have a question on MediAssist.
Yeah, I want to know a long-term view on MediAssist. I'm holding 50 shares at 450.
Okay. Got your question, Veer. I'll take this up with Samir. Then Samir, any view on MediAssist?
Oh, sorry.
Sure. No worries. Rajesh, from a slightly longer-term perspective, charts are looking constructive for MediAssist?
No, charts are weak, and stock is almost now heading towards its all-time low trajectory, which is placed at around 420. So looking at the near-term, short-term, as well as the medium-term structure is still weak. Until the stock not able to regain above 520, 525 zone, trend is likely to exhibit on the weaker side. I think 420 is the next level where, which was the previous swing low or all-time low trajectory, where again, if it stock's able to defend this level, some pullback would be there. But again, my advice would be try to exit if you get any pullback in this counter, as trend is still weak.
Got the view, Rajesh. Another caller coming in from Pune this time. Ajita has a stock query for us. Ajita, very good morning and welcome to Ask Profit. What's your query?
Yeah, my query is, as you said, I'm Ajita Nair. I'm from Pune. I had bought 50 shares of Sterling Winsel Renewables on Mr. Samir's recommendations. Right now, I'm sitting on a huge loss. I can hold it for a year or so. I would want his view as to whether should I book out my loss or should I average, or I should just stay put.
Got it. Samir, any quick view that you have on Sterling and Wilson Solar?
Yeah, I'm very positive on Sterling and Wilson Solar. I would advise the client to probably not double but triple up, buy another 100, 150 odd shares. The price is extremely attractive. The order flows over the next 1 year are going to start coming. Execution of his current order book is also going to keep increasing. The EPC part of the business of solar is going to keep growing. We have a very positive long-term view. I continue to recommend buying this stock.
That's Samir's view on Sterling and Wilson. But viewers, it's that time of the show where we take the rapid fire round. It's extended to 3 minutes, so keep sending in your queries today. Samir as well as Rajesh, we hope you can keep your answers as short as possible on buy, hold or sell. The first stock the first question that's coming in is from Natraj. He's asking if he can buy into something like a Samman Capital or MCX for the short term. Rajesh?
I think both stock he can buy. Both stocks are looking bullish.
Okay, Hal is the next one. Jeet from Kolkata wants a 2-year perspective. He's got 36 shares bought at the levels of 4838. Samir, your view?
For 2 years, I say book out. If it's longer term, stay put.
Balrampur Chini is the other one. Seva from Bhubaneswar has been holding it for a year and is currently at a loss. He's bought at 520. Samir?
Continue to hold.
Okay, Home First Finance is the next one. Nayan wants a short-term view. He's bought at the levels of 1250. What's the view like, Rajesh, on the charts?
Keep a stop loss of 1155. Hold any breakout over 1200 can take a stock higher to 1250, 1260.
Neogen Chemicals bought at 1280 rupees per share by Archer from Bengaluru, asking a 2-year view. Samir?
No coverage, sorry.
Okay, sugar stocks is the next one. Natarajan wants to know if any of these counters are good to make an entry. Sri Renuka, Dwarikesh, your view, Samir?
For me, Ugar Sugar is the one to buy.
The next one's HDB Financial, a buy, sell or hold, Samir?
Hold.
Okay, IDFC First is the next one. Reddy from Hyderabad wants to know if you can hold or add. Rajesh on the charts?
I think hold, and you can add in decline also. Keep a stop loss of 74, target 95.
Jamna Auto, the auto ancillary company, our viewer has bought it at 97, so he's currently at a profit, asking if he can accumulate more. Rajesh?
Yeah, accumulate more, keep a stop loss of 98, upside target could be around 125, 130.
Okay, Lemon Tree is the next one. Savio is a long-term investor. From a 2-year perspective, can he continue to hold or even add more at the current level? Samir, your view?
Only a hold.
Akum's Pharma is the other one. It's a recent listing and asking, our viewer has bought it at 530. Samir, should he continue to hold?
Again, no coverage, sorry.
Okay, SJS Enterprises is the next one. Soumya from Bengaluru wants to know if this is a good time to buy. Rajesh, your view on the charts?
SGS, yes, can hold the position, and I think in decline also one can add. Keep a stop loss of 1650. On the high side, maybe 1950, 2000 would be the next target.
The other one's Polycab. Our viewer has bought it at 7225. Ramana is asking if we should hold on or buy more. Rajesh?
Hold on the position. Stock is very strong. Even in decline, you can add. 7400 needs to be stop loss. Target could be higher, beyond 8000 also we can see the targets.
Okay, Apollo Tyres is the next one. Suresh wants to know if he can continue to hold from a longer term perspective. He's got 100 shares at the levels of 467. Samir?
Yeah, continue to hold.
Okay, so continue to hold. Apollo Tyres is the view that Samir has. But with that, we're completely out of time on this edition of Ask Profit. Samir and Rajesh, thank you so much for taking out the time and answering the maximum queries as possible in that last half an hour. So thank you so much for that. But with that, like I said, completely out of time in this edition of Ask Profit. But know your company on the other side, and we're taking up a very interesting company. So do stay tuned.
The NDTV Profit has come a long ways.
You are the new schools and colleges which people are getting access to education from.
ने बढ़िया आपका काम किया, आपके तो नाम में प्रॉफिट लगा हुआ भाई.
In the world of money and markets, the real currency is clarity.
So you guys democratize information, and I think first you seeded the market, now the market is seeding you back out there.
Decisive, discerning, distinct. NDTV Profit isn't just business news.
We are like visiting faculty occasionally who come and get a chance to share what we can, but I think it's a great service.
It's the new language of markets, and the voices that move markets know it. Understand markets, decode money through the masters who shape them.
I think we are trying to get knowledge to smaller cities and towns, making it simple for retail investors. I think what you are doing is also contributing to the Indian capital markets and Indian economy.
When leaders speak of markets, they speak to NDTV Profit.
unveil NDTV Golf Pro-Am, India's #1 Golf Pro-Am, the course of champions, the conversation of leaders.
What a stellar lineup we have here on the stage of the NDTV World Summit to announce the launch of the NDTV Pro-Am. Arguably India's greatest cricketer, one of India's most distinguished bureaucrats, a top international golfer and also a top Indian pro at the moment. One administrator who is doing more to lift the profile of Indian golf than anyone has in the recent years.
All the top champions, the Tiger Woods, will all come from India in future.
It's great to be here. Golf is growing across the globe and here in India as well.
Whereas now the opportunities are increasing a lot.
Thank you.
Hello and welcome to KYC. I am Sharad Dubey and with me is Mahima Vajrajani, and the company today at KYC is none other than LG Electronics. A very big issue, IPO recently listed, and of course the earnings. That's also something which we'll be looking out for. But in our entire show, Mahima, we'll be looking at why we're actually calling this company right now. And first question of course is, what led to a muted quarter? Is it a sectoral specific theme or is it just company specific? We'll be going after that. What's the top line growth? Will it sustain to continue, going ahead in a sustainable manner? Margins, will they be sustainable between 12 to 13% or will we see some pressures going ahead? Also promoter stake, that's expected to come down from 85%, and as per SEBI rules, it has to come. And market share gains, a lot of competition the domestic players are having. But just give us the details about, in our segment, about the company, what the company is all about.
Right, so I think everybody is familiar with the brand of LG Electronics, right? It was established in 1997 in India and focuses on various consumer electronics and B2B business as well. With regards to the business-to-business segment, the two business segments that it has is home appliances and air solutions, which is the first one that has your air conditioners, refrigerators, microwaves, ovens and washing machines. It also has something like a dishwasher, compressors, HVAC, water purifiers as well as air purifiers. And the other segment that is home entertainment, that includes your televisions, audiovisuals, monitors as well as personal computers. This is the overall view of the two segments that it operates in. With regards to where manufacturing unit is concerned, the manufacturing unit at Greater Noida and Ranjangaon, Pune is there and has the capacity to manufacture LED TVs, air conditioners, commercial air conditioning system as well as washing machine, refrigerators and monitors. So it has a good setup in India with regards to where their products are concerned and manufacturing unit is concerned.
Well, that's true. A lot of products are there. But we also have a lot of criteria. In our KYC segment, there are almost 8 parameters where we judge a company. And I'll just quickly go through that. That includes income statement, balance sheet, cash flow, return ratio. These are the numbers. Also shareholding, street cred, which is nothing but your stock reaction coming in. Of course, it's just 1 month, you could say. So the time is less. Valuations and the street coverage, especially from the analyst community. So these are the important rating parameters. But first parameter is income statement. What are you looking at?
So, Sharad, it's been a strong growth for LG Electronics when it comes to the top line as well as bottom line. If you take a look at the past 3 years from past 4 years from FY22 to FY25, the overall 3-year CAGR for the top line has been at that 13% mark. Even in terms of EBITDA, it's grown over that 22% mark from FY22 to FY25. So essentially, from a 16,800 crore of top line, they've gone to 24,300 crore of top line in the past 4 years. Even with regards to where the net profit stands, that has also grown at a CAGR of 22% from a 1,200 crore, around 1,200 crore in FY22 to that 2,200 crore in FY25, and that CAGR has been at 22%. Margins have also been steadily improving. Of course, this quarter they had one-offs which has led to a margin downtick, but overall if you take a look at the margin trajectory, that has increased from 10.2% to 12.8% in FY25. If you take a look at the Q2 numbers, revenue was hardly up 1%, EBITDA was down around 28%. Margins came in at around 9% versus that of 12.4%, and net profit was also down by about 27%. But this quarter was largely impacted by the GST rate rationalization, where they had a lot of channel inventory in place, and the consumers were waiting till 22nd of September to buy a lot of consumer electronics once they get cheaper, in terms of, especially in terms of ACs and TVs and dishwashers. So that has impacted the quarter, and seasonally also this quarter is slightly weak. Quarter 3 is going to be a festive season where we'll see a pickup as to where volumes are concerned. In terms of segmental performance also, home appliances and air solution, growth was flat. GST rate change temporarily, of course, influenced the purchase timing, and market share, however, has seen a growth and now stands at around 43.2% mark. In terms of home entertainment, the segment grew around 3%, and the OLED market share also inched up. So that's the entire view as to how the income statement for LG Electronics is looking like. It's a thumbs up for sure.
Well, that's pretty interesting. Apart from that, even balance sheet is reflecting a lot of strength, Mahima. If you look at it, the book value, that has also jumped up. Equity numbers are stable, but the number which you'll be looking at on the higher side, that's the cash and bank balance. There is a significant uptick coming in from FY24 to FY25. The company is shoring up for their expansion, and that's what the management had also earlier stated during their IPO. So overall balance sheet is stable, and it's looking for internal accrual-led capex also, it seems, because the number is very high on the cash front. So from my side, it's a thumbs up when it comes to the balance sheet.
Right, absolutely. I think 3,700 crores of cash where FY2500. Now the IPO proceeds will also come in, and we'll have to see as to how this capex is being utilized, because their ratios have also remained very strong. We'll come to that point, but cash flows right now, overall, if you take a look at the cash flow from operation number, that has slightly come down as compared to where it was in FY23, from a 1,871 crore to a 1,654 odd crore in FY25. So slightly lower where cash flow from operations is concerned, versus that of EBITDA growth that has nearly doubled in the past 3 years. So the ratio of cash flow to EBITDA has come down from a 99% to that 53% mark, translated to a lower conversion of that cash flow to EBITDA, which is why we've given a neutral rating when cash flow is concerned. But at the same time, in FY25, they've turned net cash flow positive, which has not been the case for FY23 or 24, and that's a whooping 1,500 crores. So considering all of this, just because cash flow from operations to EBITDA, the conversion has not taken place and has been, coming down, we've taken a conservative approach here and given it a neutral rating.
That's pretty interesting. Earlier, Mahima, you had mentioned about the return ratios while we were discussing the balance sheet, and she's right. The return ratios have outperformed, their own industry numbers also. Return on net worth, that has seen a bit dip, but look at ROC. This is an important factor to actually factor in. For FY25, it's coming in at almost 43%, a slight decrease coming in, but it has upped up to its guidance from FY23. So H1 numbers also would be on the elevated levels. That's what we are expecting, and of course the company has given its numbers also. So net the return ratios have improved, and you need to see a long time frame to give these numbers and our ratings. And from my side, it's a thumbs up when it comes to the return ratios.
Right. So I think return ratios we'll also have to see as to how FY26 pans out, right? Because if they're taking up capex, there will be a slight dip in the return ratios. But anything above that 20% mark is a healthy, ratio to consider for ROC, and hence we've, given it a thumbs up when ratios are concerned. But shareholding pattern, not much of a data in terms of where shareholding pattern is concerned, because this is just as of October when the company got listed. Promoters are holding 85% as of now, the parent company of LG Electronics per se, and at 75% mark anyhow they will have to come to, and 25% is what the limit they'll have. So we'll have to see as to whether it will come from that 85% mark to just that 75% mark, which is the overall legal requirement, or will the parent company actually dilute further stake? That will be something to watch out for, because recently Whirlpool, we saw as to how the promoters of the company had sold eventually stake in Whirlpool. pull, considering that they wanted some cash out from Whirlpool India. So that is something that we'll of course keep an eye on. FI holding at that 3% mark, so nothing to compare to right now, but we'll have to see if this continues to grow for something like an LG Electronics. 4% is DII and 8% is around public. So the promoter, coming down to the legal range of that 75%, whether it will be covered by FIs or DIs is something that we'll have to watch out for. So considering, there are some questions that need to be answered as to who will buy next. We've given it a neutral right now.
Well, that's pretty interesting, and DIs have been buying post the listing also. So these numbers will be reflected in the last quarter. So that'll be pretty interesting. This number might change for the DIs front at least. But Street Cred, which is of course having the entire stock price movement, not much to share because this was just listed stock last month itself. It listed with a bang on 50% listing, but from IPO price, you could say it's up 43%, but from the listing price, stock has not done much. So right now, of course, the timing is very small. So it's better to have a neutral stance and give the company more time so that we can judge the company on their stock price movement and the street trade follows. So it's a neutral impact coming from my side.
Valuations is the next one. We've been talking about valuations a lot since the company, of course, came out with its IPO. This compared to its peers is fairly priced. There's no question there, and that's one of the reasons as to why it garnered a premium of almost 50% while listing as well, because as compared to something like an LG Electronics, we've seen new age companies come at a very heavy valuations and then see a muted listing, right? So the kind of premium it got listed at was justifying the valuations at which it was sitting at. FY27 forward PE stands at around 29 odd times. Now this as compared to something like a Blue Star at 46 times, Havells at 45 times, Voltas at 40 times, Whirlpool at 27 times, Crompton Greaves at 25 times, and overall if you take a look at the Samsung global valuations, that at 11 times. But considering the listed peers in India, it is fairly and cheaper as compared to where the peers stand, but still just taking a conservative approach here as well, because 29 times is not cheap, right? FY27 forward, and considering if they continue to grow at that CAGR of 13%, slightly might turn out to be expensive. So that's why we've taken it a neutral approach and given it a neutral rating.
Mahima, the company size is very big.
Very big.
So the expectations of massive growth should be limited for most of the viewers and even the investors who are there in the stock. But the street coverage, of course, we saw almost 10 calls coming in, 10 analysts are tracking this, and all of them have a buy rating also from the current levels as well. So we are expecting that more analyst coverage comes so that we understand more, and because of that we need to give more time frame to it. So right now it will be just a neutral aspect coming in from our side, but let's just get all the rating parameters again and revise the total KYC rating which me and Mahima are giving for this stock. Of course, let's get out the income statement. We're largely given a thumbs up for income statement. Mahima pointed out, of course, the Q2 numbers were questionable, muted set of numbers coming in. Balance sheet very strong. Cash flow neutral. Return ratios, Mahima had also mentioned there was strength. Not much happening here in shareholding, street trade valuation and even street coverage, and this is because of a very small time which we have taken frame, but overall it comes at 5.5 out of 8
without any thumbs down, right?
Exactly.
Without any thumbs down. Mahima, and we've taken a very conservative approach,
and it's after conservative it's coming at 5.5, and this is like a higher band average when we come with our KYC rating, so that would be pretty interesting. But Mahima, you had a conversation also with the management. What was that entire tone of it?
Right, so I did talk to the management of LG Electronics. I spoke to Sanjay Chitkara as well as Atul Khanna, and I started by asking Atul with regards to this quarter particularly, because this quarter is seasonally weak and of course impacted by that GST transition, and I started by asking him with regards to what were the hits and misses this quarter. Listen to what he has to say.
If you recall that FY26 began on a cooler summer impact, where consumer demand was also little subdued. There are geopolitical uncertainties, Indo-Pak war, tariff tensions, right, which impacted the industry, and the inventory level goes up. When we started the Q2, the inventory levels was the trade in the on the higher side, and then the GST rate cut announcement begins on 15th August, and which has also deferred some decision making by the consumers and the partners. And the actual implementation started from 22nd September, almost a week before of quarter end. though we have seen that upswing in the sellout in the market for the premium product category after that, and though during this quarter also there was a high inventory levels, whereas which we foresee is normalizing after that, and particularly our revenue for Q2 was almost 61.7 billion INR with a year-on-year growth of only 1.0%, whereas the margins was little contracted because of some external factors where we have absorbed the cost of through our go-to-market initiatives and consumer promotions offer to boost the partners' momentum and our trust of our consumers, which we are foreseeing that the momentum is building up, whereas our natural revenue growth almost 1% up, which also impacted some our fixed cost burden also. And we have seen some global headwinds also, which and rising commodity prices. After that, some corrective actions have been taken by slight increase of some prices in the washing machine and refrigerator. And we are foreseeing that due to this upcoming festival has just closed, and there is a upcoming wedding season, and then the winter season is coming. And most important part is our for the air conditioner business, where new BE ratings are coming in effective January 26.
Correct.
Where there would be again a price increase impact, which will be neutralized with the GST rate cut. So there is a good period for the month of November and December, where we are foreseeing that air conditioner business will boom.
Okay. So Sanjay ji, then I wanted to understand, because you did mention, right, that margins had taken a hit because of a one-off. You also have cost of raw materials slightly going up. By the end of FY26, I'm understanding that this is just a one-off in this quarter. By the end of FY26, you'll be able to maintain that 12 to 13% of margins?
See, we never pursued the short-term margin tactics. So our strategy is always for long term, because in any business, the market share drives the revenue and revenue drives the profitability. What Atulji has mentioned, I want to add, during this period, we improved our brand strength and we improved our market share. If we see, we improved our market share for refrigerator 1%, TV 1.4%, and air conditioner by 0.5%. So this way, we have already expanded that advantage. As Atulji have mentioned, we have also rationalized our promotional intensity, taken a price increase also, and we should be mindful that in Q2, almost 1.5 months was there for this GST transition. In fact, in just 1.5 months, we covered the last year turnover, registered a 1% growth, and our margin, which we registered, is 8.9%, which was 5.48 billion, and it is still industry leading. So that way, there is absolutely no business issue, no company's fundamental issue. It was just a timing shift due to GST.
Understood. And I think that should pick up in Q3 because of festive seasons going very strong this quarter. And that's the general outlook that I've got from analysts as well. But with regards to, now that you're listed, you'll be able to give us some perspective and your investors some perspective with regards to where FY26 will end. You've grown at a very strong CAGR of, the 10 to 13% mark in terms of your top line, over 20% in terms of your bottom line as well. Do you think that CAGR will be maintained this year as well?
See, if we go to our history, our CAGR growth is 13.1 from financial year 22 onwards. And we have been registering a double-digit growth, double-digit EBITDA margin.
Correct.
Being a sales leader, definitely, our efforts would be that we catches that margin level and growth level. But since half of the year has already passed, and to cover up this year have been was a very tough year, and but we are very cautiously optimistic for the future, and definitely the better time. We have already passed the toughest phase. So the toughest phase is already over, and best is yet to come. That's what I cannot give you the forward-looking number, but definitely things will normalize. Inventories are getting normalized, and you will see a better results in coming time.
Okay, so I understand that you cannot give me a forward-looking statement, but when you say that you'll be cautiously optimistic, that 13% that you mentioned that you've grown from at a CAGR of 13% since FY22, do you think a double-digit growth on the top line will be possible in FY26 as well?
See, I again repeat that. See, I handle the sale and I am a sales leader. So my always efforts are that we grow and we meet the expectation of our investors, our management. So we are doing a lot of hard work in the market. But the best thing is we are getting a positive demand signals from the market, and there is a healthy pipelines are there. So there is not a structural issue with the market. It was just a timing shift. So, I mean, this indicates the things are positive. As Atulji mentioned, next year the new star rating guideline will come, and we are preparing for that. The best thing is after GST cut, the affordability of our products have improved. We faced that 1.5 month tough month when the buying deferred. But now the things are normalized. Customer sentiments are good. Products affordability is good. So things are very bright and optimistic.
Understood.
I will add. Actually, our organization focus always remains on the long-term segment level strategies that support to sustain our margins as well. And our product portfolio is having a good combination of premium segments and with a less pricing competition, where we are offering differentiated customer experience and product innovations. As we have launched LG Essential series also in the month of October, which is giving a early traction with a very limited SKUs, but we would be coming up with more SKUs in the increasing the family size. So we can say our driving focus would be always sustainable growth with a profitable, meaningful venture. Even in the mass premium segment, and we are securing our #1 position in both premium and volume categories.
Okay, fair enough. Sanjay ji, with regards to where the market share is concerned, you've gained market share where home appliances is concerned. What has led to that growth? And going forward, right now, if I'm not wrong, the market share is around 43-44%. How early do you think you can reach that 50% mark?
If you see our side-by-side market share, it is nearly touching 44%. OLED's market share is 62%. So we will definitely try to benchmark these market share. But we should also be careful because this market is highly competitive and we respect our competition. But the one good news is in September month, market share result, our brand strength was its peak and we registered a ever time highest gap with #2 player. In TV, the gap was 6.7%, which is historically highest. And refrigerator, it was 6.2%. For side by side, it was roughly around in a range of 12 to 13%. In washing machine, 15-16%. So TV case and refrigerator case, historically highest gap we have registered. Air conditioner case, we were #1 for inverter air conditioners previous last year. But this year we have become overall #1 also and created a gap with #2 player.
One last question to you, Mr. Atul. Right now your promoter holding is at 85% mark and eventually you'll have to bring it to that 75% mark. How is the transition going to be like? Any plans in place?
So I have mentioned that we will follow the CB guideline in this. And as per CB guideline, up to 25% we can do. But for this, we have been given a period of 3 years.
For a period of 3 years. And you'll be looking to dilute that 25% completely, or you'll just bring it back to 75% and let it be at that?
The board will decide about this. I mean, I cannot disclose it right now in this meeting. We are focusing on our business growth and profit for next quarter.
That's a pretty interesting take, and thanks a lot, Mahima, for interviewing the management. And management's tone was overall bullish. Of course, there was a seasonality also. What are your, key takeaways from that?
I think the key takeaways, rather than being very bullish, I think they said that they're cautiously optimistic because first half of FY26 has already gone, which is, second quarter especially impacted by the GST rationalization, seasonal impact as well. So we'll have to see whether they actually grow at that 13% CAGR this year as well. The second one is the takeaway of Q2 being impacted by GST transition, of course. And third one is that market share gain is something that they're focusing on and will continue going forward as well. So this, of course, is a bullish commentary coming in.
So will this be a third quarter also? We'll see some kind of up move?
Yeah, so third quarter being a festive season and we'll see the Diwali sales also translate into, I think that's going to be the strongest quarter for them.
Okay, let's just revise the KYC rating. And you see income statement, balance sheet and cash flow. We have given almost 2.5 out of it and return ratios have been good. 3.5 already here. Not much here because of the timeline which we had actually discussed, most of these parameters. And overall, Mahima, it is 5.5 out of it. So strong numbers coming in, but management's commentary, as you stated, is still cautiously optimistic for FY26. So this is all we are giving you at this KYC show. Thank you very much and stay tuned to NDTV Profit.
The NDTV Profit has come a long ways.
You are the new schools and colleges which people are getting access to education from.
ने बढ़िया आपका काम किया, आपके तो नाम में प्रॉफिट लगा हुआ भाई.
In the world of money and markets, the real currency is clarity.
So you guys democratize information, and I think first you seeded the market, now the market is seeding you back out there.
Decisive, discerning, distinct. NDTV Profit isn't just business news.
We are like visiting faculty occasionally who come and get a chance to share what we can, but I think it's a great service.
It's the new language of markets, and the voices that move markets know it. Understand markets, decode money through the masters who shape them.
I think we are trying to get knowledge to smaller cities and towns, making it simple for retail investors. I think what you are doing is also contributing to the Indian capital markets and Indian economy.
When leaders speak of markets, they speak to NDTV Profit.
We unveil NDTV Golf Pro-Am, India's #1 Golf Pro-Am, the course of champions, the conversation of leaders.
What a stellar lineup we have here on the stage of the NDTV World Summit to announce the launch of the NDTV Pro-Am. Arguably India's greatest cricketer, one of India's most distinguished bureaucrats, a top international golfer and also a top Indian pro at the moment, one administrator who is doing more to lift the profile of Indian golf than anyone has in recent years.
All the top champions, the Tiger Woods, will all come from India in future.
It's great to be here. Golf is growing across the globe and here in India as well.
Whereas now the opportunities are increasing a lot.
Thank you very much for starting golf. We want to thank.
Well, that's very sweet of you. Thank you.
I think that's very, very important.
The NDTV Profit has have come a long way.
You are the new schools and colleges which people are getting access to education from.
ने बढ़िया आपका काम किया, आपके तो नाम में प्रॉफिट लगा हुआ भाई.
In the world of money and markets, the real currency is clarity.
So you guys democratize information, and I think first you seeded the market, now the market is seeding you back out there.
Decisive, discerning, distinct. NDTV Profit isn't just business news.
We are like visiting faculty occasionally who come and get a chance to share what we can, but I think it's a great service.
It's the new language of markets, and the voices that move markets know it. Understand markets, decode money through the masters who shape them.
I think we are trying to get knowledge to smaller cities and towns, making it simple for retail investors. I think what you are doing is also contributing to the Indian capital markets and Indian economy.
When leaders speak of markets, they speak to NDTV Profit.
NDTV Good Times is something that we're supremely excited about.
We just don't want to do live entertainment. We want to create experience for you.
And NDTV Good Times is one of the most marquee and iconic ideas that NDTV came up with.
मेरा जो रिश्ता है एनडीटीवी के साथ वो बहुत बहुत पुराना है.
सोनू निगम के लिए जोरदार तालियां.
Counting is underway in the crucial Bihar Assembly elections, with early trends showing that it could be a landslide victory for NDA in Bihar. RJD's Tejashwi Yadav is trailing in Raghopur, while BJP debutant and singer Maithili Thakur is ahead in Alinagar. NDA is heading towards a landslide victory in Bihar. Independent Purnia MP Pappu Yadav has called the outcome very unfortunate for the state. Meanwhile, markets rebound from day's lows. Nifty trades in the green as Adani Group stocks and financials lead the recovery. Major relief for transformers and rectifiers. World Bank removes the company from fraud list. Stock jumps 10% in early trade. Hello and welcome. You tuned into Markets at 12. I'm Nisha Podar, and the big story of the day that we are tracking is Battleground Bihar. So first, let's take a look at this, because a lot of the market movement will also depend on the final results of this big state elections. So these are the latest rates that are coming in. NDA at 193. Remember, it's a fight for 243 seats, and NDA looks like for a landslide victory given the kind of lead that it has gone. Mahagathbandhan 49 at the current moment. It's a poor showing when it comes to RJD as well as the Congress combination, and others are at 4. Let's also take a look at the critical components of the two big alliances. And here you go, NDA with Nitish Kumar. And here the most important aspect to also note is that BJP has got 86 leads in 86 seats, and JDU of Nitish Kumar at 76. They have been running neck and neck for quite some time in leads, and very critical to note who turns out to be the single largest party in the state of Bihar. So this is going to be a very big also deciding factor whether Nitish Kumar is clearly emerging as the Chief Minister of Bihar. All right, moving on then to the other vote share aspect. NDA with 78.2%, Mahagathbandhan over 20%, while others didn't make it to the cut with less than 2% of the vote share. Here, remember that NDA has seen a huge uptake and similar, so that means they had pretty much taken all the vote share from Mahagathbandhan, and that's the kind of gain that NDA has got. All right, looking at the key things and the headlines from the numbers that we are getting at this particular moment, remember a large part of it is leads, and we have to really see the real wins for the final results. But state from the leads looks like it's set for a landslide victory for NDA. Tejasvi Yadav trails in his home turf of Raghopur. Remember, this particular turf is a very strong hold for the Yadav family, for Lalu Yadav, and that is a big concern. JDU BJP neck and neck, emerging as single largest party, is one of the most important aspects to watch out for in the chief minister's position for the state of Bihar. When we look at the other aspects of this particular election and the results, Chief Minister of Bihar, Nitish Kumar, well, a lot of effort has been made despite being trolled for his ill health. He did manage to garner a lot of public sympathy with the kind of results that NDA is getting, and especially JDU has got. The two important aspects that really stand out: women 10,000 rupees and pensioner largest. Remember, the pension amount has been increased ahead of the elections, and this seems like has weighed above the caste politics which really govern Bihar elections. Looking at the other aspects, remember that the highest voter turnout probably looks like has proved a good positive move for the NDA, and they have managed to gain. A lot of migrants from Bihar have come back for Chhath Puja to cast their vote, and also they were under this stress of losing their name from the electoral list, and therefore that looks like has added to the weight of NDA's seats. But the vote share of RJD is also very important to watch out. Now, RJD's Tejasvi Yadav's employment push seems to have failed and doesn't make a cut because of the poor showing by Mahagathbandhan that we have seen, and giving an edge to the NDA. Prashant Kishore's Jan Swaraj Party. Now, this has been one of the very big talking points, and this has not made much of an impact. So this is the synopsis right now. Looks like it's going to be a landslide for the NDA, and of course, the results have to come out. Let's take it across to an important voice on the Bihar elections. Let me welcome on the show Chetan Bhagat, columnist, a well-known columnist. Chetan, good to have you on NDTV Profit. This is Nisha Poddar here. My first question, looks like a landslide victory for NDA. What, in your view, really worked for NDA this time around?
It's a couple of things, obviously. When you have such a big victory, it's not just one thing. Some of the points you also mentioned in the 10 points you just gave out. But I would put it as maybe 3 or 4 Ps. One is the personality. You know, the personality, one hand you had a Modi and Nitish together. So both the brands are very strong political brands in India. People trust them, people like them. They have very strong fan bases for a very long period of time. On the other hand, you had Rahul Gandhi and Tejasvi Yadav, who probably were not as strong brands. Although you could say that maybe the Gen Z could have been more drawn to Tejasvi and Rahul, but that didn't happen, looks like. So one is the person. Second is the passion, I think. There's just the passion the NDA brings into, and especially the BJP brings into every election, is unprecedented. The leaders are there. They just work really, really hard. Third is the policies. That the third P is the policies, which is basically the policy of giving I think 10,000 rupees to women. That not that alone, but a lot of measures done over the years to win the women voter base. Just the one announcement will not do it. But that announcement, coupled with the generally image of being pro-women, whether it's even the liquor ban or things like that, I think all that just added up and just led to this thumping sort of unexpected victory. I mean, nobody expected, for a long time people were saying it will be an even fight, and then even an NDA victory, nobody predicted it will be so big.
That's right, Chetan. Good you pointed that out, because most of the exit polls were saying that NDA victory is imminent, but it was supposed to be a very close contest. And a lot of factors that you mentioned, the largest doled out to the pensioners, the women, also the huge turnout, but also, Nitish Kumar's effect. How much would you really owe this particular victory to them? And what is your view on BJP and JDU almost neck and neck, at least in leads, when it comes to becoming the single largest party in the state of Bihar?
Yeah, I mean, Indian politics in a lot of places works on alliances, and I think this alliance worked beautifully because the strike rate of their seats, both of them are 75%. They divided the seats equally, and both of them, it's not like one party came out stronger. It's more or less the similar numbers of strike rate, which is like a 75% of the seats they contested in, they won, which is basically the final number as well. And I think Bihar won. Anybody would tell you that caste equations are important all over India actually, but in Bihar particularly. And I think the NDA alliance brings together more castes, more people from different backgrounds together better than the Mahagathbandhan. Supposedly it's Maha, which means the great gathering, but that did not seem to bring out as many different communities to vote for them.
That's right, Chetan. Now, a very big question on the future of Tejasvi Yadav. Currently, he is trailing in Raghopur, which is a stronghold of Yadav family for so many years. And also, not a good showing on RJD in terms of seats, but maybe in the vote share, they have been maintaining. We have to see the numbers. But putting all this into light, the future of Tejasvi Yadav now.
Yeah, well, maintaining a vote share is great, but maintaining a vote share of a losing vote share means nothing, right? I mean, they may maintain their vote share, but last time also, but they should have been gained the vote share if they really wanted to comfortably be in power. Tejasvi's own seat losing is also it happens. Sometimes the big leader also loses, but that also creates a further, when you already, if they at least won the election, but he lost his seat, okay, people are said this is a one-off. It happened. But here, if he loses his own seat, which is a stronghold seat of the family, the party itself, while vote share is what it is, but finally the results matter. You can analyze the vote share and say, yeah, it's there. But the number of seats, it's 80% of this. The difference is 4:1 between the other side. And that is a decimation. It is not just that you fought a close contest. So that definitely puts concerns on his career, Tejasvi's career, but also on the Lalu Yadav's family. That political brands, family brands can help. Sometimes it helps. But when the family name gets tainted, I think it can work against you.
Yes.
And no matter what you do, it just doesn't happen. Because like I said, a lot of people, he's young. He was the youngest amongst all the major prominent names in Bihar. So the Gen Z should have, and he's son of the soil. I mean, he's from Bihar. So the Gen Z should have rallied behind him. It didn't happen.
That's right. You said it, that NDA has decimated Mahagathbandhan over there. But one word answer, and we are completely out of time on this, Chetan. But looks like Nitish Kumar is clearly the next Chief Minister of Bihar.
For sure. I think because if it was an uneven kind of thing, where like a BJP had a lot more seats, then you could have maybe even considered that possibility. But also Nitish Kumar supports the NDA government in the center. So you need that. They both need each other. It's an alliance that they both benefit from. So in those kind of alliances, chances of things really being changed around too much is not there. When in the BJP that way, although they can be very aggressive in some things, they are very poised kind of political party. When they see that it's working, don't fix it. When it's working, don't change anything. And it's working so well, why would you change anything?
Right. So Chetan, thank you so much for all your thoughts and perspective. Looks like a very interesting election. Thank you so much for joining us on NDTV Profit.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you.
Yes.
Bye. All right, let's shift focus to Paras Defense. It's up above 8% in today's trade, and this comes after the positive numbers in the second quarter. We are joined by Amit Mahajan, who's the director at Paras Defense and Space Technologies. All right, Amit, many congratulations. You've got a good showing when it comes to the performance and the numbers. Key discussion points to get some more matter on how the performance has been and the way forward from you. So the Q2 FY26 results also show that your optics and optronics growth remained flat YOY. Expected shift in contribution and mix from this segment from here on, or will this be the normalization that you're looking at for going forward of the performance?
Firstly, thank you for having me over. Good afternoon. I will first answer your second question and then I'll go to the first one. Optics and optronic systems contribution to the revenue of the company is going to grow from whatever we see today or whatever we've been seeing for so many days. The projected opportunities that we have are largely skewed in favor of optics. I'm not taking any credit away from my other division, but other division, the inflection point is linear in nature. The inflection point in front of optics business is exponential. And that's the kind of growth I am expecting optics to start influencing the revenue in the coming months, if not years. So that is the positive trend. It also influences the profitability to a large extent, and hence it is going to be a great profitable years to come as optics starts doing more revenues. At the same time, I also want to give you a slight focus that the other division, which otherwise used to have a relatively low profitability, has shown better improvement in profitability, even in spite of being in competitive zone. So again, there is all the reasons for us to smile. So this is as far as that is concerned.
All right.
Now, looking at the business perspective, this company is not a quarter-to-quarter company, and I would maintain that even if I am having a good quarter like this. But what happens is the reason for performance always will be two factors. One, the order on hand, because then the ball is in my court. And the second is the kind of opportunities a particular company and the positioning of the company for those opportunities. And in these three areas, I think Paras is excelling when it comes to the orders on hand and the kind of opportunities that we have on hand, and our positioning for those opportunities is very, very strong. So the probability of we winning the future orders is also very high. So
all right.
This
so
is
Amit, I got your point on that, and I'll add to that the execution ability is going to add to that momentum. Now, your margin guidance of 27%, what aided the growth and what are the key levers which will lead to this guidance being maintained?
So the nature of business in defense, we need to realize, is changing. When I'm saying there is an improvement in margin of defense electronics or defense engineering vertical of ours, this is currently doing more than 55% revenue of the company. Now, when I'm seeing I'm no more doing development projects alone. There is a development segment which is happening within the defense engineering, but at the same time, I'm doing repetitive business. I'm doing larger quantities of the same system where I can improvise and optimize my processes, improve my profitability, at the same time improve my quality of product. So this is the change that you are seeing in Indian manufacturing for defense, that now you have long-term visibility of business. At the same time, you're more production-centric kind of business you can expect.
Right. Very good points made there, Amit, about the whole defense sector. It gives a good view for a sector which has been really catching all the attention this year. Now, order pipeline, you'd mentioned a lot about the order wins and the opportunities that you have. And can you give us a sense of what is your current order book and what is the target and expected order book going forward for this financial year?
So I've always mentioned that our order book, by the end of this financial year, we will close somewhere around 1,200, 1,500 in spite of delivering whatever we are expected to deliver. So our current order book, in spite of delivering an H1 performance, is still close to 1,000 crores. Now, the reason, there is a slight reason for us to smile is because about 200 crores of this is for anti-drone application, right? So it is for an anti-drone application, and the efforts that we were trying to do in this particular segment is now taking shape. Now the future is becoming more and more clear, and now we can expect contributions in this dimension of our business, which is relatively newer as compared to others. So now this is also picking up. So the visibility that I have for order inflow, the space programs, the laser programs, all of this gives me an opportunity size in excess of 2,500 crores.
Right. So also, Amit, there are opportunities emerging in the submarine periscopes. Are you aiming for 30 to 36 periscopes, and what is the opportunity over there?
The periscope product has become our flagship product. It is not just a sense of business that we are trying to do here, but it is also a sense of national pride, according to us, that we have come out with a product like this. The pipeline, you are right there. I want to be a little conservative, but this pipeline is realistic, what you mentioned, and we are aiming for that. And, the product is completely homegrown. So we are excited that we should be able to do justice to all the opportunities that are there. I am also given to understand that this opportunity may only increase from here on.
All right, more opportunity there, but high value opportunity of 6,000 crores in optics versus the near term view. How do you put the opportunities in optics currently?
So the optics opportunities are humongous. Means if I just have to talk about them, then I will dwarf the opportunities that I have in defense engineering side. But when you say 6,000, there are electro-optic systems that we have partnered with an Israeli company named as Controp. Now, the one single product of that company has a application into very many projects, totaling to more than 5,000 units being sold. And this is where, one system, multiple quantities, and long-term business. This is the nature which is going to completely revolutionize the Indian defense industry. And so it is doing it with us. Now, apart from this one product, there are very many opportunities in the space area related to optics. So one which is with ISRO, the other one which is non-ISRO. Now, all of these opportunities, even if I club it together, only optics would go to more than 2,000 crores by themselves. So it is huge.
Yeah, so that's a great space, but also outlook on the counter-drone solutions. Very quickly.
So like I mentioned to you, counter-drone solutions have now picked up steam, and with this confidence of the customer levying on us, and the moment we deliver, this only just opens the floodgates for us, and that's something that we want. We are prepared for strategically and financially, but from our happiness quotient, we are still taking it a little easy. We want to perform, we want to deliver. Our proof of concepts have played well when it comes to field trials. So we want to deliver these systems, the orders that we have on hand, and then next year it seems to be very, very glorious.
All right. All the best for that, Amit. Great chatting with you. Thanks so much for joining us on NDTV Profit.
Always a pleasure.
All right, let's take it back to the big story of the day. We are talking about Bihar elections and also on the companies with meaningful exposure to the state, from retail and housing to beverages and also telecom services. Several listed firms are really seeing activity linked directly to Bihar's expanding consumption and infrastructure push. Let's take it across to our colleague Sharad, who is joining us with the entire detail. Sharad, you also have pulled off gamcha to go with the theme of Bihar elections. Take it away.
Yes, and Bihar में सिर्फ चुनाव नहीं है, stocks भी हैं. Stocks or business, all of them are there. Let's actually pull out the stocks which are having the highest exposure in Bihar. First and foremost, Aditya Vision. Aditya Vision is the largest electronic retail chain player and of course a good multi-bagger also. Reflex Industries, they have got a significant presence in the refrigerant gases space. And if you look at the SIS, it's interestingly headquartered in Patna. They're having, of course, global services also in Asia as well. Gina Seco Lifecare, interesting name, 1 hospital and 10 clinics, interestingly in the Ayurvedic space. And if you look at Ashiana Housing, they are also having lots of projects in Bihar as well. V2 Retail, they operate roughly 27 odd store, and also Hindustan Media Ventures is something which we'll be looking for. Recent announcements in Bihar, that is also very important. Railtel has backed 7,000 crore order just from Bihar Education Board. Varun Beverage is a huge property in Buxar, and even Global Spirits, if you look at it, they are also having a big manufacturing facility. Looking at the overall infra space, that is also very important, and the way the infra space has gone up, GR Infra had recently a 1250 crore order coming in, and also PNC Infratech, they have completed projects in Darbhanga, Patna and even Muzaffarpur. Looking at L&T, the expectations are coming from the street for Bharatmala as well as Gati Shakti projects, and NCC, recently they got almost a 2100 crore order coming in from the Water Resource Department. And lastly, Ashok Buildcon, they also got a 520 crore order. Bihar might have a lower base, but because of lower base, the growth can be very high, be it industries, be it listed space, and even PSUs.
All right, Sharad, thanks so much for getting us the whole host of stocks impacted and related to Bihar elections. Let's take a look at the markets. Markets are also holding their breath, looks like, tentatively moving today when we talk about Nifty 50 ahead of the final election results. But one must also note that after the exit polls, the market had shown a huge amount of exuberance. So waiting for Bihar elections, there you go, markets. Nifty 50 at the current moment, 0.2% down, of course, 25,800 odd levels on Nifty 50. And let's take a look at some of the other aspects like mid-cap index. That is clearly showing an outperformance to the key indices, 0.4% up on the mid-cap index. And when we talk about certain pockets, well, IT sector is the one which is not performing today and is definitely seeing some profit booking. When we talk about the key contributors to Nifty 50, well, it's big boy Reliance Industries, Bharti Airtel. From the IT pack, TCS, it's pulling its weight, HDFC Bank, and also Adani Group of stocks performing very well. And those are the contributing factors coming in on Nifty 50. Otherwise, it is a tentative and a quiet show on the markets awaiting the big election result from Bihar. With that, it's a wrap on Markets at 12. Thanks so much for tuning in, and keep it with NDTV Profit.
The NDTV Profit has come a long ways.
You are the new schools and colleges which people are getting access to education from.
ने बढ़िया आपका काम किया, आपके तो नाम में प्रॉफिट लगा हुआ भाई.
In the world of money and markets, the real currency is clarity.
So you guys democratize information, and I think first you seeded the market, now the market is seeding you back out there.
Decisive, discerning, distinct. NDTV Profit isn't just business news.
We are like visiting faculty occasionally who come and get a chance to share what we can, but I think it's a great service.
It's the new language of markets, and the voices that move markets know it. Understand markets, decode money through the masters who shape them.
I think we are trying to get knowledge to smaller cities and towns, making it simple for retail investors. I think what you are doing is also contributing to the Indian capital markets and Indian economy.
When leaders speak of markets, they speak to NDTV Profit.
We unveil NDTV Golf Pro-Am, India's #1 golf Pro-Am, the course of champions, the conversation of leaders.
What a stellar lineup we have here on the stage of the NDTV World Summit to announce the launch of the NDTV Pro-Am. Arguably India's greatest cricketer, one of India's most distinguished bureaucrats, a top international golfer. Hello and welcome to Profit Buzzers. I'm Sharad Dubey and with me is Anushi Vakharia. Anushi, a very choppy market, coming in. Of course, initially the markets are cheering the NDA's majority expected to be there in the Bihar elections, but the markets, both Nifty and Nifty Bank, you look at it, they have been very choppy. Nifty still sustaining above that 25,800 mark. Nifty Bank also a recovery is happening, and interestingly, the 20 DMA levels, that is very important to actually watch out for. But domestic cues are taking over the global cues, so it doesn't make sense for global cues to actually impact the markets. But broader indices, there is some action happening, right?
Yeah, today it's all about elections, as you spoke about, and you've covered that pretty well, in the earlier shows as well. But in terms of what's happening with the broader markets, in a better position as compared to the benchmark indices, we are looking at a flattish moves for where Nifty Midcap 150 is, but still holding up in green is what we are looking at. Small Cap 250, we're looking at a 0.3% of an uptick. Let's just pull the advanced decline ratio to see how the breadth is currently for in terms of where. Rightly at the same stage as what you're saying, in the early part of the day, in the early start of the day, there was a huge gap in terms of where the declines are concerned, but now that has started consolidating as well. About 1100 advances in comparison to the declines of the same ratio is what we are looking at. In terms of the sectoral picture also, if we are just looking at that, let's see the top ones at the Nifty India Defense leading the chart. 1% is the kind of an up move that we are looking at, and a lot of these defense companies have just announced their results. This includes the likes of Bharat Dynamics, which also received a 2,000 crore plus of an order win as well. Apart from that, even Nifty Pharma, we are looking at about a 0.4% of an uptake, while Nifty IT, some bit of correction is what we are looking at over there. 1% is a kind of downside that we are seeing. In fact, let's see Nifty IT, how that is doing. If we just take a check at that, all the constituents are in red today. Infosys down about 3%, Coforge also leading to these kind of downtick that we are looking at. But Sharad, that's the overall picture that we have for the markets currently, right?
Well, yes, interestingly, and we have advised our viewers also yesterday that to put your trade positions on a very lighter manner.
Right.
Because things can move around a lot, and even if you are trading, you should have a very strict discipline and allocation going ahead. But moving on, let's focus on Adani Group. They have announced a massive investment of 1 lakh crore rupees in Andhra Pradesh over the next decade, expanding its footprint across ports, cement, energy, data centers, and advanced manufacturing, unveils Karan Adani speaking at the Andhra Pradesh Investors Summit. Listen in.
Over the next 10 years, we plan to invest an additional 1 lakh crores across ports, data center, cement, and energy business. The flagship of our commitment is the Vizag Tech Park. This is not just another tech park, it is the foundation of India's digital sovereignty. We are building one of the world's largest hyperscale data center ecosystem in partnership with Google and powered by complete green energy. This is a combined $15 billion vision that perfectly aligns with your twin goals of sustainable and high-tech growth. But what truly humbles us is not the scale of the capital, it is the scale of impact. Our operations here have already generated over 1 lakh direct and indirect jobs.
Okay, so that's Karan Adani and his address is what we are looking at. But apart from that, if we are seeing what's happening in terms of sectoral action as well as what's happening with particular counters, Man Industries as the stock in focus, we are looking at its result as a strong reaction as what we are seeing in trade currently. 3.5% is the kind of growth that they reported in terms of revenues, but it's the margins wherein we are seeing a high expansion, 14.5% versus 7.9%. Even net profits are about a 16% of a growth. Order book, if you look at that, that stood at about 4,750 crore. Most of it to be executed by these next 6 to 9 months itself. And what's interesting is that they have an order pipeline of around 15,000 crore. How would the H2 shape up is a question that we should be asking, and we have the management, Ramesh Mansukhani, chairman at Man Industries, joining us on this show. Mr. Mansukhani, hello and welcome to the show. Let me start off with the second quarter numbers that we are looking at. If you see the overall first half, considering the second quarter results that we are looking at, 3% growth in the second quarter while 1% growth. So just want to understand your guidance. You have emphasized this before also that H2 would be where, you know, there would be a lot of heavy lifting. So just want to understand this 20% of guidance, does that stay in line? What's the outlook that we are seeing for the second half of this financial year?
Yeah. Good afternoon. The second half always, traditionally we are 60% and the first half always 40%. And considering the order book position around 4,800 crore, roughly, we are very confident in this second half will be around 2,500 to 2,003. We are estimating 2,300. Then whatever our estimation guidance we gave beginning of the year, we are expecting to achieve comfortably.
Guidance remains in terms of where the top line is concerned. Now, for the second quarter, you know, we are looking at a huge expansion in terms of where the margins are there, which brings our consolidated margins at the end of H1 to also about 11.5%. Now, you've guided for a 10% of mix. Does that change for the margins? Firstly, explain what led to this key growth in terms of where the EBITDA was concerned, and what's your outlook for FY26 along with FY27?
Yeah. The guidance for the EBITDA would be almost same between 11 to 12%, which is the right now the quarter one, quarter two. If you see 12.5% and 11.5%, so it will continue. We got some good order also. The product mix as well as value-added products. The margin is high, as well as one more important issue here. We are mostly now we are doing export. Our 80% is export. Compared to last year, it was a little low. So that's we are very confident. So we will achieve the higher profit margin, PAT, as well as to EBITDA also, and the top line also.
Pretty interesting, Mr. Mansukhani. This is Sharad here. Hello and
Yes,
good
Sharad.
afternoon, sir. So executable order book, that's roughly coming at 4,750 odd crore rupees, and the overall recognition, if you see, 80% of them will happen in FY26. Now, will this translate into improving cash flows in the next 2 quarters, or we could say that, you know, these billings can happen next year? How does it pan out?
So out of 4,800 crore order, around 50% we are going to complete in 6 months, 7 months, up to March. Then we will achieve our target. The balance, roughly 50%, 2,500 crore, will carry forward for next year. As well as we are bidding around 15,000 crore, so we are very confident to get the much more better share for next year. And our next year will be the much better order book as well as to EBITDA and the top line, which we are going to calculate once again over there. So there is a very bright future as regard to next 2 quarters and the further 4 quarters of the next year also.
So Kaniji, you had spoken about your international business. That's roughly 80% you had stated here. But now the Saudi plant commissioning, that is something which the street is actually wanting to know in FY26. When will it start? What are the capex numbers which you have already announced? And will we see any further capex on these plants? Because channel checks suggest that the Saudi Arabia or the GCC segment itself is giving out more orders also now. So will you be upping your guidance? What is your view in this entire GCC MENA segment?
Yeah, GCC segment, particularly Saudi, we are likely to start first quarter. First quarter means the calendar year first quarter. The fourth quarter is for your definition of this current year. So then the production is going to start, and our new capacity, we are estimating 7,000 crore 26-27, along with the Saudi and India balance orders. And our Jammu project also in the full swing, and it is going to give the yield the first quarter again, the first quarter of the next year. Saudi will be much more faster. Will be from January onward, we are hoping to start production. And that's why our projection is almost 60-70% more at a consolidated level.
Just on that, just want to understand the 7,000 crore mark that you're giving, this is including the incremental capacities coming from the Saudi plant as well as Jammu plant, or it's just from the Saudi plant that you're seeing?
No, including Saudi plant, because there will be the beginning of the plant over there in beginning. Then we are estimating good revenue from there as well as from Indian operation. So 26-27 will be the good growth, and this year growth we estimated 20%. Next year will be much more.
And also just want to get a picture on that, you've already spoken about a 15,000 crore of an order pipeline opportunity which is there. Is this inclusive of new inquiries coming from this particular region, from Saudi Arabia itself? Just want to understand this market in a deeper sense, from which particular segments, for which particular areas that you're seeing more of these inflows coming up?
Mostly 80-90% business and bid in the international market. So in any case, 25, 26, 26, 27, mostly will be the export earnings with both the plants, plant in India and plant over there. That's why the revenue projections also are very high because of this export base mostly. And the Indian also growth is there, but our more focus, more EBITDA, more profit. That's why we are focusing more on the export this moment.
Okay, currently what is the mix, if I just want to get a breakup in terms of exports and domestic, and how are margins different across both of these?
The domestic margin is 8-9% and export is 12-13%. Average out because of the weighted average of the domestic is very less. So that's why not going to impact this thing. That's why 11.5 to 12% we are maintaining. And Saudi, we are expecting little bit much better EBITDA. So overall EBITDA for 26-27 will be more, we have to give the more estimation in coming time. But we are very confident there will be growth continue on this sector.
And last question, Mansukani ji, is that there was an inventory build-up also in the previous quarter. Now that was liquidated in Q1 FY26. Was there an issue in this quarter also? Because if I'm not mistaken, the working capital numbers, they are volatile. I checked last time. So the inventory build-up, will this continue as a pressure in this quarter also, or you're expecting that to normalize now?
No, sir. It is going to normalize. That's why the projections, whatever we say, the 2,400 crore for the next 6 months, which is much 1.5 times roughly from the first H1. The reason, whatever the inventory already checked, already shipped, and then money has to come. So that's why there is no cash flow, any pressure, etc. And the other important matter, we have the letter of credit also for suppose 60 days, 90 days against LC, against the deferment payment, which we can encash anytime discount LC also. But this moment, we do not need the cash. That's why we are waiting to money should come down comfortably. That is a good strategy of the company, and that's why we are following up.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Mansukhani, for joining us at NDTV Profit and speaking of company's growth prospect, especially the export front. Moving on, we're joined by CA Tapan Doshi. He's the research analyst at catapan.in. A very good afternoon to you, Tapan. And interestingly, seeing the market flavor, it is still volatile, but we are seeing some kind of green shoots happening. And in that, any sector which is looking good risk-reward ratio right now, because earnings season is over. Majority of the overhang of the elections, the results that's factored in the markets. So global cues is changing, but domestic cues is actually taking the markets forward. What are your views on it? Which sector's risk-reward ratio is good?
Good afternoon, Sharad. See, of course, the market is little bit volatile, but yes, I thought no, because of BJP win, NDA win, I think the market will go up, but it is not going up as such more. But no, I think overall, if you see, there are few pockets. I think banks and NBFC is quite doing well. You know, they are hitting all-time high. If you see bank index also now, and NBFC is also doing well. The results which came, no, there I think see much more favorable results are there. And of course, if you talk about no affordable housing or you talk about consumer finance, there I can see a good shoot up. Even if you talk about banks also I think PSU banks are quite doing well compared to the private banks. So in NBFC I think L&T Finance and LIC Housing Finance, that one can think. Even Muthoot Finance, I think that is also doing quite well. You see gold loan. So I think financial sector more than there in that banks and NBFC doing it. Selective FMCG stocks like you can say the Tata Consumer and all that, I think one can watch about it. Also, if you talk about capital goods, I think they are came down a lot. I think ABB or Hitachi, one can think about it because it's now coming at a value level. So yes, few pockets, one can look at it. Defense is a flavor. So defense also even if you see some of the results were quite good. So yes, defense is also another counter one can look at it.
Defense, capital goods and financial. These are the three sectors which Tapan has recommended where the risk-reward ratio is good. But now let's move on to another sector which is buzzing. Of course, the power-related segment also is something which we'll be talking about. Joining us, new management on the earnings, Bharanidharan Pandian. He's the Joint Managing and Whole-Time Director at Quality Power. A very good afternoon to you, sir. And I see the numbers, they are on a pretty strong side, operational numbers also, the Q2 numbers. But interestingly, there was a guidance given by your company and you have already achieved more than 50% of the guidance. That means will we see this guidance actually going up now? Because will you up it now? You have played conservative till now.
Ideally, we would do it at end of Q3 once we have the numbers in our control. At this moment, we are focusing on order book. We are normally very heavy on the H2 on the order book. Once we have guided the order book and the raw material supply chain issues, I think in end of Q3 we may look at a better guidance. The margins are looking fairly good with the kind of order books that we are sitting on hand.
Yeah, I just want to understand about that. So 700 to 850 crore is the kind of guidance that you've given. 413 crore is what you've reported in the first half so far. So just want to understand what is leading to this kind of growth that we are seeing for the particular counter. And even for margins, if we are looking at Meheru's margins are now improving as well. It's at the mark of around 12%. The aim is to get this to 15%. What should support this forward is also something that I want to ask you.
I think a good product mix. We've got approved in utilities in Europe. We have been walking the talk. We have guided to 15% margin. We have had a tie-up with Hyosung for the GIS collaboration. The product and the demand profile at the high voltage segment is through the roof. It is more that how much capacity that the market can deliver to the market. That is more important than how much order we can take in right now. I believe the floodgates of the orders would be starting in Q2 of next year when the new factory is being commissioned at Quality Power. But across all divisions and factories at this moment, the tender pipeline is extremely strong.
Can you explain what's the kind of tender pipeline that we are seeing currently? Because across your segments, if we are seeing HVDCs where, there's a huge tender pipeline as well. Facts also, you are adding capacities for that particular front as well. So just want to get an update in terms of this current order book that you have of around 830 crore. By end of FY26, what is the expected, increase in terms of this particular number, and what's the order pipeline opportunity that you see?
So most of the orders that we get have to be executed in about 12 months, which means the raw material supply chain is more important when we book in an order. At the tender level, I believe at a group level, we are in excess of 3,000-4,000 crores at this moment. But we need to cross-check our deliverables that we can deliver from the current supply chain. We are expanding into CTC magnet wires for HVDC and fax applications. Those shall help us get in more orders for the new facility. Apart from it, we are also quite gung-ho on the inorganic front. We believe we will have some good news shortly on it.
Interesting version of that. But just looking at the Mehru segment, they have delivered margins this quarter to about 12%, aiming to get it at 15%. So what will be the growth trigger for actually getting these margins to those levels? And the core business, the blended margins are still on the higher side at 25%. So give me three outlooks: the Mehru business, core business, and the blended overall margins outlook going ahead.
So the traditional businesses that we have are operating at north of 25%, and I believe those are stable because the order books for the next 9 to 12 months are already in. So I do not see a margin drop on the core businesses. The newer businesses that are being acquired, we acquired Sukrut the last quarter, so that would get merged in. So from an EBITDA at a consolidated perspective, there will be slight changes, but at group level, every business is expanding margins. Even if you look at Mehru, the 2 quarters back, they were at about 6%. They came last quarter to 10%, this quarter to 12%. I believe they will also be in the northward trajectory. That is how the guidance that was at about 20%. We are at this moment at about 22% levels at this moment. So we are slightly above guidance, and we believe to be conservative is better than overcommitting.
Sir, I just want to mix a few questions together now with all that's happening in the company. Firstly, you have the Sangli plant expansion, which is on table. This is to be expected. Expected completion date is about second quarter of FY27. Then there's Cochin plant expansion also, which will focus more on these HVDC and FACT projects that we are looking at. This should be completed by November of 2025. Along with that, you just spoke of the additional line that you're putting for the new magnet wire manufacturing line. Considering all of this, what's the kind of incremental growth opportunity that you see, incremental revenues that we can see? And I'm assuming that majority of this would start flowing from FY27, from 28 onwards. So just want to get your outlook in terms of what's the long-term picture for Quality Power.
So we are gung-ho on the transmission line segment or the transmission evacuation segment across the world. We are still at about 50-55% global business. Most of the orders that we have declared in the last few weeks have also been global. And as India is actually going into execution, because at this moment, most of the HVDCs are under tender, we believe we will have some good news in the next few quarters on the HVDC order wins. So because of the kind of orders and the tender pipelines we are coming in, it is very imperative that we also ensure our supply chains are able to cater to these kind of growth areas. That's one of the reasons why we are reverse integrating into our own supply chain to be able to ensure that we are able to deliver the numbers. The capacity increases in excess of 9x. So I believe we should be having some aggressive growth pattern coming in from middle of next year.
Okay, well, thank you so much, Mr. Pandian, for joining and sharing that outlook on Quality Power. Strong growth projections is what we are seeing for this one. But, right on the bottom of the flashes, you can see Marico's numbers flashing. We are looking at about a margin of 16% versus 9.6%. Net profit seeing about a 0.7% of a dip or so. But let me go across to Mahima, who's standing by to give us a breakdown on these numbers that we are looking at.
Right, Anushi. So as you rightly mentioned, prima facie it looks like it's a good set of numbers because it's come in at a growth of around 31% for the overall revenue on a consolidated basis. EBITDA also up by about 7.3%. Margins, however, have slipped, and this is something that the street was expecting because of raw material prices still being very expensive. In terms of net profit, it's just flat at about that 420 odd crores. So overall, prima facie, it seems like it's a good set of numbers. In terms of the segmental revenue also, the overall India business has seen a growth from that 19 crore 80 mark to that 2,660 crore odd mark, and international business has also expanded by around 200 odd crores from that 685 crore to that 815 odd crore. I think what the street will be expecting is the commentary in terms of where the volume growth stands this particular quarter, whether volume recovery has taken place, and of course this quarter being impacted by GST is also something that needs to be kept in mind. And despite that, the kind of top line growth that has come in at that 30 odd % seems to be an impressive one for sure. But net profit being flat and EBITDA seeing a downtake largely on account of the transition of inventory of GST rate rationalization and of course raw material prices being up, impacting the margins overall. So this is the overall first cut with regards to where the Marico earnings are concerned. We'll wait for the press release to come out to get more perspective on how volumes have done and how pricing has also been this quarter, because that will be an important metric to keep a track on.
Very much, Mahima, giving these initial views for Marico. The stock itself, the moment the results came, there was a big spike, and now we're seeing the stock coming down at the levels of between 715 to 720. The stock is gyrating. But Tapan, Marico, I know this has been your bullish bet earlier, when last time we spoke. Do you still have that thesis on for this Marico?
No, I'm quite bullish here, Sharad, because if you see the results is also okay compared to other FMCG companies. They are struggling with the single digit volume growth. Even I think from here also, I think mid single digit volume recovery will be there from here. Rural distribution expansion is good. Even Saffola Foods growth is in double digits. So that is what driving somewhat you can say the margins also. So premium portfolio they are bringing and they are doing quite well. Even digital portfolio is also slowly and gradually going up. So I think overall they are expanding into Bangladesh, MENA and other regions also. And if you see the gross margin, that is also stable. So I think from here also, I think this company may do well. I can see the consumption boost for next 2 quarters also. So yes, this is one of my topic. I think this will remain as a topic.
Okay, well, thanks for that view, Tapan. So that's Marico. Currently, if you're just looking at the reaction point, 5% of a downtake is what we are seeing. But coming back to the biggest story of the day, and that is Bihar elections that we are looking at. The highest voter turnout that was recorded has proven positive for NDA. But what really stands out on results day is Nitish Kumar emerging. That's clearly what we are seeing right now. But NDTV Profit's managing director joins in with her take. Taman, over to you on this.
Okay, so there is a win, there is a landslide, and then there is a steamroller. What has been seen in Bihar is steamrolling, or you can say vacuuming up all the votes. This is the tally as of this point, 196 to the NDA. The Mahagathbandhan reduced to 41, others at 6. Remember, this is a state where the halfway mark was 121. So this is clearly a vote for the incumbent, for the same government to continue in a massive fashion. Even the vote share, and I don't know if we can pull up the vote shares at this point, also give you a sense of how strong the mandate has been for Nitish Kumar this time round. Having said that, what does this really mean? What are the big takeaways from the Bihar election? I mean, this is astonishing. It's an 80% vote share. That means 80% of all voters that have gone out have voted for the NDA. I don't think this has been seen in any election in India for a while. And that too one which is as fragmented as Bihar. Bihar's political landscape is quite deep. To see an 80.7% vote share is historic beyond all measure. Of course, the pain coming from the Mahagathbandhan and exact transference of vote there, 30% down for the Mahagathbandhan. Now, what does this mean and what are the takeaways? I'm going to start with that. And first of all, let's be very clear. It's all about Nitish Kumar. That's why I'm saying Nitish has proven Tiger Zinda hai. This is actually posters which came up in Patna this morning. He has been CM for 20 years and will be the Chief Minister for a record 10th time after this election. Why this becomes even sweeter from Nitish Kumar's perspective, the victory is despite questions on health and capability. That was a big talking point. Can Nitish really do it because of age, etc.? What it also shows is all calm on the central front. When that exit poll came out saying it will be a close fight, the concerns were whether this will impact the mandate for the NDA at the center. Well, clearly not. performance of all constituents of the NDA have been beyond expectation. So if you actually break up, and let's do that for a second. Let's break up the NDA and all constituents of the NDA. We'll come back to that. You'll see that all the constituents of the NDA, the BJP, the JDU, LJP have all done very well and have increased their seats phenomenally. Even the LJP has done extremely well. HAM, the BJP at nearly 90 seats. So it's been a very, very strong mandate for all constituents of the NDA. Point number 3. After all calm on the central front, the next point also talks about how this is a very poor show for the Mahagathbandhan. The Mahagathbandhan will of course have to go back to the drawing board on what hasn't worked, and clearly a lot hasn't worked both for Tejasvi and for the Congress. Congress's relevance even as an alliance partner will now be questioned further, maybe by other alliance partners in different states, because Congress's tally has seen the worst hit even compared to the RJD. Now, the woman voter is something I want to talk about because she has spoken loud and clear. They have outpaced men in turnout in this election. In absolute terms, more women have voted in Bihar than men have. And people will put it down to the 10,000 rupee dole that was given to, socially and monetarily backward women or from weaker sections. But it's much more than that. It's a tectonic shift in Indian politics that you're seeing. Every politician in every state and every government now has to think about what they are doing for women voters ahead of an election. The women of Bihar have ensured that there's a huge shift in the way Indian politics works. Now, the next factor that you should actually look at is Jan Suraj. So much hype around Prashant Kishore because he's been an advisor to pollsters. This was the first time, remember, after Prashant Kishore that there was a very corporate way of advertising and promotion as far as political parties go. And then when he said, I'm bringing up my political party, everyone wanted to see what happens. It's clearly a non-starter. It has not impacted either the MGB or the NDA. It shows that Bihar's voters prefer to stick to the tried and tested and weren't really in the mood for any new experiment. So all in all, these are some of the big takeaways from the Bihar battle.
Okay, well, thank you so much, Tamanna, for breaking that down. You're clearly seeing the numbers on the screen on what's happening. It's a big win for NDA is what we are looking at. But it's time that we slip into a short break. We'll be right back. Lots more lined up on the other side. So keep watching NDTV Profit.
The NDTV Profit has come a long ways.
You are the new schools and colleges which people are getting access to education from.
ने बढ़िया आपका काम किया, आपके तो नाम में ही प्रॉफिट लगा हुआ भाई.
In the world of money and markets, the real currency is clarity.
So you guys have democratized information, and I think first you seeded the market, now the market is seeding you back out there.
Decisive, discerning, distinct. NDTV Profit isn't just business news.
We are like visiting faculty occasionally who come and get a chance to share what we can, but I think it's a great service.
It's the new language of markets, and the voices that move markets know it. Understand markets, decode money through the masters who shape them.
I think you're trying to get knowledge to smaller cities and towns, making it simple for retail investors. I think what you're doing is also contributing to the Indian capital markets and Indian economy.
When leaders speak of markets, they speak to NDTV Profit.
we unveil NDTV Golf Pro-Am, India's #1 Golf Pro-Am, the course of champions, the conversation of leaders.
What a stellar lineup we have here on the stage of the NDTV World Summit to announce the launch of the NDTV Pro-Am. Arguably India's greatest cricketer, one of India's most distinguished bureaucrats, a top international golfer and also a top Indian pro at the moment. One administrator who is doing more to lift the profile of Indian golf than anyone has in recent years.
All the top champions, the Tiger Woods, will all come from India in future.
It's great to be here. Golf is growing across the globe and here in India as well.
Whereas now the opportunities are increasing a lot.
Thank you very much. You're starting golf. We want to thank you.
That's very sweet of you. Thank you.
I think that's very, very.
Welcome back. You're watching Profit Buzzers here at NDTV Profit. Now, with regards to where the markets are concerned, the Nifty 50 under pressure, down by about 0.3 odd percent, below the 25,800 levels. Right now, trading at the 25,795 odd levels, and almost at its day's low point. Not yet there, but you know, kind of seeing pressure. With regards to where the Bank Nifty is concerned, that is also down by about 0.2 odd percent. The broader markets, though, the mid-cap 150 has remained under pressure and down by about 0.2 odd percent. The small-cap 250, however, is seeing a tad bit of gains, up by about 0.1 odd percent. With regards to where the counters on the Nifty 50 are concerned, you're seeing gains yet again in something like an Asian Paints. Something like Adani Enterprises also up 1.9 odd percent. Axis Bank seeing gains of about 1%. Eternal also up by about almost 1%, but something that's under pressure today includes your names like Infosys, which is down 3%, putting a lot of pressure on the Nifty IT. You have Eicher Motors, Tata Steel, Tech Mahindra, as well as something like JSW Steel, HDFC Life and Hindalco, all down by about 1% each. Let's also try to pull up the advanced decline ratio, because that is going to be an interesting one, right? The advanced decline ratio it's a tough journey for them today. It's a crisscross chart that you're seeing right now. You have around 1,000 odd advances versus that of 1,300 odd declines. So that's with regards to where the overall market picture is concerned. Clearly right now under pressure, despite, I think the street was expecting this NDA win to happen with a far better majority, and that's and on the back of that we saw a rally in the markets just before the election outcome came out, and today we're seeing some amount of profit booking with regards to where markets are concerned. But moving on and shifting focus to the textile or the garment space, despite the kind of hosiery industry facing one of its toughest phases with weak demand, price wars and internal succession issues as well, Dollar Industries has emerged as a standout performer. To understand more about why has it stood out in a beaten down hosiery sector, Sharad breaks us down for us.
Well, thank you very much, Mahima, for that. This industry has not been the talk of the town, but this stock itself, Dollar Industries, that has been an outlier. So is it a right tagline, fit hai boss, in this hosiery industry? So let's actually see the Q2 numbers, how they've actually panned out, and I have taken the numbers, especially the margins and PAT. Look at it, it's up 190 basis points. Other competitors, Lux, Rupa, Page Industries, all in the negative. PAT numbers, that's the high number you're looking at, 33%. Over here, nothing much happening. But the question remains, is with the entire industry is under plague, how come Dollar Industries is doing well? What's plaguing the industry, that's very much important. Succession and division issues are there in a lot of players, especially from the Eastern India. Price wars amongst the peers are there because of this, and because of this the cotton prices also are giving an issue. Overall the demand has also been relatively weak, and we have seen that from Page Industries con call. And also there's a shift in the business model. Now from innerwear they're moving to lifestyle brands, leggings, so that is something which we are looking out for. But apart from this, how the stocks have performed, it has been a weak setup, from the lifetime high levels. Most of these stocks hit their lifetime high in 2021, 2022. From there you see the significant downtick coming in. Page Industries of course carries a valuation premium, so less correction. And amongst all these three, which are the actual peers which we should compare, it has fallen the least, that is Dollar Industries. But what separates Dollar Industries from the others, especially Lux and Rupa? They have a Project Lakshya where they benefit from the distribution playing out, and they have been doing that for the last 2 odd years. That has been an important factor. Also, the question asked is there any succession plan issues? And we checked, there is a family charter in place for this company, so there's no major succession issues in Dollar Industries. Also, Fidelity, it's a long only fund. They have been increasing their stake. It's likely that they'll be increasing their stake more on this, and that is where we are seeing there's a significant FI action happening in this counter as well. And lastly, the valuations, if we compare them, they are still cheaper as compared to Page Industries. That's why Dollar Industries becomes a star of the pack in this beaten down sector.
Sharad, thank you so much for bringing us those details and of course a deep down analysis of how Dollar Industries is stacking up against its peers and standing out as well. On this side of the show, we're also joined by Swati Hotkar, AVP Technical Research at Nirmal Bang, joining us now. Swati, quick view on the charts for Dollar Industries.
First of all, good afternoon, Mahima. Definitely, today we have seen a very good bounce back rally, almost of 7%. The stock is showing a positive divergence from the lower side. So we need to keep eye on whether this rally will be a short-lived or not. Today, we need a very strong closing basis above at least 370 level. If it manages to sustain above that level, such kind of a momentum is likely to be carried forward, which will take a stock towards to 400 to 420 levels. So the depth is limited on the downside. Those who are having any long positions, they can definitely hold on by keeping a tight stop loss of 350 rupees on the downside.
Okay, all right. So that's the regards to where Dollar Industries is concerned. Tapan, I'll also come to you. Not just Dollar Industries, right? You have a lot of garment companies that have come out with their Q2 numbers. And it's not like it's been an impressive quarter this Q2 as well. And that's been the case for a lot of these companies, especially for something like a V2 retail or a V-Mart retail, where the base is also on a higher end. And on the back of that, I think a lot of these counters are seeing profit booking now. What's the view like for this garment space and any preferred pick there?
You see, as you told, this whole segment is struggling a lot, and one of the other reason is the trade war, India and US. That deal is still not happening. That is also hurting because the export is not happening, and that is where the margin pressure and also the revenue hit is getting. If you see maybe these 3-4 months will be quite tough for most of the export-oriented textile businesses, and that is where one has to keep in mind that we have to see what type of impact we are getting here. Of course, government is supporting in one way or another way to credit and all that, but no, that is not going to repair their profitability as such. So I think one has to be little bit careful here. But yes, talking about any preferable pick, I think Dollar is also looking quite exciting the way you told, and also if you see the valuation is quite compelling now. And slowly and gradually they are at a one sort of value peak. So yes, that is one take, you can take it. I think there, if you want to have a little bit position in SIP when one can invest. But yes, overall textile sector, I think it's better to avoid currently and wait for the trade deal to happen and then take a call.
That's pretty interesting, and just to put in perspective, the innerwear is generally domestic oriented, and there is an export play also which is panning out for the textile industries. We'll get in more details about it, but the stock which everybody is talking about and the strong up move coming in is Muthoot Finance. Strong Q2 numbers with a sharp AUM growth and higher yields are there. My colleague Vishwanath joins us, and he has asked George Alexander Muthoot, he's the managing director at Muthoot Group, on what led to the AUM growth. Listen in.
Yeah, because there are some people who feel that they need more money, and when they feel that according to the present loan to value, they are eligible for more, they come and take more. But not a very few percentage only does that. Because just because the price of gold has gone up, they need not take the money. They'll take the money if they really need it. If they need it, they'll take. If they don't need it, they don't take. So if you look at our loan to value today, at today's price, our loan to value is less than 60%. That means people have not borrowed to the hilt. People have borrowed only 60% of what is eligible to them. 75% is the RBI stipulated LTV. They have taken only 60% or less than 60%. That means, although the price is high, not that everybody has used up the full headrooms.
And that's the management for Muthoot Finance, and stock holding up pretty well. Stock is up 9% odd. Interestingly, if you could show the Manappuram Finance chart also, that how that has been doing. Is there any kind of rub-off happening in that counter as well? Yes, there is a rub-off happening, but not so much. It's up all 2% odd. Tapan had mentioned earlier in the show that he's looking at the BFSI space, especially the gold financing companies as well. But Swati, I need your opinion on that. What are the technical charts suggesting? Good time to book some profits in Manappuram, or should someone who is already having, say, a positional holding on this should stay with it?
Talking about the Manappuram, definitely today we have seen a smart rally of almost 2.5% on the daily basis. Volumes are really doing very well along with the price momentum. The interesting fact that it's facing a very strong resistance of 50 DMA, which comes to nearby 285 levels. We need a positive closing above those levels, then the rally is likely to be extended towards to at least 300 and 310 levels. For those who are having any long position can hold on, but keep a tight stop loss of a 270 rupees on a downside and carry the long position for immediate target of 300 rupees.
Okay, all right. So that's the view with regards to where Manappuram Finance is concerned. But moving on, Jasmeet is joining us with more details, and in fact, there's more pressure and there's outperformers in the earnings. So we have good earnings as well as bad earnings. In this earnings season, we've seen Rubicon Research, PG Electroplast and Voltas that has come out with divergent earnings. Jasmeet joins us with more details on this one.
Well, Raj, thank you for that. Starting off with PG Electroplast, if we look at the overall financial figures, we see the stock is facing a lot of pressure in terms of key financials. Well, the revenue fell on the back of reduced room ACs, down at 46%. On the other hand, the top line was still maintained with the given scale up in the washing machine is nearly up 55% YOY versus the electronics, which is again up by 50% odd on YOY basis. If we look at the overall cost, the under absorption of cost and the forex loss is sometimes impacting the EBITDA. On the other hand, the management has reaffirmed the guidance going forward, which brings out a confidence in the stock move. If you look at the revenue, it's down 2.4%, but the EBITDA is down 46% odd, and the margins are also down at 4.6 from 8.4% earlier. Moving on to the next stock, that's Voltas. While the company has missed earnings estimate, while they also see that the cooling product is seeing a drag. This drag comes on the back of the GST deferred buying by the consumer, also the very lean summer season which was seen in this particular quarter. While we also see that the RAC sales were seen towards the higher channel sources. So if you look at the key numbers, the revenue is down by 10% odd, but the EBITDA is down 56% odd. On the other hand, the net profit is down by 74%, and even the margins seeing suffer in this particular quarter. We also have a brokerage note, that's Morgan Stanley on Voltas. They maintain equity with a target price of 1501. Now what they see is, they say the UCP margins tanked while the earnings sharply saw a decline. While the UCP margin fell owing to operating deleverage, which was seen in this particular quarter. But though they say the Voltas continues to retain the market leadership going forward. Moving on to my next stock, that's Rubicon Research. This was the first earning for the company post the IPO, which the numbers came in a very strong move. We look at the growth which was led by the new product launches and the steady traction in the existing product. While we also see the strong operating leverage which was displayed by the company on the account of lower cost, which helped supported the margins in this particular quarter. The EBITDA expansion was led by better operational efficiency, while the company launched 6 new products in the Q2. Also, the EBITDA margin is expected to sustain going forward from here on, as the management remains confident from this particular figures. If you look at the key numbers for this particular company, the revenue is up by 39% odd, while the EBITDA is up by 52%, while margins have gone up to 22.9%, which is expansion from the previous quarter, that's at 20% odd, and the net profits are also up by 56%. So all in all, mixed earning, must say. There are few negatives and few positives.
Okay, all right. Thank you so much, Jasmeet, for bringing us those details. 8% on Rubicon Research is what we're seeing, in trade today. Tapan, any view on this particular counter?
See, if you talk about all these three stocks, now we know that PG Electroplast and Voltas, no, it's a cyclical business. And last time also management told that they had a good amount of inventory. Even PG Electroplast told almost 2,000 crores. And still they are not able to clear it out. Even Voltas is facing the same issue. I think this quarter, October to December, will be the decider for both these companies, even Blue Star, how the things will be pan out from here. Hopefully this quarter may be good, and next quarter I think things will be better. But both the stocks are available at at a good valuation, so one can look at it and slowly and gradually build the position, thinking about that things will be better by next quarter. Talking about Rubicon Research, of course, a very strong numbers and they are doing quite well. And if you see even the guidance and all that is quite good. The problem is the valuation is quite too high. So at this valuation, I will not enter it. I think maybe 20% down. I think one can look at it, but otherwise a good company for a long term.
All right, the valuations is something which we would be looking at, and there is a seasonality aspect to PG Electroplast as well as Voltas. But moving on from these stocks, a defense theme is also in focus on the back of Q2 earnings, and the one in our focus is Paras Defense. In fact, we spoke to Amit Mahajan, the director of Paras Defense, about the quarter gone by and outlook going forward. Listen in.
Optics and optronic systems contribution to the revenue of the company is going to grow from whatever we see today or whatever we've been seeing for so many days. The projected opportunities that we have are largely skewed in favor of optics. I'm not taking any credit away from my other division, but other division, the inflection point is linear in nature. The inflection point in front of optics business is exponential. And that's the kind of growth I am expecting optics to start influencing the revenue in the coming months, if not years. So that is the positive trend. It also influences the profitability to a large extent, and hence it is going to be a great profitable years to come as optics starts doing more revenues. At the same time, I also want to give you a slight focus that the other division, which otherwise used to have a relatively low profitability, has shown better improvement in profitability, even in spite of being in competitive zone. So again, there is all the reasons for us to smile. So this is as far as that is concerned. Now, looking at the business perspective, this company is not a quarter-to-quarter company, and I would maintain that even if I am having a good quarter like this. But what happens is the reason for performance always will be two factors. One, the order on hand, because then the ball is in my court. And the second is the kind of opportunities a particular company and the positioning of the company for those opportunities. And in these three areas, I think Paras is excelling when it comes to the orders on hand and the kind of opportunities that we have on hand, and our positioning for those opportunities is very, very strong. So the probability of we winning the future orders is also very high. So this is the reason for this performance.
That's the management of Paras Defense, and the stock doing really well in the trade. Strong Q2 numbers coming in. Guidance also looks on the positive side. Swati, just looking at the technical charts, do you suggest there's more up move coming in this counter? It's up, strong strengths coming in the technical charts as well, and it looks like on a medium term basis also some good breakouts are happening. What will be your views on that?
Yes, my view is definitely positive. You have rightly pointed out that we are likely to witnessing some consolidation breakouts. If you look towards the larger degree charts from the June onwards, we are witnessing that the stock is taking a very strong support of its 200-day moving average and heading towards in upward directions. Today, it has given the breakout of the consolidation phase that was at around 765 levels. If it's maintain a positive closing above the same, rally is likely to be extended towards to 840 to 850 levels. So definitely one should hold their long position by keeping a strict profit stop loss of 750 rupees on a downside for a target of at least 840 to 850 levels.
Okay, all right. So that's the view with regards to where Paras Defense is concerned. But in the QSR space, one counter that has stood out is Jubilant FoodWorks for sure, and this has been the story for the past 2 quarters as well. The stock is up 7% as we speak, and this is on account of strong Q2 numbers where like-for-like growth has improved to that 9% mark. In fact, Citi came out with a note for Jubilant FoodWorks where they've maintained buy but slightly cut the target price to 800 from 820. They said that they're delivering growth and profitability. Second half performance will be key for re-rating and to see whether any upgrades are possible on this counter or not. They've also said that like-for-like continues to outpace other QSR players and profit growth is outpacing revenue growth, and that is why they're seeing a scope of re-rating going forward. They expect Jubilant to still deliver mid-single digit like-for-like growth led by tailwinds from new product innovation, and this has been the case for them. Delivery has picked up really well and now contributing a large chunk to the top line, as well as something like innovation in their products has also worked out very well for them in terms of auguring the top line. So this is the overall view as to how things have panned out for Jubilant this quarter. But Tapan, I'll come to you on this one. What's the view like for Jubilant Foodworks and anything else that you like in the QSR space?
Jubilant Foodworks is my top pick in this segment, because they have been doing well in last few quarters. If you see their same store growth is also quite good, and even they are going to expansion through through efficiency and all that. Also premiumization in new products they are going to bring it. Strong brand is there, and that's why it is helping them. Again, the margins, now it is getting stable. Earlier there were some issue, plus inflation is down. That is going to help them to improve the margins from here. And if you see the consumption story, I think that is what is displaying here. Because of the GST cut plus the income tax benefits what they are getting everyone. So I think yes, Jubilant Food is a stock which may do well even this October to December, the festival season. It may do well for the next quarter also. So yes, this is a pick for me. I think if here or at a little bit or deep also one can buy.
Okay, all right. So that's with regards to where Jubilant Foodworks is concerned. But moving on and taking a look at the auto space, Hero MotoCorp is another stock that is in focus. The company has released their Q2 numbers yesterday, and while the Q2 numbers were a beat in terms of where the estimate stands, the company also had a con call today. My colleague Puneet joins us with all the details as to what the management had to say in the con call.
Hero MotoCorp is in focus after the company reported a strong set of earnings post in the Q2 earnings. Revenue grew by roughly 14 to 15% in this particular quarter, and that's largely led by 11% growth in terms of their volumes. Margins as well have crossed 15% in this particular quarter versus expectations of 14.5%, and that's another beat in terms of margins as well as revenue growth. The key reasons that the management highlighted in the conference call of a 3.7% gain in the retail market share for the company has been led by scooters, and it's a very important update coming in from Hero MotoCorp because they were largely absent in this space a few years ago with Vida in the EV space as well as multiple model launches in the ICE space for scooters. They seem to have a foot in the door now. The space is largely dominated by TVS in the listed space, and barring them, there's not too much competition. So there's definitely the Hero brand which is gaining traction even in the scooter space, while motorcycle is also having a growth led by the GST rate cut amongst others. The management in the con call also highlighted that they are seeing an 8 to 10% growth for the industry, with Hero expected to outperform for FY26. They've also highlighted that largely a lot of the gains were led by the scooter segment and momentum will be built on that. And in terms of the industry growth, they were ahead of the industry growth in this festive period in October as well as in the previous month of September as well. Finally, they have maintained their guidance of a 14 to 16% margins, and with this quarter coming at 15%, we could see the management inch up to 16% as well, which is the upper range of the guided margin guidance that they've given. So overall, it's a strong quarter for the company, with the commentary being the cherry on top of the results.
All right, Puneet, thank you so much for bringing us those details. But with that, we're completely out of time on this edition of Profit Buzzers. Tapan and Swati, thank you so much for taking out the time and giving us all those insights. Viewers, do stay tuned. More news and updates on the other side.
The NDTV Profit has come a long ways.
You are the new schools and colleges which people are getting access to education from.
ने बढ़िया आपका काम किया, आपके तो नाम में ही प्रॉफिट लगा हुआ भाई.
In the world of money and markets, the real currency is clarity.
So you guys have democratized information, and I think first you seeded the market, now the market is seeding you back out there.
Decisive, discerning, distinct. NDTV Profit isn't just business news.
We are like visiting faculty occasionally who come and get a chance to share what we can, but I think it's a great service.
It's the new language of markets, and the voices that move markets know it. Understand markets, decode money through the masters who shape them.
I think we are trying to get knowledge to smaller cities and towns, making it simple for retail investors. I think what you are doing is also contributing to the Indian capital markets and Indian economy.
When leaders speak of markets, they speak to NDTV Profit.
We unveil NDTV Golf Pro-Am, India's #1 golf Pro-Am, the course of champions, the conversation of leaders.
What a stellar lineup we have here on the stage of the NDTV World Summit to announce the launch of the NDTV Pro-Am. Arguably India's greatest cricketer, one of India's most distinguished bureaucrats, a top international golfer and also a top Indian pro at the moment. One administrator who is doing more to lift the profile of Indian golf than anyone has in the recent years.
All the top champions, the Tiger Woods, will all come from India in future.
It's great to be here. Golf is growing across the globe and here in India as well.
Whereas now the opportunities are increasing a lot.
Thank you very much for starting golf. We want to thank you.
That's very sweet of you. Thank you.
I think that's very, very important.
The NDTV Profit has
Good afternoon, you're watching Small Cap Buzzers on NDTV Profit with me Somit Sarkar and my co-anchor Anushi. Anushi, if you look at the market, it was a volatile session yesterday and after closing nearly flat, we are down around 60 odd points in trade today. Nifty seems to be in profit booking mode, but we are still holding on to that 25,800 level. Nifty IT seems to be beaten down the most, down around 1.7% in trade, while the Nifty PSU Bank Index, that is the top sectoral gainer, up around 0.6% in trade. Arshi?
Well, it's a choppy day of trade, to say the least, that we are looking at. If you just look at the curve over there, we are looking currently about a downtick of around 0.3% or odd. So, Nifty Bank also seeing about a 0.2% of a dip as well. As Somit pointed out, Nifty IT is under correction. It's the index which is under most pressure today. In fact, if we just pull out the constituents, we'll see majority of them, if not all, in red in today's session. But on the other side, what's doing so well is Nifty Defense. Now here, we've had a couple of pegs here. Firstly, Bharat Electronics, they've reported order wins as well. Bharat Dynamics in focus on the back of its second quarter results, as well as a 2,000 crore of an order win as well. But if you just talk about the broader markets in particular, see the small cap 250 and how the mid cap 150 is doing. it's a mixed picture that we are looking at in terms of both of these indices. 0.1% of an uptick for small cap 250, while mid cap also continues to remain under pressure. But just talking about those small cap names, what's buzzing is something like a KRBL. We'll be discussing about that later on the show. Also, main peg for most of these companies remain the second quarter results. Ather seeing about a 8% of an uptick, and all cargo logistics also about 5% of an upside is what we are seeing. But on the other hand, what's not doing particularly so well is something like a Nalco, seeing about a 3% of a dip, while Sonata Software, if you look at that, is also facing pressure in trade today. 4% is the kind of a downside that we are seeing. Birla Soft also under pressure. Coming to the other constituents where there's higher volumes that we are looking at, Dollar Industries right at the top. We've on the show before other shows also, we've covered an interesting piece also, Dollar Industries versus its other peers on what's working out for the company. 7% of an upside is what we are seeing. Sagility, a large block trade that had happened, which is why the counter was in focus today. Promoters almost diluting about 17% of their stake. 5% of an upside is what we are seeing. We'll be watching out for the buyers who will emerge in the by evening. We'll get to know about that. Paras Defense also seeing about a 7% of an uptick on the back of its numbers. Your optics division continues to remain in focus, wherein they're anticipating higher growth going forward. But onto the other, active stocks as well in terms of where the small caps are concerned, we have something like a Ashapura Mine as well. 11% is kind of an uptick on the back of its second quarter numbers that we are looking at. Apart from that, Man Industries as well, if you are seeing now, despite H1, wherein they've seen about a 2-3% of a growth or so, they continue to maintain their guidance of a 20% plus of a growth. So that is something that we'll be watching out for. Transformers and rectifiers also interesting moves coming in here. 10% is the kind, it's locked in a 10% of an upper circuit, and this is after World Bank has removed it from its wherein earlier it had debarred the company. So a lot of these players, on most of them, the peg continues to remain the second quarter results. But I also want to bring focus to Vascon Engineers as well after the company reported its numbers. But before we go to the management, Vansh joins us with more details on how did the numbers shape up as well as what's the outlook forward.
Well, thank you for that, Anushi. Now, interesting company, Vascon Engineering. If we have seen a decent run-up in the recent past, but if we look at the broader horizon, we have seen no returns for the investors in the last 15 years from this company. However, if we look at the Q2 results, if we talk about the key takeaways from the earnings, we saw the EPC revenue that was up by 13.5% on a YY basis. There was a strong execution that has continued across EPC projects, and all projects have been executed rapidly. And if we talk about the EPC EBITDA margins, they stay consistent at 9 to 10% as well. If you look at the financials, the EBITDA is up by 5%, net profit is up by 10%. And if we look at the outlook ahead, now the company has an EPC revenue target of 1200 odd crores in FY26. That is up 20% from the previous target of 1000 crores in FY25. Also, for FY27, they are targeting EPC revenue growth of more than 1400 crores, which is, and they are also aiming to secure orders worth rupees 1500 to 2000 crores for FY26 as well. So this is how the overall picture is panning out for Vascon Engineers.
Thank you, Vansh, for that setup. Let's welcome in Siddharth Vasudevan Murthy, Managing Director of Vascon Engineers. So firstly, to start off with, the guidance of 1200 crore that you have given for FY26, I believe that's the revenue guidance for EPC revenue guidance for FY26. But if you look at your overall revenue that we have seen for the first half, it's less than 500 crore. How confident are you of achieving this target for the full financial year, or are you revising it downwards?
Yeah, first of all, thank you for having me on your show. If you see the trends that we have had over the past few years, the first 2 quarters have predominantly been the least performing quarters. This is because of the rain situation in the country, the monsoons that we face, as well as the festivals that are there in this period. There's Ganesh Chaturthi and Dashera and Diwali. So typically the two quarters that we really perform well in our quarter 3 and quarter 4. In fact, if you see, we've had our best ever lifetime quarter in quarter 4 last year. So that should also give you comfort that, the targets that we have set ourselves, we are in line to achieve them.
Mr. Murthy, you also spoke about the competitive pressures that are there in the industries, because of which we are looking at about a 0.5% of a downtick in terms of where the margins are concerned. But considering that you continue to maintain that 10 to 11% of mark that we are seeing, 11 to 12% of the mark that you're seeing. So just want to understand on what's happening currently, what's the kind of competitive pressures that you're seeing, and would you be able to scale it upwards to 12% or so?
So we're very confident that we'll be able to do this. And the reason I say this is that, we're very picky on the kind of orders that we choose. There is tremendous amount of orders that are coming into the market today, but we are only taking orders where we know that profit margins are healthy. And if you see our even private portfolio of clients that we're working with, they are typically the likes of Capgemini and Vedanta, to name a few. And these are marquee clients for us where we do, big projects for them and margins are healthy. So, we don't see that pressure as much. The challenge has been that we bid for a lot of projects compared to our peers to get the numbers that we need. But, we don't want to trade that off with margins.
Right. So just wanted to understand how has been the order inflow picture in the first half. What is the guidance for second half and for FY27 also, if you could share with us?
Yeah, so one of the key things that we require for taking orders is bank guarantees. And like you would have seen in our board SEBI filings, we have already secured more than 100 crores of bank guarantees from various banks. And this has freed up around 230 crores for us, which typically translates to around 2,300 crores of order that we can take with the current bank guarantee limits that are already available to us. Having said this, like we said, the target for this year is around 1,500 crores that we would like to take in as a minimum order book. And against that, we have already got around 600 crores of orders in the first half.
I believe the guidance that you'd given was 1,500 to 2,000 crore, right?
Yes.
Okay, so that remains in pipeline, but just want to understand going forward with this, high competition that you're seeing, would margins be compromised in terms of, since you're seeing about a 50% or odds of your order intake being completed, but since there's high competition here, would margins be compromised in terms of where the new orders are concerned?
So, with the kind of segment that we are in, most of the jobs that we are taking are upwards of 400 crores. At these numbers, there are few players in the country that are bidding for these kind of numbers. The competition obviously is not as much as those bidding for 150 to 200 crore jobs. So, yes, there is pressure. There's no doubt about that. But we are not going to be succumbing to these pressures to reduce profit margins. We're very clear on this aspect as well.
Also, I want to get your sense in terms of what's happening with the real estate space. I believe that you have about 4 real estate projects which are currently under development. Want to understand the overall gross development value of these projects. What are the kind of launch timelines that you're expecting? If you can give us more details on that.
Sure. So, right now, the GDV of the projects that we're currently doing is around 1,100 crores. We also have a pipeline of around another 1,100 crores. We have launched Santa Cruz, which was our latest redevelopment project in Mumbai. We have one more redevelopment project in Mumbai, as well as a greenfield project in Powai. The Powai project should be launched before the end of this financial year. And the second redevelopment in Santa Cruz, we look to launch that in the first quarter of the next financial year. Other than this, we also have 2 projects in Pune. One is a commercial project, which is around 1.3 million square feet that we've signed up in Baner, and a residential project, which is around 400,000 square feet that we've signed up in Kharadi. So these should take off in quarter 2, quarter 3 next year.
Right. So a couple of questions from my side. Firstly, the order book, I guess it's around 2,800 crore. What's the execution timeline for this? And you also mentioned that around 5,000 to 6,000 crore worth of projects are pending decision. So by when are you expecting the decision to come out on these projects, and any probability of how much of these could actually translate into order wins for you?
Yeah, so generally on a thumb rule basis and as per our track record, rather, we end up executing around 35%, 33 to 35% of our order book in a year. So, that is how also this year we'll be doing around 12,200 crores. And of the 5,000 to 6,000 crores that we have bid, these are in different stages of the bid process with the client. And
Okay, I think there's some kind of a issue with the audio of Mr. Murthy. Mr. Murthy, can you hear us? Okay, so there seems to be some issue regarding that, but he was speaking about how the order execution is panning out, how has the Q2 shaped up, and of course about the order pipeline. He continues to maintain the growth in terms of where the EPC revenue segment is concerned. Mr. Murthy, yeah, please continue with just making your point.
Typically do around 1/3 of the order book every year, and that is how the 1,200 number is what we have arrived at for this year as well.
Okay. Well, that was the management of Vascon Engineers. Thank you so much, Mr. Murthy, for joining and sharing that outlook on the company. But, with that, let me also welcome in our fundamental guest for today, Sunny Agrawal, Head of Fundamental Equity Research of SBI Cap Securities, joining us. Sunny, hi, welcome to the show. I want to start off this conversation by asking you about Vascon Engineers. We are looking at the first quarter results. While he did say that H2 is where majority of action will take place, or in terms of where the order inflows are concerned, and even in terms of revenue growth. Just want to get your perspective on how this company is.
Good afternoon and thanks for having me on the show. I think, yes, definitely the company is sitting on a very robust order book pipeline, which is closer to 2.5 times full year FY25 number. And usually monsoon season is a seasonally weaker quarter because usually execution is low over there. So again, I was looking at a number. I think second half the company should able to execute the project in a better fashion, and that should at least help in terms of earning growth. Even on valuation front, the stock is trading closer to 15 times price to earning multiple, so which offers a lot of comfort as far as downside is. So downside is limited on the stock. I think it's a decent bet. Again, a pure play EPC company, and to some extent there is an exposure as far as real estate is concerned. I think it's a decent portfolio stock as far as the small cap stock portfolio is concerned.
Right. Shifting focus to KRBL, that stock has zoomed up really in trade after reporting a strong set of numbers. In fact, if you look at the volumes also, it's nearly 40 times its 20-day moving average. Let's get in Mahima with more details on how the second quarter has panned out for KRBL.
Right, so Somit, as you rightly mentioned, it's been a strong quarter overall for KRBL, and if we take a look at the key highlights, strong earnings as per what the street was expecting. Basmati realizations have improved for them. Gross margins have benefited from lower average Basmati cost of goods sold, lower by around 11%. So that's aided the bottom line as well. Inventory is lower due to lower volume and lower per unit carrying cost, and export revenues have also seen a strong growth, both driven by branded as well as bulk exports. Now, if you take a look at the numbers, overall revenue has seen an uptick of almost 19% to that 1,511 crore mark. EBITDA has grown 85% at that 226 crore. Margins have significantly improved from a 9.6% earlier to a 15% this quarter, and net profit has also seen a growth of around 68% at that 172 crore mark. Now, right now, the rough sales mix of domestic versus export is 70% and 30%, which the management plans to increase going forward in terms of exports, and then margins will also improve going forward. I think the important commentary that one needs to watch out for this con call of KRBL is going to be with regards to the independent director that had resigned, and as to how now things are shaping up, because they were going to set an audit committee to investigate the whole matter behind it, and as to whether this is in place, whether this audit committee has actually taken some decision with regards to what had happened, and whether the allegations that were put forward for the company are true or not. So that is something that the street will be watching out for.
Sunny, have you tracked this counter KRBL? The results were quite good, but there were some concerns that Mahima did highlight. How are you looking into this counter?
I think again a very strong set of number by KRBL. So we have seen a very handsome rise as far as realizations are concerned. That has led to a better margin this quarter. Anyway, the company is one of the best play as far as balance sheet is concerned. So very low debt balance sheet business, despite of they need to ensure that inventory stays with them for at least a year. So despite of that, they have managed to keep their balance sheet very lean. Obviously, there has been the concerns in the past regarding some corporate governance issue, and that has always led to a lower valuation as far as KRBL is concerned. But again, looking at a number, trading at a very reasonable valuation, I think it seems to be one of the cheapest stock as far as valuations are concerned in a basmati rice industry.
An optimistic view is what we are seeing for KRBL, but just let's take a deep dive into the derivatives markets as well. And as usual, Sharad Dubey is standing by to give us a snapshot on what's happening with the trade today.
Well, the markets are remaining choppy, but towards the negative side. Looking at the Sensex, of course, the IT space that has seen a big beating. Let's pull up the Sensex heat map to see how the movement has happened, and you can see the Infosys falling almost 3% down in the trade. Looking at the active contracts, there are a lot of contract positioning changing, and we can see which are the active contracts happening in the put and the call space. If you could just get them on the screen. Yes, and you see the fall that has come down almost 84,100 levels below that. Looking at the active call put options, also BankX, not much happening there. It's on the lower side, it's trending, but some support coming in certain segments, especially if you look at the Axis Bank and also HDFC Bank. That has actually reversed. It was red earlier the last time which we did the BSE FNO snapshot, and now also see this fall that has gone up more down, and that's why it's dragging BankX. Let's looking at the options in the segment of the BankX. Most of the actions happening in the put side. That's where the congestion is. But let's pull out the key longs which are developing in the market, and there are no guesses. It's Muthoot Finance, Bharat Dynamics making it to the list, and also looking at the short covering, two counters are there in focus. They include NBCC and Vodafone Idea, interesting name. And long unwinding, we have a couple of stocks which include Petronet LNG and Max Financial, which the numbers are expected to come out today. And lastly, if you see the short build-up, these include Scoforge and Hindustan Zinc. So these are the important stocks which are buzzing in the FNO space.
Right. Shifting focus to Fabtech Technologies. Now that company had delivered a strong Q2. The stock has jumped nearly 35% in the last 1 month. What could be the potential reason behind this move, and what's the way forward? Let's get in Varsha with more details on the same.
Well, thank you so much for that. A lot of things are actually working in favor of this company. Just on the volume side, the volumes are trading at 0.7x of its 30-day average. Let's talk about what this company do before we talk about the key triggers. Now, this company provides end-to-end turnkey pharma plant solution, which covers design, installation, and engineering, procurement, and of course the regulatory validation. Talking about the key triggers, one is of course a strong set of Q2 FY26 that the company has seen. Now there's been sharp uptick when it comes to margin because of the structural efficiencies and of course the operating leverage that the company is enjoying, and they are taking a high margin capex projects, which has led to this sharp increase in the EBITDA margin. Talking about the numbers, revenue almost grew 105% year on year. EBITDA was up 6%. Margins were at 25% versus 8% last year. Net profit was up 5.6%. So overall, a great set of numbers that the company has seen. Now, talking about their order wins and MOU, they've recently signed an order with an upcoming veterinary manufacturing companies in North Africa, and they've also signed MOU with KP Group to develop green energy powered life sciences projects. With this, if I were to talk about the order book, this takes their order book to almost 985 crores, and they are expecting 20 to 25% of revenue growth for the medium term, that is next 2 to 3 years. And the important point over here is the margins at 25%. They are able to sustain this margin, so that's the guidance that they've given, and maybe margins from 25% may grow to further few basis points over the next 2 to 3 years. Talking about the risk headwinds and what are the key monitorables that investors should watch out. One is the revenue and margin, that the numbers you are seeing, there may be a lumpiness when it comes to quarter on quarter because of the a project timing and the client readiness, considering the project expectations also. And lastly, this industry is a working capital intensive industry, and this company has a working capital intensive business, these are some of the key risks. So overall, a good set of numbers and strong order book and the margin uptick that the company has seen are some of the reasons why you're seeing the buzz in the stock in the last 1 month.
Right. Sunny, have you tracked this count of Fabtech? The stock has moved 35% in the last 1 month. Q2 numbers appear to be strong. What are your views here?
Yeah, definitely. I think a recently listed company predominantly operating in a pharma EPC segment. So 1,000 crore market cap sitting on closer to 800-900 crore kind of order book where the execution period is closer to 18 to 24 months. I think this is a very strong set of number which the company has posted post listing. So seems to be a player which is going to report a very decent set of earning growth for 26 and 27, purely backed by a very strong order book. Obviously, the one point which one need to take care of is the lumpiness in the quarterly number, which is a very common phenomenon in any order book driven business. Seems to be trading at a reasonable valuation. I think this stock should be on radar for any micro cap investor.
Okay, so that's the view for Fabtech Technologies that we have for you. But let's also talk about Wonder Electricals. Now, if we just pull up that stock performance, currently up over 9% in trade today. This is despite the company having a mixed second quarter, while revenue did see about moderation. Margins have improved on the back of operational efficiencies. Let me go across to Jasmeet for more details on what happened this quarter.
Well, Ray, thank you for that. Before I start off with the key numbers, just to give you understanding, the company operates in the ceiling fan division. They manufacture end-to-end and integrate ceiling fans and other exhaust fans as well. If we look at trading volume of the stock, it's nearly 7 times the 20-day average, currently at buzzing at 9.4%. While talking about the key takeaways from the result, we see a mixed set of results, though the top line and bottom line has suffered in this particular quarter, but the margin has expanded. We see operational efficiency has come at play, given that EBITDA also is an uptick in this particular quarter. Now, well, the downtick in overall performance could be on the back of GST rate cuts, which led to delayed buying by the consumers, and secondly, the lean summer which the consumers saw, an increased monsoon would lead to lesser utilization and lesser upgradation of fans and other materials. Even we've seen the similar trends going in Volta as well. Now, if you look at the other key aspects and financial cost as well, depreciation cost sees an uptick in this particular quarter. Now, key numbers, the revenue is down by 26%, while the EBITDA margin is expanded by 233 basis points, and the net profit is down roughly 51%, currently at 0.25 crore.
Thanks for that, Jasmeet. Sunny, let me come across to you on your view of this company.
Coming to Wonder, coming to Wonder, I think it seems to be a kind of EMS player which is supplying products to various brands. And what we have seen is that during this quarter, most of the consumer durable companies have struggled because of this disruption due to change in GST. And that seems to be the story with Wonder Electrical. But however, I was just looking at a number and valuation. I would like to avoid the stock. Would like to go with a better, well-established name like Amber or, for that matter, PG Electroplast, which are working in the similar industry.
Thank you, Sunny. Thank you for joining us and giving us your views and perspective on the stock that we discussed. Well, with that, it's a wrap on this edition of Small Cap Bazaar. Stay tuned and keep watching NDTV Profit.
The NDTV Profit has come a long ways.
You are the new schools and colleges which people are getting access to education from.
ने बढ़िया आपके काम किया, आपके तो नाम में ही प्रॉफिट लगा हुआ भाई.
In the world of money and markets, the real currency is clarity.
So you guys democratize information, and I think first you seeded the market, now the market is seeding you back out there.
Decisive, discerning, distinct. NDTV Profit isn't just business news.
We are like visiting faculty occasionally who come and get a chance to share what we can, but I think it's a great service.
It's the new language of markets, and the voices that move markets know it. Understand markets, decode money through the masters who shape them.
I think you're trying to get knowledge to smaller cities and towns, making it simple for retail investors. I think what you're doing is also contributing to the Indian capital markets and Indian economy.
When leaders speak of markets, they speak to NDTV Profit.
We unveil NDTV Golf Pro-Am, India's #1 golf Pro-Am, the course of champions, the conversation of leaders.
What a stellar lineup we have here on the stage of the NDTV World Summit to announce the launch of the NDTV Pro-Am. Arguably India's greatest cricketer, one of India's most distinguished bureaucrats, a top international golfer and also a top Indian pro at the moment. One administrator who's doing more to lift the profile of Indian golf than anyone has in the recent years.
All the top champions, the Tiger Woods, will all come from India in future.
It's great to be here. Golf is growing across the globe and here in India as well.
Whereas now the opportunities are increasing a lot.
Thank you very much. You're starting golf. We want to thank you.
That's very sweet of you. Thank you.
I think that's very, very important.
The NDTV Profit has come a long way.
You are the new schools and colleges which people are getting access to education from.
ने बढ़िया आपके काम किया, आपके तो नाम में ही प्रॉफिट लगा हुआ भाई.
In the world of money and markets, the real currency is clarity.
So you guys have democratized information, and I think first you seeded the market, now the market is seeding you back out there.
Decisive, discerning, distinct. NDTV Profit isn't just business news.
We are like visiting faculty occasionally who come and get a chance to share what we can, but I think it's a great service.
It's the new language of markets, and the voices that move markets know it.
All right, so it is a very, very clear and loud mandate for the NDA in Bihar. Welcome to this special show. Neeraj and I are going to break down Bihar and Bazaar, dono, because there are obviously markets maybe not immediately reacting. It was already played in, but this will have far-reaching impact for how markets see stability at the center and the results I think beyond what anyone could think of at all.
Yeah, and Tamanna, I would love your opinion on what this means politically, but just purely from a market perspective, a neck-to-neck finish, right? Considering that the market wants the incumbent party to stay in power per se, a neck-to-neck finish might have been different. This is far away from a neck-to-neck finish, and therefore, you rightly put, it in some sense an indication of what might be the mandate for the centre as well.
What the country is thinking, stability for the centre. This is not neck to neck, not even head and shoulders. This is head and tail, which you're seeing at this point. So an astonishing victory. Now, even as we talk about the numbers, vote share, etc., and all of that, what does this really mean? What are the big takeaways? And I've just broken it down to some of the key points that you should look at. Well, I think for one, no one can deny this is about Nitish Kumar. Nitish proves, to borrow from a popular, statement, "Tiger zinda hai." And I've actually borrowed this from some of the posters which were seen in Patna this morning, saying "Tiger zinda hai." Well, ye tiger to bahut hi zinda hai, alive and kicking. Why are we saying that? He has been Chief Minister for 20 years and will become Chief Minister for a record 10th time in Bihar. This victory is coming despite questions on health and capability, age-related illnesses, etc. All of this was being used to say that he is not the man for the job. Well, clearly, Bihar does not think so at all. And you could call this sympathy. I would say this was a sympathy vote if the numbers were not as starkly in his favor. But this is a vote for Nitish as well. The Nitish and Prime Minister Modi combo is one, and Nitish at the forefront of it. Second thing, which was a big takeaway, it's all calm on the central front, isn't it? It's a huge mandate for the NDA. Performance of all constituents has been beyond expectation. So it's not just the JDU, the BJP, best ever performance, LJP, HAM, all of the individual constituents of the NDA have also performed very well. This means the alliance and the central government gets a further boost. It is, of course, very bad news for the Mahagathbandhan and for the opposition. They have to go back to the drawing board, try and understand what hasn't worked for them. It also questions Congress's relevance in Bihar and as an alliance partner perhaps in other states. What really is Congress bringing to the table, being a national party and part of all of these state alliances will become a question that is asked even more. I think one of the big takeaways, at least for me, she has spoken loud and clear. Yes, I'm talking about women voters. You know, when this election breakdown was taking place, some commentary about whether women voters are being spoilt by the Bihar government with this 10,000 rupees deal and dole and whatever you want to call it. But clearly, women voters came out in large numbers, outpaced men in terms of voter turnout. And it goes beyond the 10,000 rupee freebie or dole that you're talking about. It's a tectonic shift in Indian politics, which shows that any government that understands the importance of women-oriented schemes and speaks to this cohort will be heard. Women will respond. I think the other big takeaway, Jan Suraj's experiment has failed. Prashant Kishore's party seems to be a non-starter. Remember, he was the first one to sort of corporatize what really happens in politics and give a corporate angle to way political campaigns are run. But because you're the expert at doing that, does it mean that you can have a successful political party? Unfortunately for Prashant Kishore, this election has proven otherwise. So these were some of the big takeaways.
Yeah, the message doing the rounds in a funny manner on various groups is that there's a difference between giving trading advice and actually trading in some sense. So that's the interesting one. And viewers, keep in mind, as of about 2 p.m. India time when the European markets open, etc., all the global markets have been in red, and which is why, if you look at the 5-day chart of the markets, it's not looking very good. But it has got nothing to do with the elections. If anything, that's a saving grace from a market's perspective. Let's get in our experts to try and understand what to do, or how is it that they think about this result in conjunction with the economy and the equity markets and more. Ajay Bagga needs no introduction. He's a veteran, looks at politics and markets with equal aplomb. Johnson, as does Ashok Malik, partner and India chair, the Asia Group. Firoz Aziz, joint CEO of Anand Rathi Wealth, with us on the conversation as well. Gentlemen, all three of you, thank you so much for taking the time out. Mr. Bagga, I'll start with you. Yes, the early polls suggested a remarkable lead, but this is turning out to be a thumping landslide for the NDA. what implications to your mind from an electoral and from a markets perspective?
Yeah, Neeraj, first I would say, paraphrasing Tamanna, she has spoken. Tamanna spoke, and the women voter of Bihar has spoken. A big percentage of women voted, 72% of the electoral women electorate voted, and they have spoken. Second, I think it's a huge victory for the maturity of Chirag Paswan. Remember, in 2020, he fought from 135 seats. He took away 25 seats from Nitish Kumar, where the losing margin for JDU was less than the votes polled by the LJP. So Chirag Paswan this time cooperating in the social engineering experiment, and see the magic that they have created together. I would say maturing of Chirag Paswan is a huge thing, because it's very important for the future in Bihar. He's a young leader. He will be a future chief minister, and also at the national level, he's contributing. The third big thing, political stability, policy continuity. That's the big message. Again, she has spoken, and here the she is Tamanna. Tamanna, these markets will rally on this, because it's a big relief today. Sentimentally, it's a relief. Any other outcome which could have led, because there are very fragile numbers at the center. Out of 293, 12 MPs are JDU, 16 are TDP. You take both of those out and the government is in a minority. That is what the market keeps one eye on continuously, and this gives policy continuity and political stability.
Very well put and broken down, Mr. Bagga. I want to come to Sanjeev Srivastava as well for a quick political take on it. Sanjeev, so many things to break down, but one, I think, big takeaway would be that the Indian voter never ceases to surprise.
Oh, yes. And like I keep saying, while one could clearly discern a trend of what's likely to happen, which way the wind is blowing, the scale of the verdict is unprecedented. And I always maintain that these wave elections, or what journalists are now calling tsunami elections, they only one sees in hindsight. Oh, tsunami chal rahi thi, badi zabardast wave thi. You can sense what is going to happen, but then once the slide one-way tide turns, so then it is anybody's guess. So now they crossed 200. But one thing I'd like to say, it is a great victory for BJP and the coalition and JDU, and a great setback for the opposition. But I'm already looking ahead at the next set of elections. Where do we go from here? So can the BJP repeat this in West Bengal? They'll try their best. But the big thing is how BJP has mastered the art of not just going it alone where it matters, like in MP or other states, some other states, but also mastered this art of coalition. Now in West Bengal and Tamil Nadu, the next round of elections, they don't have such dependable coalition partners. In fact, West Bengal, there is none. So that's the challenge. So those virgin territories, how will they cross over that and win over those? I'm sure they are going to find a way out, because the BJP is just so good at thinking and executing politics.
You are doing what markets do. Markets discount the current
already
event,
discounting
and
the present.
markets discount the present and look forward to what's next. You've already moved on to Bengal.
Because this has happened, done and dusted. They have won in a big style. And talking about markets, somebody did ask me, how will the markets react? I said, well, the markets would have reacted. There would have been mayhem if the result would have been anything else.
Markets reacted on the day of the exit polls.
Yes, but now Bihar result will not have much of an impact on the markets. It's, of course, signals stability and continuity in politics. But markets will move on the earnings, on tariffs, on policy decisions of the central government. So everybody has discounted that. Anybody who is serious is discounted. Of course, Tejasvi and company will have to live with it for some time.
Okay, Ashok Malik, so great to have you on, and thank you so much for your time with us here at NDTV Profit. We've called the show Bihar and Bazaar, and not to force fit the connection there, but you know, politics is something that everyone looks at very closely, and the markets had reacted negatively after the first phase because of just the sheer size of voter turnout. It's traditionally seen as a vote for anti-incumbency and everything. If you can give your perspective on why there is a concern if there is a change. Because markets are not necessarily political animals where they have a preference. It's more about stability.
Yeah, so look, you answered the question yourself. I don't think markets and I don't think business stakeholders are particularly concerned about what policies are followed. We would like policies that are supportive, but they more than the particular policy, they want continuity. They want policy consistency. And if the government is not changing, if the incumbent is staying on, then obviously there is policy continuity. Even if you don't like a particular policy, if it's there, you get used to it, you start working with it. In a very turbulent world, a world where elections are becoming more and more unpredictable, this election has given not just Bihar, but the central government, the union government, a certain policy and political space for consistency. If this election had gone badly, the UP election of 2027 would also have been a question mark, and the next 2 years would have been turbulent. Now, the BJP will approach 2027 with some confidence, and should that be okay, it can approach 2029 with confidence, which means you're looking at a long-term potential, long-term stability. Of course, one can never predict the Indian voter. So business stakeholders and markets and investors and others, companies that we at the Asian Group work with, will be looking with some relief to a process of continuity. This result has given Mr. Modi's government in Delhi space to carry out any policy changes it wants. The question is, what are the policy changes it wants to bring about? What is the new legislation it could now try and push, because it has the space for it? And that is where the next question will turn to.
Yeah, fair point. Firoz Aziz, how would you dissect this? Was this, in this election, was an avoidable defeat more important than an expected victory? And of course, today markets are reacting more on the global cues, but had that not been the case, would there have been a thumbs up to the extent and the margin of the victory?
Done? Good afternoon, Neeraj. I personally think that here, a majority of this kind is very crucial. See, because an election like Bihar is not going to dictate the capital markets as much as the extent of victory. The extent of victory tells you UP mein kya hoga, West Bengal mein kya hoga, right? So the wave, the extent of the wave is the larger message, and I think that was very crucial. Over the last 1 year of time correction, markets have tested 21,700, 21,100 on the general election day. What was crucial was the momentum and the consolidation of the market from weaker hands to stronger hands has happened over the last 1 year. You see the kind of retail and others, right? BSE and NSE publish minute breakup of what was bought, who bought. If you look at the last 1 year, there's been a lot of shift in the top 5 stocks of Nifty from weaker hands to stronger hands. That consolidation was critical. So this consolidation phase, I was looking at this election as a party spoiler, potential party spoiler. On the contrary, it has, with this kind of a majority, unprecedented kind of a majority, I personally think it gives you immense amount of stability, one. Second, of course, today's reaction could be attributed to global or no reaction from something which was a very good outcome from a capital market standpoint is because how traders are positioned over the last 1 month. If you were sitting in September, I think the same news from 24,500 had the potential to give you 1,000 points on Nifty in 3-4 days. But if you've already seen the last 1 month rallying 6-7%, that automatically implies there is some degree of positioning already done for this. And lastly, I think the most important question which I ask myself, does it increase the odds of median plus returns on Nifty or decrease the odds? I think now the odds of median plus returns for the next 2 years on Nifty. Median returns are 11, mean returns of Nifty are 14. I think the odds are upwards of 95%. The second question I ask myself is, what's the potential catastrophic fall possibility? Now it becomes negligible. Catastrophic falls I call more than 15%, because 15% peak to trough has been the average for the last 25 years. So both these questions have got more concrete answers. The 28,000 Nifty target for the financial year becomes a little more solid.
Structivist Firoz Aziz. Now, Mr. Bagga, the follow-up question to that would be, if there were three key levers that the market, or three key developments that the market would have been eyeing: earnings, the Bihar election in some small fashion and the extent of that victory, and then the trade truce, right? Two of these three seeming to be falling in place. If we get a third one as well, right, is that a necessary and a sufficient condition for a rally, or is more needed?
No, a lot has already happened. We have underperformed for 13 months by about 30% versus emerging markets. So we have paid the price. Second, the government has made up to 12 lakh rupees no tax. So on the income tax end, some relief has come. Your GST cut has come, so consumption tax cut done. RBI has done 100. I still think they should do 50 more because given where the inflation is, we can have a lower interest rate. You can't have real rates at 5% plus and expect to grow at 12-13% nominal. So RBI should target a good, strong nominal growth, and especially in a low inflation environment. So over to RBI on that end. Add all this, and you have a troughing of earnings downgrades. Now we are seeing more of upgrades coming in. So earning trough has passed for us. It's going to improve from here on. You're setting up the markets for very good returns for the next 12 to 24 months. Add to that a sentimental breaker, which could have come in if there was a hung assembly, or if there was an adverse to the NDA kind of an equation, because of the fragility of the central coalition, the arithmetics of the central coalition. I think that gets taken out, and now there is no visibility on that getting shaken for the next 2 years, 2.5 years, what the other panelists also spoke about. So setting up well, Neeraj, for better performance from here, fundamentals looking better, sentiment improving, and as some of the money sitting abroad starts looking at India again, you will see a much better market. Even if it stops going out of India, the domestic flows itself are strong enough to give you pretty good returns. Firoz has given the exact algebraic equation also on it, but I would say much better returns here on.
You know, if I look at similarities between those who track markets closely and those who track politics closely, it's a geeky love for numbers, especially when it is elections. Everyone likes to see what the vote share is, the strike rate is, the success rate is, and we're going to come back to more which merges the two worlds. But I want to just go across to my colleague Sharad. And when we're talking about Bihar, especially on NDTV Profit, we also need to talk about what the state is hoping to get and what is being bet on. There are already quite a few companies, isn't it, Sharad? And I love the get-up for quite a few companies who have bet big on Bihar.
Well, yes, it's completely right. And interestingly, the base of the economy is very low. The moment these companies come up, a strong growth comes up. And that's what we have seen in the stock prices also. So we have spoken about Bihar and its elections, but there is an industry. There is also a listed plays. So let's go and see which are the listed plays. The stocks which are having the highest exposure, Aditya Vision, they're the largest electronic retail chain in Bihar. Also, Reflex Industries, it's a small name, but for refrigerant gases, the ones which you use in AC, they have a big market share in the state of Bihar. Also, SIS, it's a very big multinational company, but it's interestingly headquartered in a place called Patna. That's very interesting. Also, Jina Seco Life Care, Ayurveda theme, but they're having 1 hospital and 10 clinics as well. Ashana Housing, it's a small cap company, but it's having a significant exposure when it comes to Bihar and Jharkhand. V2 Retail, another value play. That's roughly 27 stores operational in the state currently. And lastly, the recent announcement which have been coming in Bihar, and we have already seen that over the last 1 year, Railtel, they have got roughly 7,000 crore plus orders coming from the education center. And also, if you look at the Varun Beverages, they have a huge beverage facility in Buxar. Also, Global Spirits in the alcohol space, they are having a facility of roughly 30 liters as well. Also, the infra segment, that's very important, and Tamanna pointed out that the 49 major infra projects are going on. So let's look at the infra plays. What's important? PNC Infratech has got a big order. L&T, they're expected to get larger order when it comes to Bharat Mala and Gati Shakti projects. Also NCC, they got a 2100 crore project from the Water Resource Department, and Ashok Buildcon, a small order, 500 plus crore order from EPC as well. So Bihar, if you look at it, infra will be a very important theme to look at.
कैसन रही तमन्ना?
What do I say? मुझे dialogue भी बता दो.
नहीं, लिट्टी चोखा खाए कि नहीं?
Yeah, not yet. Litti chokha after this. That's the flavor. That's the flavor here in Mumbai as well. Fantastic, Sharad. Thank you for that. So, I think that's, Ashok Malik, I'm going to come to you with that point. So, this thumping mandate, historic mandate, women voters coming in, what are they going to get in return? Now becomes a question that is very valid to ask. And industrialization is something that Bihar needs to have more of, isn't it? What can the new government do to ensure that more investments flow into the state and issues like migration, which dominated this election cycle, then become a thing of the past?
Look, I have a slightly contrary view on this. Industrialization and the creation of jobs and the creation of industry in Bihar is, of course, most welcome. But let's face it, it's not going to happen tomorrow morning. It's not easy. Bihar has suffered because when Jharkhand was removed from Bihar, was bifurcated in the year 2000, Bihar lost its industrial hinterland. And you can't easily recover from that. The fact is the migration economy or the migrant economy contributes enormously to Bihar and contributes enormously to India. Because as the Indian economy has grown, it's essentially been built by Bihari labor, and it's also benefited Bihari labor. And not just blue-collar workers, doctors, engineers, lawyers, civil servants, and so on. Remittances used to contribute some 30 to 35% of household income in Bihar at the beginning of the century. Today, they contribute over 60%. So the point is, of course, industry is welcome in Bihar, but more than that, I would say the immediate target for the government should be to focus on skilling so that Bihari workers move up the value chain from low-end jobs to slightly one echelon above, because that will increase incomes and that will eventually benefit Bihar. So I think skilling, healthcare, education, to my mind, should take a priority right now, even above searching for industry.
We wrap the show very quickly. Top priority from the new government that everyone on this panel would like to see. Feroz Aziz.
See, I think, from this government, I would definitely look at their budget and see that they have only 22% of their free resources committed to CapEx, which was 10 years back, 39%. Their freebie has gone up from 9% to almost 14-15%. I would say CapEx, but their promises have been clearly 7 new airports, expressways, 4 expressways. I think the allocation of out of the 2.36 lakh crores or 2.36 trillion rupees, they have 96,000, if I'm not wrong, committed expenditure, the 1.3 lakh crores. I think the allocation to capital expenditure is going to be very critical for those promises which are there in the manifesto.
Okay, very quickly, Ajay.
Special package, help them to reduce their debt, reward the Bihari voters with a special package and help them to industrialize, create jobs.
Sanjeev, last word, very quickly. What should be expected from the new government?
See, the Bihar government should get its 2005 to 2015 mojo back. Those first 10 years of Nitish Kumar saw a lot of development, progress, work on ground, per capita income going up. Last 10 years have been largely stagnation in Bihar in terms of it's still the poorest state, poorest per capita. And like Ashok Malik was saying, industry won't come tomorrow and migrant economy does play a role. But basically, they need to focus now on governance and focus less. Election is done and dusted. Get away from freebies, which is costing a lot of money to the Bihar exchequer, which could have been, which should be well spent on development and infra projects.
Okay.
So a lot of work for them.
Okay, work cut out. I think the higher the victory margin, the higher the expectations also grow, and that will be the case, of course, from the new government. Thank you so much to all of you for joining us on this special show today. We're talking about Bihar and Bazaar. It matters for several reasons, and yes, if it was a negative surprise, then we would have seen more of an impact in the markets.
Yeah, I think that's the call, Tamanna. It may not be a big positive, but a wrong mandate had it been come, would have been a big negative that has been avoided, and that's a victory in itself. Take a break. If I wrap up this show, thanks so much for watching.
The NDTV Profit has come a long ways.
You are the new schools and colleges which people are getting access to education from.
नहीं बढ़िया आपका काम किया आपके तो नाम में ही प्रॉफिट लगा हुआ भाई.
In the world of money and markets, the real currency is clarity.
So you guys have democratized information, and I think first you seeded the market, now the market is seeding you back out there.
Decisive, discerning, distinct. NDTV Profit isn't just business news.
We are like visiting faculty occasionally who come and get a chance to share what we can, but I think it's a great service.
It's the new language of markets, and the voices that move markets know it. Understand markets, decode money through the masters who shape them.
I think you're trying to get knowledge to smaller cities and towns, making it simple for retail investors. I think what you're doing is also contributing to the Indian capital markets and Indian economy.
When leaders speak of markets, they speak to NDTV Profit.
We unveil NDTV Golf Pro-Am, India's #1 golf Pro-Am, the course of champions, the conversation of leaders.
What a stellar lineup we have here on the stage of the NDTV World Summit to announce the launch of the NDTV Pro-Am. Arguably India's greatest cricketer, one of India's most distinguished bureaucrats, a top international golfer, and also a top Indian pro at the moment. One administrator who's doing more to lift the profile of Indian golf than anyone has in the recent years.
All the top
Thanks for tuning in again to India Market Close, and it's not a great day from a markets perspective, primarily because the world markets are looking very soft. Mind you, Europe has started off weak, 1% lower. So in that sense, India is actually very well behaved. Had it not been for IT cracking, it would have been much better as well. This is, of course, what the Nifty Bank and Sensex have done, but Nifty IT is the principal culprit. Nearly 1.7, 1.8% low the last time I checked. 1.74% to be precise, and nearly trading at the low point of the day. Broader markets too, not having the best of days really. But I repeat, I think Indian markets are a lot more well behaved. than what the rest of the world markets are doing right now, which is actually a really good thing. Let me get the heat map up on the screen, the small caps in the green incidentally. The heat map on the screen to just mark the large caps. Now, Adani Enterprises up 1.89%, nearly 2%. The last day for getting, being eligible for that rights issue. And that's why I think there is some bit of frenzied buying out there. SBI 0.78, there is strength in Eternal. Some banks like Axis are doing okay. There is Asian Paints, which is continuing to do well. And suffice to say, in the large cap space, along with Adani Enterprises, it's the star of the week, really. What's not done well? IT hasn't, but Tata Motors passenger vehicle, Hindalco. So metals and commodities per se have looked weak because the Hindalco, JSW Steel, Tata Steel and ONGC are all down. And then you have the likes of Tech Mahindra, Infosys, etc. looking slightly wobbly. But even amongst all of these guys, the one good thing is that the breadth on the Nifty has not worsened too much from the start of the trading day. We were about 3:2 in favor of the declines. We're currently at the same level on the Nifty at least.
So, just looking at the broader markets very quickly, also showing the pain, but not to that extent. You have to understand what is happening right now in markets as you see this crisscross. Because you're probably looking at what's on top of the screen as well, with a historic mandate for the NDA in Bihar. I mean, astonishing mandate with an 80% voter share, 202 seats right now for the NDA, and this is thereabouts where it will close finally when the last vote is counted. What's happening as far as markets are concerned? This is done and dusted for markets. The day of the exit polls, which was on the 11th, and the first round of exit polls told the markets very clearly that you're going to have a very sharp mandate for the BJP and the JDU, basically the NDA alliance. Now, that has happened plus. That is something the markets have already discounted. You have to look at what would have happened if this was not the case. Then you would have a reason to move sharply to a shock. That's not the case, so there's other worries. Very rightly said, Neeraj, it is IT stocks which are hurting because of what's happening on Wall Street and on the Nasdaq. Having said that, interesting, theory is also coming that India could be the anti-AI play. So I wonder if that's something which is waiting to happen. Nevertheless, let me just go through some of the winners of what is otherwise a slightly painful day, but I think you will see recovery by the time markets close. Transformer and rectifiers, and they spoke exclusively to us when the bad news came about. They spoke exclusively to us when it was reversed. They were on the list of companies that the World Bank had debarred. They have been moved off that list today. And we'll play out that sound clip, at least from the management. They're at a 10% circuit. Muthoot Finance, fantastic results. And maybe Manappuram is still, running up in the afterglow, 9% up. Guidance also moved up. And yeah, Manappuram is moving up in the afterglow. Jubilant Foods, Bharat Dynamics. So companies with good numbers have worked well today, and that you're seeing very clearly. Chakri Lokpriya joining in, he's Chief Investment Officer, Equities, LGT Wealth. Chakri, very good afternoon to you. Have you been watching Bihar election results or have you been watching the markets?
Good afternoon. I think, that's rubbing off kind of on some of those infra companies. And, the numbers are clearly removes, and I guess the roadblock now for the bigger thing, which is the US-India tariff deal. So now that, the deck is clear, so hopefully now we'll see a resumption and an acceleration of trade talks.
Let's also talk about a few of the stocks that are not doing particularly well from the broader market. I'm looking at the Nifty 500 right now. You have something like a Premier Energies losing about 5.4%. GMDC also losing ground. And really along the expected lines, and Neeraj was talking about some of these commodities counters that are moving lower. GMDC also losing about 4.4% at this point. Infosys is down about 3.3%. And so quite a few of those frontline IT companies losing quite a bit of ground. And really that is the story of the day. But I want to ask about Muthoot Finance and the gold financing space. Chakri, we've had multiple conversations about lending and the fact that credit growth has moved up to double digit, but there was a commentator who spoke about the fact that quite a bit of this might just be gold financiers, and they seem to be enjoying that Midas touch right now. Would you buy into this, assuming that there's going to be a significant improvement in the second half?
Clearly, yes. The numbers were expectedly good. When the underlying asset of your business is in such a strong, in this case, gold, is doing so really well and has done so for the last couple of years, then the collateral for the business of Muthoot becomes so much more stronger, giving them the ability to lend more and with the confidence that even if there is a drawdown, they could survive that well. So that confidence, I think, will take it into the next year. And even if gold prices stagnate or come down even a wee bit, the company will still do well.
All right, a couple of other names, and you know what? One of the stocks that stood out to me this morning, it's a 10,000 crore market capitalization company. Chakri, I'm not sure if you would have studied it, Rubicon Research. And this is on the back of numbers. It's a recent listing. And it is a manufacturer of pharmaceuticals focused on export markets, primarily the US. And they've had a tremendous quarter. I'm just wondering whether you're paying attention to this counter or certain other counters from the space. And would you buy into any of these names?
I'm sorry, I really don't know this company.
But okay, let me ask you about the broader pharmaceutical space then. Because you've seen quite a few results that were positive and the outlook is actually looking pretty good for some of them. What stood out to you?
The CDMO companies, have done their capex over the last 2, 3, 4 years. Their revenue is kind of now picking up because the capex is kind of complete. They're contracting, despite all the US tariff kind of uncertainty. Yeah, pharma has not been impacted, but even then, the contracting out has been strong. So these companies, whether it is Divi's Labs, Sciences, they should all grow north of 20% top line for the next, 2, 3, 4 years. Now, if that happens clearly, the bottom line also is going to grow, and I think the stock prices would follow the earnings growth.
All right. Let's get in a trading view on the show as well. Chakri, thanks for those ideas. Stay on. Amit Goel, partner and co-founder of Blue Oak Wealth, joins in right now on the show as well. Amit, great having you. Thanks for joining in.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, the pleasure is ours. A bit of a down day today, led by IT and the global markets. Is this a dip that you believe you would want to buy, or you want to kind of not enter into a long trade right now?
So I'm a perma bull, so I would always want to buy the dips. But as we spoke yesterday in the morning, when Tamanna asked me whether there are going to be any fireworks or any sprint in the market, I was of the opinion that probably not. Any uprise in the next 2, 3 sessions would probably lead to a downtick. I kind of, unfortunately, that has happened. Market has given a downtick.
You can feel happy that what you said has happened. It's okay.
But as I qualify that I'm a perma bull, so I would rather want the markets to go up. But yeah, this is a good opportunity to buy me some longs. And the trigger for the market would really be, the tariff deal. Once that comes through.
Okay, I have a counter view on that, or I have a question. If that was to be the case, then you would have not seen the up moves that we've seen with the question mark on the tariff deal hanging around. I mean, Trump ji has been saying, I don't know for how long now, Prime Minister Modi is my best friend, I love India, but we will do a deal, but wo ho nahi raha hai. And markets have moved on.
Markets will continue moving on in spite of what is happening there. But I'm just talking about the trigger for the market, right? It's more of a sentimental factor because I believe the companies are already aligned or realigned themselves to the changing scenarios in the market and the tariff regime. But yeah, that could possibly be the trigger because if you look at the overall earnings season, it has been fairly okay. It's not too disappointing. Yeah, it's if anything, there is some positives only.
Better than expected.
Better than expected.
So from that perspective then, in the near term, for the Nifty 50, we saw yesterday it kissed that 26,000 mark and then sprinted away. So is that likely to take place in the near term, to say that 26,000 is that major hurdle that may be very difficult for the Nifty 50 to cross?
Quite possible, quite possible. I do not see any major reasons why it should, give a breakaway right now. If you look at the derivatives data also, there is a very strong hurdle at 26,000 on Nifty and at 58,500 and 59,000 for the Bank Nifty. So until and unless, see, the data says itself that there are strong hurdles. Once that's crossed, possible that we could have a short covering rally.
Amidst that, what would you be buying right now?
I've always been asking you, can I interest you in a Reliance? Can I interest you in an IT or a BSC? And they have worked.
IT, you're going to buy it today?
I have been buying for the last, Infosys from 1400 levels is what I've been recommending. That IT is a contra play, and that has played out. Today there seems to be some bit of profit booking, but that's par for the course, right? Any further dip towards 1400 levels in an Infosys kind of a stock, I would definitely be a buyer.
1400 is like 5-6% away.
Yeah,
so
I'm
we'll
sure.
wait for the 6%
Yeah, we
dip.
will definitely.
Okay, so what are you entering into today then?
So if I had to enter today, I would play for the strength in some of the select banks. The public sector banks are still showing a lot of strength. So SBIN continues to be one of the top picks, right? It has, in this down market also, it has given strong moves today. So maybe enter with today's low as a stop loss for possible targets of 980 or 1000 rupees. There is also BSE. If you look at BSE also, it has been moving very strongly. It has been one of my recommendations for the last few sessions as well. Again, at the current market levels, we could enter for keeping the today's low as stop loss for eventual targets of about 3000 probably.
It's remarkable what BSE did in its quarter, right? We spoke about it as to what NSE has done. Yeah, the resilience and relative resilience as well, because NSE wasn't able to do that. So it's been good.
Maybe base effect, or maybe could have come into
play. But even October has turned out to be good for them.
And for me, the most startling thing was the fact
more
that
market share to grab, because NSE is the leader. Maybe if you look at it,
they actually managed to defend their margins, which NSE, the most evident part of that results was the sharp contraction in the margins, which BSE didn't have.
What would you do with a Muthoot today? Muthoot Manappuram?
I'll stay away. If I was long earlier, I would probably take some profits and enjoy the weekend, but not join the rally right now because of this very sharp bump up. We
take
have seen
profits.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
Because there's no momentum in the market, right? Any pop is getting sold into, any dip is getting bought into. So there's really nowhere to go.
If you missed the Asian Paints bus earlier,
I'd still stay away.
Yeah.
I'll stay away from the strong momentums which they are already giving, because Asian Paints, in a short term, it looks very good, the kind of move it has shown. But if you zoom out the chart, it has not done too well in the last 1 year or so. So I'd probably, take it with a pinch of salt.
Let's see that 1 year chart. You're seeing the 6-month one right now. In 12 months, it's still about 16% up on Asian Paints, but most of that has come from the last week or so.
Correct.
More than anything else. So unless you happen to be at the right place, right time, it would be painful.
It's really too much of a timing game there.
Everybody today is talking about Litti Choka, but the stock that is buzzing today, one of the stocks that is buzzing is because of pizza.
Pizza.
Depends how let's call it pizza.
I didn't say it that way.
Yeah, that's okay.
You want to say it again? Okay, I'm not going to attempt that. In any case, I wonder what the Italians would say to that. But anyway, Jubilant Foodworks is the stock that we're talking about. It's up 7% on the back of a pretty strong set of numbers. That is, in fact, the stock of the day that we've selected for you. And Mahima joining in to talk about pizza.
Okay.
Right, Mahima?
Well, the Italians would be devastated to hear that for sure. But speaking about Jubilant Foodworks, it's been a stable performance this quarter, and this has been the case for the past 3 quarters for Jubilant Foodworks, and it has outperformed its peers in big way, and that is why the investors are buying in this counter, and it's rewarding its investors as well. Overall, in terms of volume growth also, it's been a good quarter. Overall for Jubilant Foodworks, store expansion continues, and this time they've done bigger expansion in terms of where the Popeye stores are concerned, and that's growing at a very faster pace versus what the street was expecting. Margin improvement is largely driven by productivity and cost optimization, and overall in terms of the numbers, if you take a look at the earnings, revenue was up almost 20% this quarter, EBITDA up again another 20%. Margins, however, were flat, but gross margin did see an improvement. Net profit at 186 crores versus that of a 64 crore profit earlier. In terms of where the operational metric stands, like-for-like growth this time came in at around 9.1%, which the street would expect that second half would turn into a double-digit like-for-like growth. Dine-in sales revenue, however, remained flattish this quarter. However, the company, of course, is taking into account the store expansion, but revenue per square feet for them is going down for sure. India segment continues to expand and innovate. A lot of innovations in their product categories have taken place, and that's worked very well for Domino's. And strong order growth of around 15% year-on-year basis has also come in. International business, Turkey has become PAT accretive this quarter. Bangladesh has seen a growth of around 54%, and Sri Lanka, which is a very small part of the business, but has grown around 86% of course on the back of a lower base as well. Lastly, in terms of Popeye performance, like I mentioned earlier, this has been growing faster than what the street was expecting it to be. Continues to see double-digit same-store sales growth. Gross margin continues to expand, and Popeyes has also entered new territory. So this is the overall view as to what's worked for Jubilant Foods this quarter.
Okay, so Jubilant is the stock of the day. Like Amit Goyal said, if something is seeing a pop, please sell it. That is his technical view on it, not the fundamental view. We'll get back to more on the markets, but top of mind right now, and you can't deny it, is what's happened in Bihar. I just want to recap the latest numbers for you, and then we'll get into a quick discussion with Dinshaw Irani and Gaurav Shah, who's joining us. Gaurav Shah, by the way, is the president of the CII Bihar chapter, and I thought it's an interesting voice for us to have when we're talking about elections. But it is an eye-popping 203 seats for the NDA out of 243. I mean, I think we have to invent more words than clean sweep, etc., because that doesn't quite describe what we're seeing right now. The Mahagathbandhan reduced dramatically to 33 seats, others at 7. Pull up the internals and the breakup of who has won what within the NDA, because that becomes important as well in terms of the number of seats won. The BJP at 92 is obviously now the senior partner in Bihar, is an addition of 18 seats. Overall, the NDA has won 80 more seats than the last election, and that's astonishing in itself. The JDU is plus 38 seats at the current tally that you're seeing of 81 on your screen. The LJP actually in that sense is also quite a star of the show because Chirag Paswan's party has gone from 1 seat in the last election to 20. There's an addition of 19 seats. Percentage-wise will, of course, top that list. And, of course, the HAM and other of the allies have done well as well. On the losing side, RJD is the biggest loser in that sense, have, shrunk from nearly 75 seats to 27. We're talking about the vote share within the Mahagathbandhan right now. That's down about 48 seats. The Congress has lost 14 seats this time, from a 19 to a 5. Vote share is also a very important perspective before we get to our next set of guests, because the vote share is truly astonishing. I don't think you have any elections or too many elections in Indian history which has shown 83% vote share for the winner. That, I mean, just look at it. 8 out of every 10 voters at least are voting for one party. The ones which are remaining in the other 2 out of those 10 have to really wonder what's going on. And let's just look at the map of Bihar and how it looks with the orange and the green now. And clearly it's dominated. It's a saffron wave. I don't know if you can see saffron wave entirely because JDU is a big part of it as well. But Dinshaw Irani joining us, Helios Capital Management, Gaurav Shah, President CII Bihar chapter, also with us. Welcome to both of you, and thank you so much for speaking with us today. I'm actually going to start the conversation with Gaurav Shah, if that's okay, as the President of the CII Bihar chapter. Mr. Shah, what do you want from this new government which has been given a pro-incumbency vote, a vote of faith from the people of Bihar? What does industry now want to see?
See, firstly, thank you for having me here. Since we are on NDTV Profit, I would like to state what profit this mandate brings to Bihar. So not only Bihar, but India's growth story as well. So I often say that investing in Bihar is like investing in a company that has all its fundamentals strong, waiting to be listed. And the valuation is just not right. So this mandate is a clear signal that it is the right time to invest in Bihar. When we speak about what actually the industry looks forward from this government, is this policy continuity, the stability that it has already bought, the policy reforms that has already been there. Investors' confidence will come automatically, and there will be a long-term predictability. So this all are the right ingredients for Bihar and the next government that will be taking over. Apart from that, the immediate expectations would be like on these rallies that political parties have done, or rather BJP and the NDA government have done. A lot of EV manufacturing units and sugar units and pharma parks in Begusarai, industrial parks in all the districts of Bihar that have been announced, and we're looking forward to the executions of the same.
Okay, Dinshaw, I want to come to you on this one, because generally when you speak from the lens of a fund manager and somebody that invests on behalf of others, or
looks at the market and invests, the amount of attention that you will pay to a state election may not be as much as certain other people. But having said that, would you say that this provides a blueprint for elections down the road in state elections? And would you be paying attention from that standpoint? And do you worry at all about dole, about freebies that are giving out?
Thank you first for having me on your show, and a very good afternoon to you and your viewers. Actually, I've been on the road for quite a while now, last couple of weeks, because we're launching our small cap fund. So I went and met most of the distributors out there. And one of the biggest concerns was, by the way, there was a lot of skepticism on the streets. Very skeptical about the markets. In fact, I heard things like 10-20% kind of corrections. And one of the reasons was that BJP is going to lose Bihar. That was one of the big excuses being given out for being so skeptical on the market. I think that's answered for sure. So that's one big hurdle out of the way. I think the next two hurdles are more or less also, one of them was debt, US debt and stuff like that. I think that's been around for a while. So I don't think there's a problem there. And third one, let it be, it was about geopolitical crisis. So I think basically the fact is that this big hurdle, which is out of the way, is very positive for the markets, one. Secondly, you talked about the way forward for other state elections. I think this was a one-sided election result which came out in favor of BJP. So I'm sure, rather NDA. So I'm sure this going forward also, the other states where there's so much of skepticism and stuff like that, I think that answers a lot. And frankly, I mean, Rajya Sabha majority is what I think the NDA wants to look forward to, and this will help in a great way. And about the doles bit, I think that's a part and parcel of all. You saw that happening in the US also, right? So we can live with that. As long as the demand side picks up appreciably, I think we don't have a problem at all. In fact, one of the questions that Tamanna was asking, that what if Trump again backtracks on whatever he's promised? I don't see that to be a problem, because I think it's domestic demand which is to prop up the economy rather than anything else. So that's it.
So then why, Dinsho, hi Tamanna, why are markets sulking today? Because, I mean, in terms of what could go right from a market's perspective, everything has. You have a good set of Q2 numbers, and you have some nice numbers today as well, which is showing turnaround stories, etc. Overall, even the broader markets basket has performed well. Bihar elections have shown up no negative surprise, if at all a positive surprise. I mean, no real reason for Nifty IT to also sulk, because you don't have an AI dependence which is hurting NASDAQ.
No. So, Tamanna, actually, I think this is where the story is, there's a bit of a disconnect. So I think biggest overhang today is IT on the markets. If you take away IT, probably I don't think the markets are going to be that down as they are today. I'm talking about the broader indices, yeah. So anyway, so IT, I think the bigger story is not being AI dependent on anything, but I think it's about disruption from AI, which is going to be overhang. For some reason, I think we've been ignoring this. I mean, this big elephant in the room, and nobody's ready to answer that. So our feel is that we remain very negative on IT, and going forward also we're negative on that. And asking about why the markets are sulking, well, that's anybody's guess. As I said, there's so much of skepticism on the street today. Maybe it'll take a while for things to absorb, to soak in as such. And I mean, as your previous guest put it, probably one trigger could be the reversal of the stance that US has taken against tariffs on India. But that'd be a midterm positive. I think the bigger positive will be if this demand growth continues, if this bullishness that one seen in the last quarter of September, which continued into October. And I think one of the big positives that one saw in the morning itself was the PMI for the services index, and obviously for the manufacturing, where the labor has come up. I mean, as in the employment opportunities have come up. I think that's a very big positive, which everybody's ignoring as of now.
Yeah, and that's exactly what I want to ask Gaurav about as well. Gaurav Shah, representative of CII Bihar chapter, and I think a lot of people focus on the economics of this, right? Because let's face it, Bihar has a long way to go, a lot of catching up to do. So the question I think that people are asking from the outside in is that what will this large mandate bring to the state now? What industries, in your opinion, can get that fillip and leg up? And do you see movement on the ground as soon as the next couple of months?
So, you just spoke about the freebies that the government has just offered, or the people, the political parties have been offering. So people are taking it negative, while I take it as positive. So while if you see the promises are as big as Bihar budget, or maybe at few parties have gone beyond Bihar's GDP as well. So now some find it alarming, but I have a positive angle to it. When any government commits such scale of spending, it automatically commits itself to raising more revenue as well. And the only sustainable way to raise revenue is rapid industrialization, more enterprise, more jobs, and a broader tax base. So as for industry, we read this message as a clear message. Bihar has no choice but to do industrialization aggressively. Growth is not option here. It's no more an option. It is an essential now. And that's why I see a very bright and transformative 5 years ahead, provided we now convert this mandate into executions.
Dinshaw, I'm guessing I know your answer already, but I'm just trying to understand still. When Chandrababu Naidu got elected, there was this whole talk of companies in that state that you go out and try and see and buy into, etc. It happens for a few other states. I'm guessing for Bihar, as of now in the listed space, because the presence is low, nobody will probably try and do that kind of a trade, right?
No, I don't think so. I don't think so, Neeraj. I think as you rightly mentioned, there are hardly any companies or corporates listed in that space which are of any material presence. So I don't think that's going to happen.
Got it. And I just one quick follow-up, Dinshaw, I heard you say that save for IT, the markets would have been doing well. The small cap space, the actual index is also doing well. You reckon towards the end of the year, we end this year with a bit of a flourish in that, because two of the three key conditions that the markets were looking at, earnings, the Bihar election, and the trade truce, two of those three have actually turned out fairly okay.
Yeah, actually, Neeraj, that's what I'm saying, that I think the markets are, I don't know what trigger they're waiting for, but frankly, I mean, I think this is a good opportunity for any investors looking at value, getting in and buying his pick, and that's what we're doing. In fact, that's why we're timing our launch of a small cap, because I think a perfect time when there's so much of skepticism in the market is when you want to pick up these small cubs which are going to grow into big lions as such. So I think that's where we are today.
On that note, gentlemen, thanks so much for joining us today. Pleasure having you on the program, and appreciate the insights.
Thank you.
All right, let's go across now for a regular segment, Heard on the Street. This is where my colleague Somit Sarkar brings you all the chatter from the dealing room. Somit, it's been an interesting day, and markets perhaps bearing the brunt of everything that's happening globally, not necessarily focusing on the Bihar elections. But what are the dealing rooms talking about right now?
Nothing negative on the domestic side. The election outcome has also been quite positive. In fact, much higher than what the street was anticipating on the number front. Yes, there are global cues and also 4 straight days of gains and some profit booking seen on the index level at least. Stock-specific action, firstly on Adani Enterprises, the top gainer on Nifty 50. There are strong buy flows on DIA and PMS desk. Today is the last day to buy shares to be eligible to participate in the rights issue, and that's the reason we are seeing such kind of a strong buy flows coming in for Adani Enterprises. The second counter on the list is Eternal. There are buy flows on FI desk is what dealers have indicated for Eternal, and this is largely because what the buzz on the street is that Swiggy is finding it quite difficult to raise funds of that 10,000 crore fundraise that they have already approved. They're finding it quite difficult, and hence there could be some pressure on Swiggy's performance also going forward is what dealers are indicating. When it comes to Fortis Healthcare, there are sell flows on FI desk is what dealers have indicated, and this is largely because they are seeing limited upside triggers for Fortis after the rally that we have seen so far in the counter. So that's the reason some profit booking that we are seeing for Fortis Healthcare as well. For Sun Pharma, multiple dealing rooms across the board have suggested buy calls to their clients based on technical charts. So keep an eye out for Sun Pharma as well. When it comes to Voltas, the company reported very bad set of numbers, But the reason why the stock is still trading in green is because there were too many shorts in the system is what dealers have indicated. And the only positive commentary that the street is taken from Volta's number is the fact that the company was able to gain market share on a Q-on-Q basis, and even in a weak quarter the company has been able to gain market share. So that is something that the street is taking positively from Volta's earnings. Sagility block, we had indicated this yesterday. The demand was quite strong for this block. Dealers have given us few names that they see as big buyers in trade for Sagility block. Some of them were ICICI Pru, Axis Mutual Fund, Motilal Mutual Fund, Baroda, BNP Paribas and Norges were among the big buyers for this block. And and speaking of block deals, another stock that remains in focus is Zinka Logistics. There are some sell flows seen here in this counter. The street is expecting a block of around 250-300 odd crore, around 2 to 2.5% of the equity might be offloaded is what dealers are indicating. But demand is quite strong again when it comes to this counters a block deal as well, and might not happen at a big discount is what dealers have indicated.
Okay, thank you for that, Somit. Just want to pull up the intraday of the Nifty, and you're seeing a smart recovery coming in as we've been speaking. You know, Dincho Irani spoke about a very important point. You can see that spike up that we're seeing, and the gap to a positive in the day, which you have barely seen actually at all, is just about 30 points now. The point that minus IT, if you look at the markets minus IT, is not that bad. I just want to pull up the advanced decline before I go to Chakri on the IT view as well, which would be interesting to see. Declines still far above the advances, but that gap narrowing. Chakri Lokpriya, would you buy IT right now on the dip, or you think that there is more turbulence in store?
You know, IT is corrected in line with all the fears of AI on Nasdaq, but Indian IT is in a very different space. If anything, it's only a question of actually AI will probably improve the margins for Indian IT services as the lower end of the pyramid of Indian IT services are replaced with AI. So as and when you see a trigger of a larger scale, i.e. India-US tariff deal coming, I think IT will do very well.
Let me go across to you on the chart, Amit, because I want to find out what exactly is contributing to this up move for the benchmark, which is heading now to positive territory.
Yeah, as we speak, it's nearly there. I believe, as far as I can see, it's primarily led by banks, especially the public sector banks like SBI and Canara Bank. If you notice them, there has been some sharp buying there. That has led to most of the indices. Even Axis Bank has done very well of late. So the banks have given you that kind of a fillip, and IT continues to sulk. So
let's pull up the intraday chart for the Nifty Bank as well while we're at it, because you're seeing a similar up move that is actually borne out by what Amit is saying. He's talking about the banks moving higher, the Nifty Bank having moved into positive territory and inching even higher as we speak right now. Certainly something to watch out for. The constituents, and exactly that. You have Canara Bank, State Bank of India, which Amit pointed out just a short while back as something that you should watch out for. Axis doing reasonably well, and Bob, PNB, IDFC First, all in the green currently. ICICI Bank once again languishing. Actually, if I'm not mistaken, yesterday it was one of the gainers, right? Yeah. So it's losing a little bit of ground today. Maybe some money being taken off the table. But let's talk about Adani Enterprises. And Somit pointed this out when he talked about the chatter on the dealing rooms, right? Which is that there are buy flows coming through, because today is the last day you can actually buy in order to participate in the massive rights issue that they've got lined up. 24,930 crore rupees. Somit, in days prior to today, you've also spoken about how you can trade the entitlements, if at all. So can you still do that?
Well, yes, you can still do that, given the fact that if you buy shares of Adani Enterprises today in trade, then you will be eligible to get the rights entitlement also in your account, because the record date for Adani Enterprises rights issue is 17th November. That is Monday, which means that today is the last day, November 14th, for you to buy shares of Adani Enterprises, so that it reflects into your account on November 17th, and then you will be eligible for the rights entitlement as well. Now, what is the rights ratio that the company has fixed? They have fixed 3 rights issue shares for every 25 shares held by any shareholder. And the rights is priced at around 1800 rupees, which is at a discount of nearly 20% plus compared to the current market price. Now, the issue date is November 25th to December 10th, and the last day for the the rights entitlement will be credited to your account on November 18th, that is Tuesday. So, how will the sequence of events be in this case? Now, if you are eligible for this rights issue, then the rights entitlement will get credited on November 18th, and the last date for any shareholder who has the rights entitlement to sell this rights entitlement will be December 5th. So what is this rights entitlement? Rights entitlement is a temporary credit of the rights issue shares. Now investors have 2 options here. They can either choose to keep this rights entitlement or go and subscribe to the rights issue, or else they could go ahead and sell this rights entitlement and get money out of it. Now what could be the estimated price of this rights entitlement? It could be around 650 to 700 rupees as per our estimates. And so if one buys Adani shares, if they buy close to 25 shares of Adani, they'll get around 3 shares, 3 rights entitlement, and this 3 rights entitlement will be worth around 2100 rupees, and they could go ahead and sell this, which could translate into a dividend or gain per share of nearly 84 rupees per share. So any retail shareholder could easily make this gains out of this rights entitlement, and even if they choose to keep the rights entitlement and subscribe to the rights issue, the terms of payment of this rights issue is quite favorable, because one does not need to pay it at one go. They'll have to make part payments. So even in that case, it will be quite favorable for any shareholder to own this rights entitlement and subscribe to the Adani Enterprises shares, and these funds will be used by the company to strengthen their balance sheet and fund their capital expenditure plans going forward.
All right, that's a detailed one. Somit, thanks so much for that. That's Adani Enterprises and some bit of buying. And although I think in the last few minutes, there's a bit of a pullback out there. 1.22%, 2519 currently for Adani Enterprises out there. The promoter putting in money in the rights issue as well, so keep that in mind. Chakri Lokpriya, do you fundamentally look at Adani Enterprises?
I think it's a great issue to participate in and to buy into the issue now, because this 25,000 crores roughly that they're raising will fund their capex plans, across various initiatives, including green energy. And, the discount, if you look at in the rights issue, about the 20% is clearly, places the valuation even at the current levels. Adani Enterprises is a very favorable valuation. So it makes it very attractive to participate as well as ride the upside that is expected to come over the next, let's say 6-12 months.
All right, while we've been speaking, the market has moved into the green, the Nifty 50 now with gains of about 0.2%. And pull up the intraday chart for the Nifty IT, because it's come off quite sharply from the day's low, and it's now trading with cuts of about 1%. So that spurt up has reduced the drag on the benchmark, certainly. But you also have the Bank Nifty that's now trading with gains of about 0.25% and leading to a little bit of a pop for the benchmark Nifty 50. On that note, Amit Goyal as well as Chakri Lokpriya, thank you so much for joining us today. Absolute pleasure having you both on the program. We have to slip into a very quick break, but on the other side, we'll get you a few more stocks that are buzzing in trade. We'll talk about the Bihar story, what a story that is, and we'll get you a few BTST ideas, possibly. Or BT sell on Monday. Stay tuned.
The NDTV Profit has come a long ways.
You are the new schools and colleges which people are getting access to education from.
नहीं बढ़िया आपका काम किया आपके तो नाम में ही प्रॉफिट लगा हुआ भाई.
In the world of money and markets, the real currency is clarity.
So you guys have democratized information, and I think first you seeded the market, now the market is seeding you back out there.
Decisive, discerning, distinct. NDTV Profit isn't just business news.
We are like visiting faculty occasionally who come and get a chance to share what we can, but I think it's a great service.
It's the new language of markets, and the voices that move markets know it. Understand markets, decode money through the masters who shape them.
I think you're trying to get knowledge to smaller cities and towns, making it simple for retail investors. I think what you're doing is also contributing to the Indian capital markets and Indian economy.
When leaders speak of markets, they speak to NDTV Profit.
We unveil NDTV.
Okay, look at what's happening in the markets right now. Really astonishing. I mean, nothing to the scale of the Bihar elections, but the swing in the Nifty. I mean, what's going on? It'll be very interesting to find out what's going on. I'm going to go to Chakri in a second and ask him what's behind this sharp up move on the Nifty in the positive territory for the first time in the day. 43 points in the green now and counting. And it's across the board. Pull up the mid cap, small cap. Let's pull up the sectoral indices and you'll see this across the board. Advanced decline ratio. So something has changed. Markets are back in the green. A bit of that swing on the mid cap as well and the small cap 250. So look at the stats closing in. The advanced decline now closing in the last few minutes. Where is it coming from is what we should see. Has Nifty IT shown some recovery? Not really, a little bit. Nifty IT now 1% down, but was much better. Banks have shown a good pop of strength as well. So you're seeing banks, India Defence was already doing well, but PSU banks, pull up the internals of the Nifty PSU bank. Let's take a quick look at what's worked over there and what really is moving right now as we go ahead. Bank of Maharashtra, Canara Bank, Bank of India, all of the PSU banks popping in trade. This is going to be interesting to investigate. Kunal Shah and Chakri Lokpriya with us. Kunal, any theories here? What's happened in the markets in the last 5-7 minutes?
See, I think definitely throughout the day we have seen that the market were consolidating and we opened gap down as well, but 25,700 has been defended very strongly and that was a support for the market as well. And till the time that was not broken, the view continues to be on the bullish side. Probably you might have a gap up opening on Monday and we are already trading above the all-time high as well. So that could be a case. So we are positionally, we are looking at 26,500 in the very short term for the Nifty indices. And overall positionally, we are expecting Nifty to go to 27,000. Coming to the Bank Nifty, I think you are also same again, has been the relative outperformer and the outperformance continues. Took support exactly at the 20 DMA on the technicals, which is placed at 58,000. And that was again a strong support and even expecting new highs for Bank Nifty. Bank Nifty is headed towards 60,000 on the upside.
Okay, but specifically on the banks, I want to ask you about this because they're leading this sharp up move right now because you're seeing a similar trajectory on the chart, intraday charts of both of those indices. Which specific banks would you place your bets on right now?
I think for me, the first would be HDFC. I think from the private space looks extremely attractive at the current levels. Already the consolidation phase has been over and now we can see some sharp up move coming in. So this would be a preferred pick over here from a short-term perspective. 990 is where it is currently trading, could go towards 1020, 25 on the upside, and the support on the downside is now at 970.
Okay, well, and a lot of stocks which are now, naturally so, taking the markets higher and flying around. If you just look at the charts of some of those banking names in particular, I think they're doing rather well for themselves in the last half an hour of trade. Now, Chakri, between the PSUs versus the private banks, right? Where is it that you find favor? Because the last 1 month has seen the PSU banks stage a remarkable move. Is it behind us now? And is it the turn of the private banks? Or would you still bet on some of the PSU names?
The PSUs, as you rightly said, have had a phenomenal run, but the banks are still very cheap. If you look at a Canara Bank, State Bank of India, name it, all these banks are still trading at about a one-time book value. And, for much improved ROAs and ROEs. And now that if there is that FII is allowed to invest more and if the restrictions are removed and the ownership in some of these government ownership comes down, free float increases, I think, these banks do very well as a result.
Okay. Well, but a really, really nice one out there. Actually, for the people who want to take some high-risk trades, Kunal, are there some option strategies on either the Nifty or the Nifty Bank that you can recommend? I don't know if you do options or no, but I just thought I'll ask you.
Yeah, we do recommend on options. So I think for Nifty, I think one strategy what one can do at the current levels is go with a long strangle, where you buy a Nifty 18th November expiry, that is 26,100 call option, which is quoting at around 40 rupees currently. And to just hedge it up, you can buy a 25,700 put option, which is quoting at around 30 rupees. So total, the debit spread out here will be 70 rupees, what you will be debiting. And I'm expecting one-way directional move on either side. Definitely the probability is on the upside. But I think, again, overnight, it's a good hedge, what you can have from the put side as well. So this one strategy which one can initiate, either side the directional movement comes, there is a gap up or a gap down, you will make money out of this in strategy. So buy a 25,700 put as well as buy a 26,100 call option.
Okay. All right. Broader markets. So what is moving and what is not? Ipca Lab has made a sharp move up. It's currently rising even as we speak. It's now 17% higher and rising. Look at that pop, 18% and going higher. Kunal, what's happening with this particular counter now? 19%. As we speak, it's rising. What would you do with this?
I think definitely the stock had seen a good amount of consolidation and now finally it has broken out of this consolidation range. So now this resistance of 1500, which was there on the stock, 1480, 1500 zone, that has been taken out decisively. So obviously not buying at the current levels, but any dips towards this support zone of say 1480, 1470, good point to entry again. And probably you can see a positionally holding. The stock might surpass its all-time high levels, which is somewhere around 1700. I'm expecting levels of 1730, 1740 that could come into the stock.
So what we are gathering is that there is, and all of this is unverified, please. So don't think it is. But one of the things that could explain the spike is messages doing the rounds that there is going to be a finality to the India-US trade deal over the weekend. We don't know if it's going to happen or not. So like we said, this has been hanging fire for a while. But is that really a big factor is the question. Chakri, when we started the conversation, you said that that's the next big thing to talk about. Amit Goel was saying that as well, that that's the next big trigger. If there is some definitive idea about the India-US trade deal, how would the markets react to it? Would it truly be an important trigger?
It is a very important trigger for the simple reason that, all the companies, basically their expectations or their business plans has been kind of subdued, waiting for some kind of finality on the tariff. So if it is the 25% punitive taxes is removed, then earnings estimates will go up for not just Nifty, for the broader market by a good measure, and that will take the market much higher.
Okay. It is now 3:20 and Kunal, it's just enough time to slip in short trade. Would you have any BTST ideas?
I think definitely. One idea over here is BEL from the defense space. I think looks poised for a new high, and this could be a good bet for a BTST trade. So one can go long at the current levels. 427, 428 is where it is trading. Keeping a stop loss of 421 on the downside, looking for targets of 435 to 440 on the upside.
Okay, so watch out for BEL from the defense back, another stock that is seeing a sharp up move towards the end of the session in line with what you're seeing across the board in the markets as well. By the way, the broader market's also trading in the green. I wonder, can we pull up the advance decline ratio and see if there's a material move there? Because I would expect that there is. There you go. A sharp closing of the gap between advances and declines and heading to even Stevens territory. Chakri, I do want to ask you about one stock that is stuck at upper circuit today, and this is on the back of news, transformers and rectifiers. Earlier in the week, you had a news update that came through that the World Bank had debarred them. There were certain allegations of corruptions, etc., and the stock dropped quite precipitously. The management came in and said that they would be appealing. They have, and that was turned overturned rather, by the World Bank today. The stock is moving higher. On the fundamentals though, do you have coverage or something like a trill? Would you buy into it?
Something like a trill clearly would buy into it. If all this buzz about US trade deals happen, and even otherwise, at some point, capex is bound to pick up, and then the direct beneficiaries would be transformers, rectifiers, and such, all those companies. And from that perspective, clearly yes. And in this case, clearly, they had valuation on their side. With the ban removed, it has clearly proved to be a very good catalyst.
Some stocks which have seen sharp recovery from the low right now, PG, Electroplast. I mean, Street wasn't quite excited about their numbers, but they have seen a recovery there coming in. Ipca Labs, Sagility had a large block which was put out today, and that seems to have gone well. Garden Reach, Vodafone Idea are some of the other ones that are seeing some action coming in terms of the highest changes from the lows of the day. And Vodafone Idea also firing amongst other stocks right now. The banking and entire BFSI pack is also looking quite excited, as is, should mark out defense for a mention over here. Paras Defense, Garden Reach, all of those doing very, very well, apart from the ones which were expected because of good results or news. So these are some of the last minute movers that we're seeing. I mean, some of the reasons that we could attribute to this sharp recovery, hope that the US-India trade deal would now near completion is one of those reasons. A decisive NDA mandate in Bihar elections, and now it's very, very clear that there is no question mark there. I mean, the latest number that I'm seeing is 208 seats. It's just beyond a sweep now. Shorts are getting covered in banking names, and larger long positions also developing at this point. So those could see some of those reasons why you're seeing a sharp rise in markets at this time, and just before the closing comes in. I mean, what a turnaround.
There is also one more rumor, by the way, guys, that the US representative, I don't know if this has been discussed in the morning or no, but I haven't seen it as far, has Marjorie Taylor Greene has introduced a bill to abolish the H-1B visa program, arguing it allows companies to hire foreign workers at lower wages than Americans. So that should be a negative.
That should be a negative.
A negative.
That would be a negative.
But IT is recovered. So therefore, that's the interesting piece.
Yeah. No, I mean, look, we're not talking about market speculations here. We're talking about what could be the possible reasons. Nevertheless, it was an oversold territory, and you have IT which has recovered but still in the red. We're talking about Bihar. Bihar also in flavor today, and my colleague from NDTV, Chandan Bhardwaj, who's at the BJP office in Patna, joining in for a ground check.
The visuals at BJP headquarters in Patna seems to be full of celebrations and euphoria of BJP workers assembled with party flags, dancing everywhere. Holi and Diwali, everything is celebrated here at the same time, and the whole place is right now filled with energetic workers and party leaders. With me, I have many such workers to talk about. One such party worker is dressed in the attire of Gandhiji. What's the purpose of you becoming Gandhiji today?
That is the celebrations or
this celebrations thanks goes to Narendra Modi ji और अमित शाह जी और whole बीजेपी कार्यकर्ता सबको जाता है और आज नरेंद्र मोदी जी का हार्ड वर्किंग और
आप लोगों ने उम्मीद की थी ये ऐसा रिजल्ट होगा?
उम्मीद ही नहीं, पूरा विश्वास था कि मोदी और नीतीश के जोड़ी जो है पूरा बिहार में हिट करेगा और हिट किया है। और मैं पूरे बिहार की जनता को धन्यवाद देता हूं कि आपने विकास पुरुष को चुना है और आज विकास के रफ्तार को देखते हुए पूरे जनता ने एनडीए सरकार के पांचों पांडवों के गठबंधन को वोट दिया है और कौरव को हराया है।
यहाँ से थोड़ी दूर पर आरजेडी मुख्यालय है, वहाँ सन्नाटा है, पूरा
सन्नाटा रहेगा। कर्म का फल जो होता है ना, वही कर्म का फल है। और जो 15 साल गुंडा राज रहा वह बिहार की जनता जान चुकी थी और जो जनादेश आया है भारतीय जनता।
मंत्री कौन होंगे? बीजेपी के होने चाहिए नीतीश जी?
अरे भैया सबसे पहले तो ये देखिए कि ललटेन जल का रहा है, ललटेन राजद के घर में जल रहा है, बाकी सब अंधेरा है।
Chandan,
21वीं सदी में ललटेन
okay, we're just going to close off the markets. We're just going to close off the markets. I actually want to ask Chandan, I don't know if you can hear me. What is the gentleman with the silver paint supposed to be? What? We're all wondering here in the studio. What is he supposed to depict? The person in the silver paint.
He is trying to depict himself as Gandhi ji. And what's the message that you have? क्या संदेश क्या लेकर आए हैं आज बीजेपी?
Myself सिल्वर गांधी, स्वच्छ भारत मिशन प्रमोटर और मोदी जी का जीत आज पूरा बिहार वासियों का जीत पूरा देशवासियों को जाता है और नरेंद्र मोदी को थैंक्स. All thanks goes to Narendra.
I'll walk you down to the BJP office inside right now.
Okay, we need to close off. Chandan, you continue that walk. We need to close off the markets. I mean, right from the excitement at the BJP office and Silver Gandhi to the relatively...
I guess, right.
It's very boring here, relatively, but the markets have been quite exciting.
The last half an hour, you can't blame it.
Wow.
Yeah.
You know, if you thought the election, if you're looking for a close fight and a push and pull in the election and some twist, nothing happened there. That was over by 9:30 a.m. Markets gave you that adrenaline Friday rush if you were looking for it. Look at the intraday of the Nifty. Just pull up the chart and look at what's happening there with 0.25% up on the Nifty. Last minute bump up. I wonder what's the reason. Nevertheless, I'm sure markets are not sad about it. Everyone's really happy about the fact that this has happened. Kunal and Chakri, thank you so much for joining in today as we wrap up what has truly been an exciting Friday. Full of action, including for the markets. I mean, I wonder if this will continue and you'll see a gap up. You also saw Kunal saying that you might see a gap up when you open on Monday. And would banks be leading the charge? As we close, let's pull up the Nifty heat map very quickly and show you where the heavyweights are coming in. Eternal. If you heard Sumit Sarkar on Heard on the Street, he talked about buying interest at desks for Eternal, and that's what's happening. Tata Motors revving through, Bharat Electronic, SBI, Jio Financials, all the heavyweights there. Tata Motors PV, they're down. Aisha also not doing too well, and the steel stocks a little soft, but otherwise this is not looking like a bad chart at all.
Yeah, and Eternal in particular is actually picked up from a pretty wobbly start. Its gain from the low point is as much as 3.2%. Now the second top gainer for the benchmark Nifty 50. BEL, we've had a couple of chartists point this out to you as well as a stock that you can perhaps look at as a BTST. SBI from the banking pack doing particularly well as well. Axis Bank also doing well. Aisha Motors, we saw yesterday a little bit of a crack towards the end of the session when the stock reacted to its earnings. There was a contraction in the margins, and the margin profile is actually expected to go lower further from this point because of the concentration that the company has on volumes rather than margins. 25.5% was what the margin picture was in the second quarter compared with an expectation of 25.9%. Tata Motors PV weighed down by expectations of weakness in Jaguar Land Rover. Perhaps that's something at play right now. But broadly, it's a positive end to the day. It's been a pretty eventful one for the markets as well as for politics. A clean sweep, I guess you can call that an understatement when it comes to Bihar.
Yeah, I mean, this is last tick that I'm seeing is 207. In fact, let's close off. We'll play the top gainers and losers on the BSE 500 and then go really to what the last countdown is. KRBL great numbers actually in what would have been a tough quarter. KRBL a decent set of numbers.
Yes.
Ipca Lab, that last minute spike. Muthoot Finance, good numbers again. Jubilant Food, good numbers. Bharat Dynamic as well. All of these on our watch list this morning, by the way. This is why you should watch NDTV morning and noon as well during the closing session. Sonata Soft, Mr. Dhatu, Garware Tech showing a bit of softness, but then that entire IT pack really is. So that's more of the reason than anything else.
You bet. Well, and with that, it's a wrap on a very exciting day of trade and anchoring, simply because it was a long haul today. But we came out with flying colors, and kudos to our production team and the people behind the scenes for putting up a fantastic show today. I loved today.
Yeah, today was fun. We hope you enjoyed it as well. We always love coming into work. But that's all the time we have on India Market Close. Not that all the action ends. After the break, you see Market Express. It gives you a quick view of everything that happened during the day.
The NDTV Profit has come a long ways.
You are the new schools and colleges which people are getting access to education from.
नहीं बढ़िया आपके काम किया आपके तो नाम में प्रॉफिट लगा हुआ भाई.
In the world of money and markets, the real currency is clarity.
So you guys have democratized information, and I think first you seeded the market, now the market is seeding you back out there.
Decisive, discerning, distinct. NDTV Profit isn't just business news.
We are like visiting faculty occasionally who come and get a chance to share what we can, but I think it's a great service.
It's the new language of markets, and the voices that move markets know it. Understand markets, decode money through the masters who shape them.
I think you're trying to get knowledge to smaller cities and towns, making it simple for retail investors. I think what you're doing is also contributing to the Indian capital markets and Indian economy.
When leaders speak of markets, they speak to NDTV Profit.
We unveil NDTV Golf Pro-Am, India's #1 Golf Pro-Am, the course of champions, the conversation of leaders.
What a stellar lineup we have here on the stage of the NDTV World Summit to announce the launch of the NDTV Pro-Am. Arguably India's greatest cricketer, one of India's most distinguished bureaucrats, a top international golfer and also a top Indian pro at the moment. One administrator who's doing more to lift the profile of Indian golf than anyone has in the recent years.
All the top champions, the Tiger Woods, will all come from India in future.
It's great to be here. Golf is growing across the globe and here in India as well.
Whereas now the opportunities are increasing a lot.
Thank you very much. You're starting golf. We want to thank you.
That's very sweet of you. Thank you.
I think that's very, very important.
The NDTV Profit has come a long ways.
You are the new schools and colleges which people are getting access to education from.
नहीं बढ़िया आपके काम किया आपके तो नाम में प्रॉफिट लगा हुआ भाई.
In the world of money and markets, the real currency is clarity.
So you guys have democratized information, and I think first you seeded the market, now the market is seeding you back out there.
Decisive, discerning, distinct. NDTV Profit isn't just business news.
We are like visiting faculty occasionally who come and get a chance to share what we can, but I think it's a great service.
It's the new language of markets, and the voices that move markets know it. Understand markets, decode money through the masters who shape them.
I think we are trying to get knowledge to smaller cities and towns, making it simple for retail investors. I think what you are doing is also contributing to the Indian capital markets and Indian economy.
When leaders speak of markets, they speak to NDTV Profit.
Hello and welcome. You're watching Market Express and I'm your host Himakshi Bahuguna. Now let's get straight into the show and let's see how the markets have fared today first. So market have snapped out of 2 weeks losing streak. So we can clearly see that, as NDA sweeping Bihar, so we can see a green sweep in the markets as well, with benchmarks gaining over 1%. So mid and small cap indices underperform. Nifty and Sensex, Asian Paints and Adani Enterprises have gained the most in Nifty today. And as you can see that markets have ended in green after Nifty has recovered sharply from the day's low with gains led by Eternal and Trent. And if we look at Nifty Defense, so that has closed as the top sectoral gainer, followed by PSU Bank and index touching 52-week high. And Nifty IT is the top losing sector. Now let's look at the key earnings today. Marico has delivered a steady performance this quarter. Revenue has risen nearly 31% to 3,482 crore rupees, supported by solid traction across key categories. Now EBITDA has grown about 7%, but margins have softened to just over 16% from almost 20% a year ago. So net profit holds broadly flat at 420 crore rupees. Next up, we have Paris Defense, which has delivered a strong second quarter, and this is driven by solid execution in its defense engineering business. So revenue has risen over 21% to 106 crore rupees, while EBITDA has grown more than 30%. So margins have improved to 28% on better cost control, and also a stronger product mix can be seen there. Net profit jumps nearly 49% to 20.6 crore rupees. Next up, we have Bharat Dynamic, which has posted a sharp second quarter performance with revenue surging 72% year on year as supply chain pressures ease. Margins remain under strain due to higher employee costs and also other operating expenses. But net profit, gets a boost from stronger other income, and also a lower tax rate can be seen. So the company's order book stands at a robust 23,500 crore rupees, offering strong revenue visibility. So keeping with the earnings momentum, next up we have PG Electroplast, which has posted a modest second quarter performance as revenue rises only slightly by 24%, while margins contract to 4.6% from 8.4%. So sales of room air conditioners fall sharply by 46%, and this is partly offset by growth in the washing machines and also electronic space. So net profit plunges 86% to 2.8 crore rupees. Now the company remains confident of meeting its earlier revenue and profit guidance. Voltas, if we look at, has missed the earnings estimates this quarter with its cooling products underperforming. So a weak summer and GST-related deferred the purchases hit demand for room air conditioners. Rising raw materials, staff and other expenses weigh on the profitability heavily, causing margins to shrink. Despite a rise in the overall revenue and also profit, the company feels the pinch from the higher cost and also slower seasonal demand. Next up, we have Morgan Stanley, which is maintaining an equal weight rating on Voltas with a target of 1,501 rupees. So the brokerage notes a sharp earnings miss as margins on cooling products fall due to higher cost and also under absorption can be seen. So despite this, revenue meets the expectations. Market share for cooling products rises quarter on quarter, and Voltas retains its leadership positions in the segment.
Rubicon Research, has posted a strong start after its IPO. This is driven by new product launches and also steady growth in the existing medicines. So the company shows a better operating efficiency, helping the margins remain healthy. 6 products come to market in the second quarter, and the shift towards specialty pharmaceuticals continue to pay off. So overall, if we look at Rubicon, signals confidence in sustaining its performance going forward. Next up, we have Hero MotoCorp, which has reported a strong quarter with market share rising and festive season sales driving the growth. The company credits lower material cost and a better product mix for improved margins, and also sees a momentum continuing across scooters and premium bikes. So expansion in stores and new products keeping the confidence high, while the company expects gradual improvement in its finance business as well. So overall, if we look at, Hero maintains guidance for healthy margins and also looks set to continue, outperforming the industry. Citi, is maintaining a buy rating on Jubilant FoodWorks, though it trims the target price. So the broker says that the growth and the profitability remain intact, with the profit growth outpacing the revenues. New product innovation supports same-store sales, and the second half of the year is seen as key for a potential re-rating. Transformers and rectifiers gets relief as the World Bank lifts its debarment, removing the company from the list of barred firms. Management says that the company's reputation remains intact and there is no impact on the order book. With confidence of international customers likely to rise, the company now has until January 2026 to submit its explanation in the sanctions case. Now on to some more corporate action. NBCC has secured a major order worth around 340 crore rupees from the Central University of Kashmir. So the contract is for phase 1 of construction works at its Tulmula campus. So this deal strengthens NBCC's order book and may also boost the investor sentiment, especially in its core project management business. And domestic airline SpiceJet has appointed Chandan Sand as an executive director on its board, marking its second major leadership hire this month. So Chandan, who has been with SpiceJet since 2001, oversees legal, leasing, and also financing, procurement, and also corporate affairs. So in his new role, he helps steer the airline's strategy and also the expansion, a move that underlines SpiceJet's efforts to chart a stronger path forward. Capillary Technologies IPO opens for subscription today, with allotment expected later this month. So the Bengaluru-based company, founded in 2008, operates in the software as a service space, helping brands engage and also understand their customers better. The IPO proceeds will be used to strengthen cloud infrastructure, invest in research and development, and also upgrade the technology and also support the growth initiatives of the company. Next up, we have fintech firm Pine Labs, that has making a strong market entry today, listing on both the BSE and NSE. So shares opened at 242 rupees, about a 9.5% premium to the IPO price. So the IPO, which closed earlier this week, was subscribed over twice. Pine Labs plans to use the proceeds to bolster its cloud infrastructure, also invest in technology and expand internationally, and also repay its debt. India's wholesale price index, viewers, WPI, has fallen by 1.21% year-on-year in October, and this is marking the 4th straight month of deflation. So food prices have plunged, with vegetables down nearly 35% and pulses down around 16%, as fuel and power cost also eased. So prices of manufactured goods rose modestly, but at a slower pace than before. So the decline reflects softer demand and also favorable base effects. SEBI has in fact proposed a new framework for pledged shares held by non-promoters in the companies planning a public issue. So these pledged shares will remain locked in for the entire prescribed period, even if the lenders invoke the pledge and also take over the shares. So if the pledge is released, the lock-in continues in the original holder's account. Companies must amend their articles before going public and also notify all the lenders twice, once after updating articles and again while filing the draft offer documents. So depositories will automatically lock such shares after pledge invocation or release the ensuring transparent and consistent compliance. Government has in fact notified new data protection rules as well, rolling them out in phases over the next 18 months. So a 4-member data protection board will oversee the breaches, which must now be reported within 72 hours. So children get stronger safeguards with verified parental consent and also a ban on the targeted ads. Inactive user data must be deleted after 3 years. Consent managers face strict registrations and also audit norms, and cross-border data flows will continue except to restricted countries. Significant data-heavy platforms, that is telecom, social media, e-commerce and gaming, must follow tougher compliance, including annual audits and also independent data protection officers. Viewers, OpenAI has introduced a new feature that allows ChatGPT users to include the chatbot in conversations with friends, colleagues, and also partners. So the group chats feature is being rolled out for users in select regions. With group chats, you can bring friends, family, or even co-workers into a shared space to plan and make decisions, or just work through ideas together. So ChatGPT's creator, OpenAI, said that they have said it in a blog that OpenAI has begun rolling out the group chat feature for both web and mobile users who are signed in, and also covering those on Free Go, Plus and Pro plans across Japan, New Zealand and South Korea and Taiwan. In fact, Google has been under European Commission's view since March 2025 over allegations of favoring its services like Google Shopping, Google Hotels and Google Flights over other competitors. So Google's parent company, Alphabet, in a blog post on Friday said that the company will give publishers options to set different minimum prices for bidders on Google's ad manager platform. So the company also seeks to improve the it's basically the ad tech services in the efforts to actually give the publishers and advertisers more flexibility of the choice. So, however, despite the offer, the company's stance remains unchanged as it still disagrees with the EU's September decision, and also the tech giant is planning to appeal against it. E-commerce giant Amazon has cut 660 jobs in Manhattan in October, according to a report by the New York Post citing New York state government records. So the latest development after Amazon has confirmed plans to cut nearly 14,000 corporate jobs just months after Chief Executive Officer Andy Jassy highlighted growing use of AI. So the layoffs are impacting various departments, including logistics, payments, and also video games and cloud computing. Adani Group, in fact, will invest 1 lakh crore rupees in Andhra Pradesh over the next 10 years, and this has been said by Karan Adani. So the capital will flow into ports, cement and also data centers, energy and advanced manufacturing. So this is in addition to 40,000 crore rupees already invested in the state. Adani also unveiled a $15 billion Vizag Tech Park in partnership with Google, one of the world's largest green power data center ecosystem. So the group has already created over 1 lakh jobs in Andhra Pradesh and also plans to scale up further. Viewers, Manipal Education and Medical Group has submitted an expression of interest to acquire Think and Learn Private Limited, the parent company of edtech giant Byju's, which is under insolvency. So Manipal is seeking to enter the corporate insolvency process and is also currently the only bidder. The move is seen as strategic given Manipal's substantial stake in Akash Educational Services, already majority owned by Manipal. So this win would actually allow Manipal to consolidate its education portfolio by absorbing Byju's parents' assets. The house of Umar Nabi who drove the explosive-laden car involved in the Delhi blast has been demolished by security forces in Jammu and Kashmir's Pulwama district. So officials said today that, the demolition was carried out during the intervening night of Thursday and Friday. So multiple agencies have continued to join the dots from Kashmir, Haryana, Delhi and Uttar Pradesh amid the ongoing investigation into the Delhi car blast case. So 2 more people, including a medical college professor and also a medical student from JNK, were detained in Uttar Pradesh on Thursday. So the union government has ordered a forensic audit of all the records of the Al Falah University in Faridabad, where a number of suspects linked to the blast case studied or worked. Viewers, Reliance Group Chairman Anil Ambani has offered to appear before the Enforcement Directorate through virtual means following summons issued to him under the FEMA for November 14th. And this is a statement issued by a spokesperson of the 66-year-old businessman. He said that, he's written to the Federal Probe Agency assuring fully cooperation. And the probe is being conducted under the Foreign Exchange Management Act. The investigation pertains to the Jaipur, Ringas Highway project, where the ED suspects that funds worth 100 crore rupees was sent abroad via the Hawala route. In fact, police have registered a case after an online platform detected major fraud at its delivery hubs in Ernakulam district, where mobile phones worth 1.61 crore rupees were reported missing. So based on a complaint lodged by Flipkart's enforcement officer, the Ernakulam Rural Cyber Police registered a case and launched an investigation on Thursday. So according to the police, the fraud was detected by Flipkart at multiple delivery hubs in the district. On to some more national news. Prime Minister Narendra Modi on Friday paid tributes to Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru, India's first Prime Minister, on the occasion of his 125th birth anniversary, celebrated as Children's Day, remembering his role in the freedom movement and also his contributions during the nation's formative years. So in a message shared on X today, the Prime Minister said that today we mark the 125th birth anniversary of our first Prime Minister, Jawaharlal Nehru. My tributes to him. We remember Pandit Nehru's efforts during the freedom struggle and also his role as the first Prime Minister of India. On to some legal news now. The Supreme Court has suggested a bold measure to promote electric vehicles, proposing a ban on luxury petrol and diesel cars. So the court has observed that restricting, high-end conventional vehicles could actually accelerate the shift to cleaner mobility. So observing that such a move would not affect the common man and also could set the tone for a wider shift towards a cleaner transport. Viewers, a severe cold wave continues to grip parts of central India, with temperatures dipping sharply well below seasonal norms. So at the same time, the IMD has issued a heavy rainfall alert for several southern states as well, driven by an active weather system expected to intensify over the next 48 hours. Authorities are urging residents to take precautions as the contrasting weather conditions unfold, from biting cold in the center to intense showers in the south, with more updates expected through the day. Viewers, the BBC has apologized to US President Donald Trump for a panorama episode that sliced parts of his January 6, 2021 speech together, but rejected his demands for compensation. The corporation said that the edit had given the mistaken impression that President Trump had made a direct call for violent action and said that it would not show the 2024 program again. So lawyers for Trump have threatened to sue the BBC for $1 billion in damages unless the corporation issues a retraction, apologizes and also compensates him. So BBC Chair Samir Shah has separately sent a personal letter to the White House making clear to President Trump that he and the corporation are sorry for the edit of the president's speech on 6th of January 2021, which featured in the program. Viewers, on to some more global news. The United States said on Thursday that it will remove tariffs on some foods and other imports from Argentina, Ecuador, Guatemala and also El Salvador under framework agreements that will give US firms greater access to those markets. So the agreements are expected to help lower prices for coffee, bananas and other foodstuffs, which a senior Trump administration official have told the reporters, adding that the administration also expected US retailers to pass on the positive effects to American consumers. The framework deals with most of the 4 countries should be finalized within the next 2 weeks. And the official also said that agreements seen as possible before the end of the year. Viewers, Russian forces has launched a massive drone and missile attack on Kiev early morning today, striking residential buildings and triggering explosions and fires in districts throughout the capital. So Kiev mayor said that 11 people were injured, 4 were being treated in hospital, including a pregnant woman and 1 person in a very serious condition. Officials said that falling debris and also fires damaged high-rise apartment buildings, a school and a medical facility, and also administrative buildings in areas scattered throughout the city of some 3 million. On to some sports news now. Barcelona is planning a special tribute to their greatest icon, with club president Joan Laporta confirming that a Lionel Messi statue will be installed at the revamped Camp Nou. So the project is part of the stadium's grand redevelopment aimed at celebrating Barca's most legendary figures. The statue is expected to take center stage as fans return to the new Camp Nou, honoring Messi's extraordinary legacy and his also unmatched contributions to the club's history. Veteran environmentalist Salu Marda Thimmakka, known for her extraordinary contribution to afforestation, passed away today on November 14th at the age of 114. As per reports, she died at Apollo Specialty Hospital in Bengaluru. She had been receiving treatment after complaints of extreme fatigue and poor appetite. So Thimmakka's name became synonymous with grassroots environmental work long before climate action entered mainstream discourse. So over several decades, she has planted and cared for more than 8,000 trees, transforming stretches of Karnataka's highways into flourishing green corridors. With that, viewers, it's a wrap on this edition of Market Express, but please don't go anywhere and stay tuned to NDTV Profit.
The NDTV Profit has come a long way.
You are the new schools and colleges which people are getting access to education from.
ने बढ़िया आपके काम किया, आपके तो नाम में ही प्रॉफिट लगा हुआ भाई.
In the world of money and markets, the real currency is clarity.
So you guys have democratized information, and I think first you seeded the market, now the market is seeding you back out there.
Decisive, discerning, distinct. NDTV Profit isn't just business news.
We are like visiting faculty occasionally who come and get a chance to share what we can, but I think it's a great service.
It's the new language of markets, and the voices that move markets know it. Understand markets, decode money through the masters who shape them.
I think you're trying to get knowledge to smaller cities and towns, making it simple for retail investors. I think what you're doing is also contributing to the Indian capital markets and Indian economy.
When leaders speak of markets, they speak to NDTV Profit.
we unveil NDTV Golf Pro-Am, India's #1 Golf Pro-Am, the course of champions, the conversation of leaders.
What a stellar lineup we have here on the stage of the NDTV World Summit to announce the launch of the NDTV Pro-Am. Arguably India's greatest cricketer, one of India's most distinguished bureaucrats, a top international golfer and also a top Indian pro at the moment. One administrator who's doing more to lift the profile of Indian golf than anyone has in the recent years.
All the top champions, the Tiger Woods, will all come from India in future.
It's great to be here. Golf is growing across the globe and here in India as well.
Whereas now the opportunities are increasing a lot. Thank you very much. You're starting golf. We want to thank you.
That's very sweet of you. Thank you.
I think that's very, very important.
The NDTV Profit has come a long way.
You are the new schools and colleges which people are getting access to education from.
नहीं बढ़िया आपके काम के आपके तो नाम में प्रॉफिट लगा हुआ भाई.
In the world of money and markets, the real currency is clarity.
So you guys have democratized information, and I think first you seeded the market. Now
NDA races to a landslide victory in Bihar as the alliance leads in more than 200 seats. Big giants for Nitish Kumar and Chirag Paswan. RJD's Tejasvi Yadav trails in the family stronghold of Raghopur. Market reverses 2-week losing streak with both the benchmarks closing over 1% higher. Nifty mid-cap 150 gains over 1.5% for the week. Pine Labs closes 14% higher than the issue price after listing at 10% premium after a volatile session. Government notifies the rules for Digital Personal Data Protection Act norms to be rolled out in 12 to 18 months and a 4-member Data Protection Board of India to be established. SEBI proposes easing of lock-in rules for pledged pre-IPO shares held by non-promoters. Suggests pledged shares stay locked in for the full prescribed period even after the lender takes over shares. Anil Ambani skips Enforcement Directorate summons, offers to appear virtually or give a fresh date. ED issues a fresh summon on the 17th of November. Questioning pertains to FEMA probe in a 15-year-old matter. Security forces demolished the house of Umar Muhammad in Pulwama, who triggered the car blast near Red Fort in Delhi. Umar's presence in the car that exploded was confirmed by matching DNA samples found at the blast site and collected from his mother. Hello and welcome. A very good evening. This is Profit 360 on NDTV Profit and I'm your host Malika Mishra. Along the next half an hour, we'll be taking you through markets as well as national and international news. But on to our top national news today. In fact, the focus of the entire country is on Bihar elections. The National Democratic Alliance in Bihar appears to be heading towards a thumping victory and Chief Minister Nitish Kumar seems to be prepared to secure a 5th consecutive term. Latest trends show the alliance leading in 208 of the 243 seats in the state. NDA surpassed its 2020 results when it secured 122 seats. The Mahagathbandhan, on the other hand, was leading in merely 32 seats, while Prashant Kishore's Jan Swaraj party failed to open an account. Rashtriya Janata Dal leader Tejasvi Yadav is leading in Raghopur. Besides Yadav, prominent candidates of both alliances, including Deputy Chief Ministers Samrat Chaudhary and Vijay Kumar Sinha, Jan Shakti Janata Dal, Tej Pratap and Bihar Congress President Rajesh Kumar. The counting of votes began at 8 a.m. today. Most exit polls have predicted a clean sweep for the NDA, of which the JDU is a part. Tejasvi Yadav has dismissed the predictions and claiming Mahagathbandhan would form the government with a thumping majority. The state registered a historic voter turnout of 67.13% in the second phase of these elections to the 243-member assembly that was held on November 6th and 11th. And moving on, let's move on to our next ground report. Chandan has sent us a report from Patna. Let's take a look at that.
The visuals at BJP headquarters in Patna seems to be full of celebrations and euphoria of BJP workers assembled with party flags, dancing everywhere. Holi and Diwali, everything is celebrated here at the same time, and the whole place is right now filled with energetic workers and party leaders. With me, I have many such workers to talk about. One such party worker is dressed in the attire of Gandhiji. What's the purpose of you becoming Gandhiji today?
That is the celebrations, or this celebrations thanks goes to Narendra Modi ji और अमित शाह जी और whole बीजेपी कार्यकर्ता सबको जाता है. और आज नरेंद्र मोदी जी का हार्ड वर्किंग, और
आप लोगों ने उम्मीद की थी ये ऐसा रिजल्ट होगा?
उम्मीद ही नहीं, पूरा विश्वास था कि मोदी और नीतीश के जोड़ी जो है पूरा बिहार में हिट करेगा, और हिट किया है. और मैं पूरे बिहार की जनता को धन्यवाद देता हूं कि आपने विकास पुरुष को चुना है, और आज विकास के रफ्तार को देखते हुए पूरे जनता ने एनडीए सरकार के पांचों पांडवों के गठबंधन को वोट दिया है और कौरों को हराया है.
यहाँ से थोड़ी दूर पर आरजेडी मुख्यालय है, वहाँ सन्नाटा है, पूरा
सन्नाटा रहेगा. कर्म का फल जो होता है ना, वही कर्म का फल है. और जो 15 साल गुंडा राज रहा वह बिहार की जनता जान चुकी थी, और जो जनादेश आया है भारतीय जनता.
मंत्री कौन होंगे? बीजेपी के होने चाहिए नीतीश जी?
अरे भैया, सबसे पहले तो ये देखिए कि लालटेन जल का रहा है. लालटेन राजद के घर में जल रहा है, बाकी सब अंधेरा है. देखिए 21वीं सदी में लालटेन जलाने चल गए. आज तजुर्बा वाले, आश्चर्य वाली बात है. देश को सोचना होगा. एक कुंभकर्ण उधर देखता है, एक कलयुग का कुंभकर्ण है जो सोया हुआ था, अब जगा है.
And moving on, let's take a look at how the markets fared today. Benchmark indices staged a sharp recovery, with the Sensex climbing over 500 points from the day's low, and the Nifty moving above the 25,900 mark as the NDA poses a landslide victory in Bihar. Sectorially speaking, the auto index, IT, metal and realty closed in the red, while FMCG, PSU banks and Pharma supported the rally. My colleague Mahima now joins us with more details on how the market performed today.
Right, so I think before I, wrap up as to how the markets have fared today, in the last minutes of the market, there was a sharp recovery seen in the benchmark indices, and there are, some possible reasons as to why that has happened. First one being a possibility on the cards that US-India trade deal nearing its completion, maybe decisive NDA mandate in Bihar elections, of course, by a sweeping win of that around 208 odd seats. Short covering in banking names was seen, and larger long positions have been seen developing in the F&O space. Now, if we talk about the benchmark indices, the Nifty 50 closed above the 25,900 levels, up 0.2 odd %. The Bank Nifty has also done fairly well and largely in tandem with where the benchmarks are. The Mid Cap 150 also saw a sharp recovery, up around 0.1 odd %, and the Small Cap 250 also up by about 0.2 odd %. If you take a look at the top gainers on the Nifty, Eternal, Bharat Electronics and State Bank of India were the top gainers on the Nifty 50. In terms of the Mid-Cap 150, the top gainer names included counters like Muthoot Finance, Vodafone Idea, as well as AI Engineering. And in terms of the Small-Cap 250, top gaining names included counters like Engineers India, Garden Reach Shipyard, as well as NBCC. In terms of the sector indices, sharp recovery was seen in terms of where the IT, Nifty IT is also concerned. So this is the overall view as to how markets have panned out in trade. And of course, the last minute sharp recovery was something that for sure enthused the state.
Thanks for that summary, Mahima. Markets are, in fact, looking forward to Bihar elections verdict. We had market expert Ajay Bagga join us today for a special show along with political commentator Sanjeev Srivastava and Feroz Aziz of Anand Rathi Wealth. Feroz pointed out that markets have been tested repeatedly over the past year, from the general elections to the state poll results, and that outcomes backed by a clear majority signal market stability. Ajay Bagga added that the setup is now tilting towards stronger returns in the coming quarters, with optimism building around policy continuity and reform momentum. Listen in.
In this election, was an avoidable defeat more important than an expected victory? And of course, today markets are reacting more on the global cues. But had that not been the case, would there have been a thumbs up to the extent and the margin of the victory?
Done? Good afternoon, Neeraj. I personally think that here a majority of this kind is very crucial. See, because an election like Bihar is not going to dictate the capital markets as much as the extent of victory. The extent of victory tells you UP mein kya hoga, West Bengal mein kya hoga, right? So the extent of the wave is the larger message, and I think that was very crucial. Over the last 1 year of time correction, markets have tested 21,700, 21,100 on the general election day. What was crucial was the momentum and the consolidation of the market from weaker hands to stronger hands has happened over the last 1 year. You see the kind of retail and others, right? BSE and NSE publish minute breakup of what was bought, who bought. If you look at the last 1 year, there's been a lot of shift in the top 5 stocks of Nifty from weaker hands to stronger hands. That consolidation was critical. So this consolidation phase, I was looking at this election as a party spoiler, potential party spoiler. On the contrary, it has, with this kind of a majority, unprecedented kind of a majority, I personally think it gives you immense amount of stability. One. Second, of course, today's reaction could be attributed to global or no reaction from something which was a very good outcome from a capital market standpoint is because how traders are positioned over the last 1 month. If you were sitting in September, I think the same news from 24,500 had the potential to give you 1,000 points on Nifty in 3-4 days. But if you've already seen the last 1 month rallying 6-7%, that automatically implies there is some degree of positioning already done for this. And lastly, I think the most important question which I ask myself, does it increase the odds of median plus returns on Nifty or decrease the odds? I think now the odds of median plus returns for the next 2 years on Nifty median returns are 11, mean returns of Nifty are 14. I think the odds are upwards of 95%. The second question I ask myself is what's the potential catastrophic fall possibility? Now it becomes negligible. Catastrophic falls I call more than 15% because 15% peak to trough has been the average for the last 25 years. So both these questions have got more concrete answers. The 28,000 Nifty target for the financial year becomes a little more solid.
Constructive is Firoz Aziz. Mr. Bagga, the follow-up question to that would be, if there were 3 key levers that the market, or 3 key developments that the market would have been eyeing: earnings, the Bihar election in some small fashion and the extent of that victory, and then the trade truce, right? 2 of these 3 seeming to be falling in place. If we get a third one as well, right, is that a necessary and a sufficient condition for a rally, or is more needed?
No, a lot has already happened. We have underperformed for 13 months by about 30% versus emerging markets. So we have paid the price. Second, the government has made up to 12 lakh rupees no tax. So on the income tax and some relief has come. Your GST cut has come, so consumption tax cut done. RBI has done 100. I still think they should do 50 more because given where the inflation is, we can have a lower interest rate. You can't have real rates at 5% plus. And expect to grow at 12-13% nominal. So RBI should target a good, strong nominal growth, and especially in a low inflation environment. So over to RBI on that end. Add all this, and you have a troughing of earnings downgrades. Now we are seeing more of upgrades coming in. So earning trough has passed for us. It's going to improve from here on. You're setting up the markets for very good returns for the next 12 to 24 months. Add to that a sentimental breaker, which could have come in if there was a hung assembly or if there was an adverse to the NDA kind of an equation because of the fragility of the central coalition, the arithmetics of the central coalition. I think that gets taken out, and now there is no visibility on that getting shaken for the next 2 years, 2.5 years, what the other panelists also spoke about. So setting up well, Neeraj, for better performance from here, fundamentals looking better, sentiment improving, and as some of the money sitting abroad starts looking at India again, you will see a much better market. Even if it stops going out of India, the domestic flows itself are strong enough to give you pretty good returns. Feroz has given the exact algebraic equation also on it, but I would say much better returns here on.
Let's now take a look at the companies with meaningful exposure to Bihar. From retail and housing to beverages and telecom services, several listed firms are seeing activity linked directly to Bihar's expanding consumption and infrastructure push. Let's take a look at the key stocks to watch out for and the latest developments out of the state. Sharad is here with all the details.
Well, yes, it's completely right. And interestingly, the base of the economy is very low. The moment these companies come up, a strong growth comes up, and that's what we have seen in the stock prices also. So we have spoken about Bihar and its elections, but there is an industry. There is also a listed plays. So let's go and see which are the listed plays. The stocks which are having the highest exposure, Aditya Vision, they're the largest electronic retail chain in Bihar. Also, Reflex Industries, it's a small name, but for refrigerant gases, the ones which you use in AC, they have a big market share in the state of Bihar. Also, SIS, it's a very big multinational company, but it's interestingly headquartered in a place called Patna. That's very interesting. Also, Jina Seco Life Care, Ayurveda theme, but they're having 1 hospital and 10 clinics as well. Ashana Housing, it's a small cap company, but it's having a significant exposure when it comes to Bihar and Jharkhand. V2 Retail, another value play. That's roughly 27 stores operational in the state currently. And lastly, the recent announcements which have been coming in Bihar, and we have already seen that over the last 1 year, RailTel, they have got roughly 7,000 crore plus orders coming from the education center. And also, if you look at the Varun Beverages, they have a huge beverage facility in Buxar. Also, Global Spirits, in the alcohol space, they are having a facility of roughly 30 liters as well. Also, the infra segment, that's very important, and Tamanna pointed out that the 49 major infra projects are going on. So let's look at the infra plays, what's important. PNC Infratech has got a big order. L&T, they're expected to get larger order when it comes to Bharat Mala and Gati Shakti projects. Also, NCC, they got a 2,100 crore project from the Water Resource Department, and Ashok Buildcon, a small order, 500 plus crore order from EPC as well. So Bihar, if you look at it, infra will be a very important theme to look at.
Adani Group has announced a massive investment of 1 lakh crore rupees in Andhra Pradesh over the next decade. The group aims to expand its footprint across ports, cement, energy, data centers, and even advanced manufacturing. Here's Karan Adani speaking at the Andhra Pradesh Investor Summit on the company's plans.
Over the next 10 years, we plan to invest an additional 1 lakh crores across ports, data center, cement, and energy business. The flagship of our commitment is the Vizag Tech Park. This is not just another tech park, it is the foundation of India's digital sovereignty. We are building one of the world's largest hyperscale data center ecosystem in partnership with Google and powered by complete green energy. This is a combined $15 billion vision that perfectly aligns with your twin goals of sustainable and high-tech growth. But what truly humbles us is not the scale of the capital, it is the scale of impact. Our operations here have already generated over 1 lakh direct and indirect jobs.
And big investments hits Assam's doors. The Adani Group just announced a massive 63,000 crore rupee investment in 2 major power projects. This includes a huge 3.2 gigawatt coal-fired power plant and 2 pumped storage projects totaling 2,700 megawatts. They will also have 500 megawatts for energy storage. This marks the first big private push into new coal power in over a decade, boosting energy supply, especially in the northeastern region. The coal plant will start running in phases from December 2030, and it's part of Adani Group's plan to grow its power capacity from 18 gigawatts to that of 42 by 2032. In fact, earlier this year, the group's chairman, Gautam Adani, had pledged to invest 50,000 crore rupees in the northeastern region. And let's put the spotlight on an exciting debut on the stock market that buzzed loud and finished over 14% high. We are talking about Pine Labs. The fintech payments giant debuted with a solid premium of 9.5%, listing at 242 rupees on the bourses. The 3,900 crore IPO opened on the 7th of November and closed on the 11th. The capital raised from the IPO is intended to be used to repay certain borrowings, invest in subsidiaries, and general corporate purposes. And there's big news for data privacy in India. The government has rolled out rules under the Digital Personal Data Protection Act starting today. Some rules kicking, while others phase in over the next 12 to 18 months. A new 4-member data protection board will also be set up to enforce them. Let's actually take a look at this report sent by my colleague Rishabh Bhatnagar for all the details.
Right, the government has finally notified the digital personal data protection rules that were long pending. They've come out after a very long consultation process with stakeholders within the government as well. We finally have the rules that have been notified by the government. What we're seeing is that they will come into effect. A very large portion of the rules actually comes into effect roughly about 12 to 18 months from now. So only the data protection board, which will also be established as part of these rules. The selection process for that has started as we speak, but the large process will be staggered. The rollout is staggered, and this is presumably for companies to get time to adopt to these new rules that have come out. Now, what these rules essentially say, they define users like you and I as data principals. The large platforms that take our data are defined as data fiduciaries, and those who manage this consent process will be an independent, neutral entity called consent managers. Those are the three large part of these new data protection regime that India is entering. Now, as part of these rules, now what has been formalized is that if there is a data breach, these have to be notified within 72 hours to the data protection board as well as to data principals, which is the users like you and I, in any case of a data breach. And remember, these data breaches are also punishable, and a fine of up to 250 crore rupees might be put on these platforms in case there are data breaches, and a further fine if these data breaches are not reported on time. So that is one feature. What we're also seeing is that the central government has retained the power with itself to at least to get all these information from these data fiduciaries, and also they would like to also restrict the disclosure of any of these issues in case it is of a sensitive issue. So the government retaining a very large portion of the power. What we're also seeing is that with respect to children's data, that protection has been tightened. What we're seeing is that there is mandatory verifiable parental consent, and also no tracking and no personalized ads for minors. That has been notified in these current set of rules. What we're also seeing is that government entities, which also hold a lot of data, mind you, the likes of the UIDAI, which is responsible for Aadhaar, passport entities, all of those also hold a lot of data, and those also have gotten limited exemptions but not blanket immunity. What we're also seeing is that apart from that, fiduciaries are required to maintain a 1-year log of certain transactional data, but inactive users, that data will have to be deleted within 3 years if an account stays inactive for about 3 years. What we're seeing is that cross-border data transfer was another issue of contention, and that has been largely permitted except for those that are specifically restricted by government notification. What we're also seeing is that what will also be very interesting to see is how these consent managers will evolve and how they will get registered with the Data Protection Board of India.
And these new DPDP rules are making waves. Mayuran Palaniswamy from Deloitte India says the DPDP rules needs teamwork between regulators, businesses and consumers to work well. Companies must spend on new processes, tech and training to comply. Meanwhile, Aprajita Bharti from the Quantum Hub praises the clear timelines, giving industries time to prepare step by step. She also highlights strong protections for kids' data, like no tracking and better consent rules for people with disabilities. Bharti also notes a new committee that could set data localization rules later, which might worry global companies though. They could push back as storing data locally can complicate operations. But there's great news for India's auto industry. October's wholesale data from SIAM shows strong growth. Two-wheeler sales rose 2.1% on a year-on-year basis to 22.1 lakh units. Scooters led the charge, jumping by 14.3% to 8.2 lakh units, while motorcycles dipped 4% to 13.4 lakh units. Passenger vehicles like cars and SUVs saw a big 17.2% surge, hitting 4.6 lakh units. Now, this points to rising demand as the festive season kicks in, but do note that the numbers reflect wholesales, vehicles which are sent to dealers, not retail sales. But the auto sectors seems like it's on a roll, with scooters and passenger vehicles driving the growth, though motorcycles took a slight hit this time in the month of October. And viewers, that's all the time we had on this edition of Profit 360. But do stay tuned to the channel as we continue to bring you a lot more news and updates. This is Malika Mishra.
The NDTV Profit has come a long way.
You are the new schools and colleges which people are getting access to education from.
नहीं बढ़िया आपके काम के आपके तो नाम में प्रॉफिट लगा हुआ भाई.
In the world of money and markets, the real currency is clarity.
So you guys have democratized information, and I think first you seeded the market, now the market is seeding you back out there.
Decisive, discerning, distinct. NDTV Profit isn't just business news.
We are like visiting faculty occasionally who come and get a chance to share what we can, but I think it's a great service.
It's the new language of markets, and the voices that move markets know it. Understand markets, decode money through the masters who shape them.
I think we are trying to get knowledge to smaller cities and towns, making it simple for retail investors. I think what you are doing is also contributing to the Indian capital markets and Indian economy.
When leaders speak of markets, they speak to NDTV Profit.
we unveil NDTV Golf Pro-Am, India's #1 Golf Pro-Am, the course of champions, the conversation of leaders.
What a stellar lineup we have here on the stage of the NDTV World Summit to announce the launch of the NDTV Pro-Am. Arguably India's greatest cricketer, one of India's most distinguished bureaucrats, a top international golfer and also a top Indian pro at the moment. One administrator who's doing more to lift the profile of Indian golf than anyone has in the recent years.
All the top champions, the Tiger Woods, will all come from India in future.
It's great to be here. Golf is growing across the globe and here in India as well.
Whereas now the opportunities are increasing a lot. Thank you very much. You're starting golf. We want to thank you.
That's very sweet of you. Thank you.
I think that's very, very important.
The NDTV Profit has come a long ways.
You are the new schools and colleges which people are getting access to education from.
नहीं बढ़िया आपके काम किया आपके तो नाम में प्रॉफिट लगा हुआ भाई.
In the world of money and markets, the real currency is clarity.
So you guys have democratized information, and I think first you seeded the market, now the market is seeding you back out there.
Decisive, discerning, distinct. NDTV Profit.